Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku became the god of academia? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Now the world was changed. Chaotic, unforgiving. As the sun rose over the horizon of Musutafu, Shoda Aizawa, aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, gazed through the tinted glass on his way to the observatory. Like everything else, the light appeared dimmer now. This had not always been the case. There had been a period of stability. Even predictable. However, that world was vanished, along with the false sense of security that had once reassured people. I could doze off for eternity, Aizawa observed, and it wouldn't feel sufficient even after that. Not just for him, but for everyone who referred to themselves as heroes, every day had become a fight. The streets were always uneasy, and the shadows were teeming with cocky crooks who were hungry and thirsty for the mayhem that had ensued. Aizawa, too, was worn out. He was more exhausted than ever. He sensed it in his bones, in the heaviness behind his eyes, and in the nagging pain in his shoulders. Nor was it merely physical fatigue. He was mentally ragged at the edges, weakened by the never-ending flood of obligations and the constant feeling of impending doom. How much longer can this continue? When will we all break, even the strongest of us? He dismissed those ideas, yet they persisted in the back of his mind like a stain. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair and pulled it under his goggles. He knew in his heart that despite his desire to drift off to sleep, block out the world, and forget, there was something that kept him going. A gut feeling. A goal. Perhaps it was simply stubbornness. It doesn't matter. His survival was what counted, breathing still, and continuing to instruct. Aizawa walked along the long, deserted corridor with a groan, the burden of his thoughts following him. The only sound in the otherwise quiet room was the steady hum of electricity as the lights above flickered every now and again. He heard the faint sounds of conversation coming through the door as he got closer to the observation room. The educators had assembled, watching and waiting. It was a significant day. The UA entrance exam was about to begin, which meant there would be new people, new possibilities, and perhaps even a glimmer of optimism amidst all of this craziness. With a little hiss, the door opened, and Aizawa's first impression was of the room's enormous array of screens, each of which projected a different view of the exam fields where students will shortly compete for admission to UA's esteemed hero course. Shoda. You're just in time. He was welcomed by a cheerful, flirty voice that he had long since become accustomed to. With a broad smile on her face, Smile Hero Ms. Joke Emi Fukukado leaned idly on the control panel. Don't tell me you were sleeping again? He disregarded the playful glimmer in her eyes and the mocking smile. I'm here, aren't I? Emi laughed lightly and twirled a lock of her hair in response. You never fail to make an entrance, she said. I was starting to think you were going to miss the fun. Fun, Aizawa coldly repeated. He wasn't as excited as she was. Not right now. Really, never. He glanced at the screens. The applicants were assembling, full of enthusiasm, even though the exam had not yet begun. This was the first serious test for the majority of them. Aizawa felt jealous of them. Beyond the gates of the academy, they had no notion what the real world was like. Seated on a little chair toward the front of the room, Dean Nezu, the shrewd chimera who oversaw UA University, practically blended in with the equipment due to his diminutive size. He glanced up from his clipboard as Aizawa walked in, his customary cheerful and hospitable manner unwavering. Nezu exclaimed, Ah, Eraserhead, I'm glad you could make it. We were just about to start, with a cheerful tone that belied the tension in the room. You'll want to see this batch of students. The entrance exam promises to be enlightening. With a grunt of recognition, Aizawa took up his place close to the rear of the room so he could see the action. His gaze swept over the vast network of cameras, taking in the several testing locations spread over UA's broad campus. The candidates were dispersed in groups, getting ready for the next trials. This was the beginning of their heroic adventure. He saw President Mike, Hizashi Yamada, standing close to one of the big speakers in the room's corner, microphone in hand, his typical raucous enthusiasm bubbling as he got ready to proclaim the exam's commencement. This is it, Yamada said, his voice echoing across the campus's speakers. The UA entrance exam begins now. Everyone in the observation area had a front row ticket to the impending clashes as the screens flickered and moved as drones hovered above the testing grounds. As he watched the eager applicants get started, Aizawa crossed his arms and leaned back a little. A silent moan escaped his lips. Perhaps they might discover someone today who could confront the brutality of the world. Perhaps these new pupils would be the ones to overcome the gloom that had descended upon them all. I hope, Aizawa thought. What a delicate thing. The faint murmur of concentrated attention permeated the observation room as the exam continued for a while. Every educator, stationed at their station, never took their eyes off the enormous array of displays that recorded every second of the trials outdoors. Hopeful pupils, some already displaying extraordinary promise, struggled with villain bots, while others stumbled through, eager to leave their mark. It was routine practice for the instructors at UA University to observe, evaluate, and document. They made mental notes of individuals who stood out because it was impossible to evaluate every application in real time due to the large number of them. A handful of applicants had already succeeded in grabbing their interest, but the main work, watching the video, would come later. Aizawa's eyes were half closed as he rested against the wall at the rear of the room, but he never took his eyes off the screens. Some individuals demanded more attention, but it was difficult to concentrate with so many people scurrying to avoid the robots and terrain traps. One of them was an examinee who was virtually ignored, until a metal pipe appeared to float through the air and struck a villain bot Victory's side without causing any harm. Eyes narrowing at the sight, Aizawa mumbled under his breath, "That's interesting." It was obvious that the examinee had stayed unseen during the battle because the bot's sensors must have been confused because they did not react to the strike. The teachers didn't grasp what was going on until the camera focused on the strangely floating pipe. "Oh, look at that," Midnight added, her voice tinged with both wonder and laughter. "I didn't even notice them until now." Aizawa kept staring at the hovering thing. Whoever the invisible examinee was, their initial failure did not appear to deter them. This student adopted a different strategy from the others, who persisted in using raw force to crush or blast through the robots. The bot suddenly shut down a short while later. Mumbled, "Found the off switch," Aizawa said. A slight grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I nearly doubted that any of them would be astute enough to locate them." The majority of pupils placed too much emphasis on eliminating the opposition rather than figuring out the best course of action. This invisible examinee demonstrated that they weren't only about using force by taking the time to identify the bot's weakness. Aizawa mentally noted that they should watch their video again later. Present Mike remarked, "And there we go, observing the same thing. Looks like we've got a stealthy one." With a muttered, "Definitely getting points for that," Aizawa added. "Sometimes power's not the answer. Knowing how to use what you've got, that's the real test." The invisible examinee easily advanced, using their status as invisible to defeat another bot by the same means. Aizawa turned his focus to another bright candidate and let the other teachers carry on their teasing. He noticed a boy with purple hair on one of the bigger TVs. Something familiar pulled at Aizawa's recollection, causing him to squint. The child had no quirks, or at least he was acting like he did. "That one," mumbled Aizawa. Zooming in, he watched intently as the child struggled with pieces of a shattered bot, removing a metal arm and wielding it as a makeshift weapon. His physique still lacked the refined definition that came with years of hero training, so he was respectable but not very strong. However, despite his obvious disadvantage, his actions demonstrated a feeling of resolve and a reluctance to give up. After a few awkward attacks, the lad realized that using force alone would not suffice and swiftly changed tactics. He had found the robot's off switch, much like the unseen examinee, and had used a quick blow to the weak spot to bring a robot to a halt. Aizawa leaned closer, intrigued. Observing the boy's flexibility, he thought, "He's learning." Aizawa's curiosity grew as he observed more. He opened the boy's file on his iPad and quickly looked over the information. A strong quirk, but ineffective against machines, he observed. That's why. The child had anticipated this, understanding that he wouldn't always benefit from his quirk. He had worked hard to build up his body instead of depending on brute force, fighting without the one thing that most examinees depended on most, their quirk. A rare occurrence nowadays. Impressing Aizawa wasn't something that happened effortlessly. He muttered to himself, "I'll be keeping an eye on this one," as he stored the name in his mind. It was difficult to overlook another examinee farther down the line of displays. Blonde hair, red eyes, and an explosive fighting style that made it obvious he wasn't here to play games. This one caught the attention of every teacher in the room. As the explosions illuminated the screen, Cementos remarked, "That kid's got an ego the size of the moon. But damn, he's good." The child was unrelenting, using a horrifying amount of power and accuracy to rip through the villain bots. His explosive talent, known as his quirk, was being employed for movement as much as destruction. He moved fluidly across the battlefield, flinging himself from one target to another with merciless efficiency thanks to powerful bursts. Snipe said, We got ourselves a prodigy, and shook his head in amazement. But look at him. That temper's going to be a problem. Aizawa gave a small nod. There was no denying the child's brilliance, yet there was something about his demeanor and mannerisms. Conceit. He was emblazoned with it. It was evident to the others as well, and it was easy to compare it to the kind of people they had lost in recent years. Those who possessed the skill but let pride or hatred to overcome them. Aizawa crossed his arms and spoke the words, "Better keep him close, before the world does." Time passed swiftly, and the exam was almost over, which meant one thing. As he excitedly pressed a red button, the Chimera, the Dean of UA, exclaimed, "Well, I don't know about you guys, but I am getting bored. What say we spice things up?" Then, as building-sized robots known as executors began to appear in each training area and go on the rampage, hell broke loose. The examinees began to run at the sight of these giants, as was to be expected. Fighting the executors accomplishes nothing because they are merely points worthless impediments. The fact that so many of them fled at the first hint of danger was nonetheless disappointing to the professors. Even the most realistic pro-heroes like Aizawa can no longer deny the truth that sometimes it's preferable to stand up and fight despite the insurmountable odds, even though it makes sense to retreat when confronted with an opponent who is above your current capabilities. The very least these self-styled future heroes can do is display some bravery by not purposefully or unintentionally bumping into each other or abandoning one another to cover their weaknesses. He receives a lot of criticism for dismissing pupils, but how is Aizawa not justified for such a reprehensible performance? His sole regret is that he should have been more aware of the harm that black marks may cause to a kid. He can acknowledge that he was the antagonist in this situation. However, he recovered. This year's bracket might not be in the same league. Sekijiro-kan said, "Well, at least not everyone is a total coward," after seeing the same blonde with the explosive quirk demolish one of the executors. "You can have that one, Shota." Aizawa growled, "Screw you, Kan," unwilling to even consider the possibility of another egotist in his classroom. When Nomori saw that an executor was going to crush a young brunette who was caught beneath debris, and that the examinees next to her were either unaware of her or too afraid to care, she raised her voice and said, "Shit. Higari, call off the executor in ground beta." Her seductive demeanor vanished. Power Loader took swift action, stopping the executor just in time to keep it away from the girl. When Nomori saw the girl, 13 sighed, only to realize later that she was holding her breath. "That was too close for comfort," said Anon Kuros, the space hero. "Add that to the list of reasons why we deserve to be closed down because of this insufferable excuse of a test," Aizawa complained. Emi said, "You'd think we'd mix things up a little by now," with a hint of annoyance mixed with her customary joy. "These entrance exams, year after year, it's the same predictable script. Send them out, have them smash a few robots, watch them panic over the executors, and then clap when they barely make it through." Aizawa nodded in agreement and groaned. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. These robot drills don't truly test what it means to be a hero. At best, they test how well students can handle physical confrontation, but what about crisis management? Rescue scenarios? There's more to being a hero than punching metal." Khan snorted, "Oh, like you have a right to judge, Mr. Taste of Death." I recovered. When the exam was finally completed, Aizawa moaned, "You guys definitely haven't." "Well, that's it for this year's entrance exam at least, and again, no serious damage that'll potentially get us sued," said the present Mike. "Tell that to the girl we almost squashed, Shota. Why must you be a downer all the time?" "I'm just being realistic. That's your justification for being a downer all the time." "What's the brunette's name?" "Speaking of being sued," Nomori urged, "we had better be 3 steps ahead for damage control in case she comes from a wealthy family." "If the girl is rich, she would have been in the recommendation exam instead," Anon said. Many people continue to believe that the recommendation exam is the cowardly, simple path. Aizawa clarified, "Our dear number 1 didn't want his son to take the easy route at first, but in the end, it was the lad's choice, and he decided to be lazy." "Yeah, Ketsubutsu never accepted recommendations and forced all the students to enter the hero course the same as everybody else," Emi said. Power Loader replied, "Found her, after obtaining the file Nomori had asked for. The girl is Ochako Uraraka. Zero gravity is a quirk. It will be helpful in rescue operations. Additionally, her father is the owner of a construction company. The Musutafu Sanctum was constructed by the same company. She is not affluent, but she recently become wealthy and is now a member of a prominent family." Mike swallowed. "So we should be 6 steps ahead of this," he said. "Well, in the worst-case scenario, We'll say it's Mike's fault that Mr. Uraraka's daughter was almost killed, Nomori chuckled. Hey. When Nomori received a call on her phone and answered it as soon as she realized who it was, the humor abruptly stopped. Takayama. What's up, girl? I'm expecting a fun call from my new friend, who is admittedly a pain in the ass but still too much fun to hate, she remarked in a playful jibe. Her abrupt change in demeanor, however, made it clear to her coworkers that this was not a cordial call. What does bad mean? Nomori asked professionally before becoming more serious. The Yakuza. That infuriated all of the pro-hero teachers, and their leader and the dean of UA were also fascinated. I get it. You won't believe this shit, Nomori said, hanging up and turning to her friends. We're on our way. A gang war between the Shi Hasaikai and another Yakuza group has just broken out in Musutafu, and it is taking place close to the sanctum. Why are there idiots in this place? As far as we know, this city is not their territory, Khan insisted. Not important. Nezu calmly stated, we cannot send everyone while the examinees remain on campus, under our protection. Musutafu cannot afford to lose the sanctum. You, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Ms. Joke ought to be enough to assist the surviving heroes of Musutafu in resolving this issue. Midnight. Understood, said Aizawa, who was always prepared for an unplanned battle. This one will keep him up all day, but if they can stop the Shi Hasaikai, it will be well worth it. Disappointment weighed heavily on Ochako Uraraka. She still hadn't moved past the fact that she hadn't been accepted into the hero course, and a month had passed since the UA University entrance exam. The image of those tall executors smashing through the training grounds was as vivid in her mind as the day it had occurred, and she could still feel her quirk's pressure decreasing under the stress, her heart racing in her chest as her dreams of becoming a pro-hero dwindled farther and farther away. Now, as she crossed the vast campus of UA, she was on her way to Class 1C, General Course. The idea made her stomach turn. Ochako thought, it wasn't supposed to be like this, as she stared at the ground, her feet dragging in time with her emotions. Even though her parents assured her that she didn't need to push herself so hard, Ochako felt the pressure mounting because she couldn't afford to relax, not when she had dreamed of becoming a pro-hero to help her family, even though her family's circumstances had finally improved and her father's construction company had secured a significant contract, making them financially secure for the first time in years. With her fists clenched at her sides, she told herself, I can't fail, and that she must continue trying for their sake. The pain of failure, however, persisted no matter how hard she forced those thoughts to the front, a heavy, ever-present reminder of what she had lost, or perhaps what she had yet to prove. She was so preoccupied that she didn't notice the person approaching her until it was too late. Observe it. After she slammed against a tall, broad-shouldered man, a voice shattered, and she staggered backward, briefly fearing that she would tumble. However, she was caught just in time by an arm that encircled her waist before she touched the ground. How are you? A considerably softer voice inquired. Ochako blinked, still a little stunned, and glanced up at her unexpected savior, taller than the obnoxious blonde who had pushed her away, and the first thing she saw was his fluffy green hair, a little unkempt and spilling over a pair of gentle green eyes. He had the kind of unremarkable appearance that made him plain-looking and not one to stand out, but there was something about him that caught her attention. He had a warm, disarming presence despite his unremarkable appearance, which was dotted with freckles that, if you were to connect the dots, looked like diamonds. He smiled slightly at her and said, I'm sorry about him, he enjoys being challenging. Ochako thought he knew the other guy rather well based on the way he said it, but there was no time to inquire. She hurriedly brushed it off and stood up, feeling a little ashamed. Thanks, she stammered. I'm all right. He nodded and said, good, his smile lasting a moment before he looked at the time. But we'd better hurry, he said. First day and all. They were both running late for class, and Ochako looked at the clock on the wall next to them and realized with a start that he was right. She gave him another short thank you before they both started jogging in the same way. Ochako couldn't help but glance at him sometimes as they navigated the twisting hallways of UA. Despite everything, there was something soothing about his presence that made her feel a bit less anxious. Ochako's heart skipped a beat when they rounded a curve and came to a stop in front of Class 1C, the same classroom door. Are you also enrolled in the general course? Surprised, she asked, not expecting someone who appeared so capable to be in her shoes. Yeah, the lad said, shrugging slightly, his eyes fluttering with something Ochako couldn't quite identify. His tone was informal, but Ochako could see there was more going on. I didn't quite cut it either. The bell sounded before she could continue, and they both rushed inside. Ochako felt the weight of her disappointment return as they sat down, and she looked around the classroom at the other students, some of whom appeared as sad as she did, while others appeared unconcerned, as though they had never planned to enroll in the hero course at all. However, she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of curiosity when she glanced at the green-haired man sitting a few rows ahead of her once more. He seemed different from the others, as if he didn't belong here. She had failed once, but that didn't mean it was over. Even for those in the general course, UA was a place full of opportunity, and for the first time that day, a tiny sense of resolve awoke inside her. She was certain that there were others who shared her sentiments. Greetings, students. Those who aren't shocked to see the voice hero are more shocked that his shouting wasn't nearly as loud as he usually could be, let alone cause their ears to bleed dry, he said in a cheerful voice as he entered the classroom. For those of you who are unaware, my name is Hizashi Yamada, sometimes known as the hero, present Mike, and I am one of the beautiful foreign exchange students we have for this year and hopefully till graduation. I will be your homeroom teacher in Class 1C, and I am all about breaking the barrier between what is Japanese and what is English, the voice hero said in his introduction. However, I am also fluent in Spanish, if that is of interest to any of you. It is exciting to know that they will have real pro heroes for teachers, and present Mike is the ideal man to make them feel more than welcome, even if they decide to pursue different careers. This is true even though none of the students in classes 1C, 1D, or 1E will be receiving any studies or training on how to be heroes. I understand that you young listeners came here to learn, mostly how to be heroes, and that you think the general course isn't for you, but don't suddenly stop talking to me. Transferring to the hero course is feasible, and there will be numerous opportunities for you to demonstrate your abilities. Since UA is ultimately a university and universities offer a variety of career paths, Mike advised his new students to exercise patience. And if you later decide that heroics isn't for you, then your time in the general course will be well spent, he said. Many pro heroes, like myself, know that it's better to have a secondary career lined up and ready for when you have to retire eventually. In the unlikely event that I go silent for any reason, I might pursue a third career, but that is neither here nor there. Ochako resisted the need to inquire aloud, and if becoming a hero is solely for the benefit of another career, we might prefer, since, even to her, it sounded awful. Now, we have to go to orientation before we begin your first lessons of the year. Follow me because you have to get to know your classmates and the rest of the faculty before anything else happens. With 1C eagerly following, Mike boomed, thankfully not too loudly. After just a few minutes of walking, 1C encountered other student classes, and Ochako could tell that they were from classes 1A and 1B of the first-year hero course, which were also supervised by their teachers. One of them was dressed entirely in black, save for the scarf that resembled a hobo. Ochako doesn't know any heroes who dress like hobo, so perhaps he's underground. Her mother once told her that many heroes avoid the spotlight and stay in the background. The blood hero, Vlad King, is the other one she is familiar with. According to her father, he was rather well known when he began his pro-hero career but later discovered that teaching was his true calling, and his students have always come first. When Ochako looked at the hero course students, he noticed that they were more presentable than 1C, which is to be expected. There are many heteromorphs who, in Ochako's opinion, look cool, but the most striking of them is a handsome young man who is as tall as the greenette from 1C and has hair that is evenly divided between crimson red on his left side and white on his right. He's talking to someone with spiky red hair, or rather, he's trying to ignore him while fighting the urge to scream at him, or worse, for starting a conversation he doesn't want to be a part of. Now that she's looking better, he almost looks like a Pomeranian. She also noticed the rude blonde who threw her aside earlier, his red eyes an eyesore like his attitude. Ochako isn't the only person he's upset with. There's a female near them who has only pink skin and hair, black eyes with yellow irises, and the stink eye. Ignoring the redhead, the Pomeranian inadvertently glanced at 1C. Ochako doesn't care what he thinks of people who aren't in the hero course, at least not until she saw him widen his eyes in surprise when he looked at someone in her class, and that someone was the greenette. The Pomeranian clearly recognizes him based on the glance, but his response is not entirely favorable. Deku. The Pomeranian snarled in utter indignation at seeing the greenette, who failed to notice him. He didn't raise his voice loud enough for everyone to hear, but those who did could sense the hate in his tone. Other than that, Ochako had another idea. She thought, what a cute name, without giving the greenette, who she now knew was named Deku, another look. In the largest auditorium the newcomers had ever seen, one that could accommodate hundreds of students, UA University's first-year students gathered in a sea of new faces, all buzzing with excitement and a little bit of nervousness as they awaited the dean's speech. Some second and third year students who had come to watch the newcomers surrounded the first year students, their faces filled with quiet confidence, a reminder of the standards UA upheld. Standing in front of the gathering, surrounded by almost all of the UA faculty, was Nezu, the diminutive but imposing chimera who oversaw UA with a keen sense of humor and wisdom. He was grinning mischievously as he looked about at the group of eager pupils. "Congratulations," Nezu said, his voice booming through the speakers, reaching every person in the audience. "I want to express my sincere congratulations to everyone who came today. You are already one step ahead of others, regardless of whether you battled valiantly to get admission to the hero course or secured a spot in the general, support, or business courses. Being a student at UA was a badge of distinction, and even those who had not been accepted into the hero course had proven themselves worthy, so the dean's remarks carried weight and many students stood a little taller. But make no mistake," he added, "getting here was just the beginning." Nezu's eyes glinted with what could only be characterized as pleasure, and his smile widened slightly. "Those of you in the hero course in particular need to be ready to sacrifice everything if you want to stay here. Complacency is not tolerated by UA." The anxiety in the air grew as the kids stood silent. "And to those of you in the general, support, or business courses," Nezu said in a sly manner, "you should remember this. The positions in the hero course are not set in stone." The atmosphere changed, and the hero course students felt uneasy, with several of them becoming anxious at the idea that their spots were anything than assured. Nezu went on, obviously relishing the response his words were evoking. "If any hero course student falters or even flinches in their performance, they will be replaced by someone from another course who shows more promise." Ochako listened carefully, feeling the weight of Nezu's words. The competition at UA was always going to be fierce, but now the stakes felt even higher. Nevertheless, this is what she was hoping to hear, so when the opportunity arises, she will climb the mountain to heroism. The hero course students exchanged glances, their pride tempered by a new sense of pressure. Sensing the change in tone, Dean Nezu gave himself permission to laugh a little. "Now, don't let that scare you too much. You've all shown yourself capable, after all. However, I have to tell you that only the strongest wills make it through UA." As he spoke, the dean's eyes glowed mischievously. "So, try your hardest. Make your dreams come true, but be ready to protect them at every turn." Following that, Shota, Hizashi, Sakijiro, Emi, and Nomori, among other faculty members, nodded in accord. As the dean began to speak, the mood changed. His tone became heavier, the warmth of his earlier remarks replaced with a serious edge, and Nezu let a pause stretch over the room, the faces of the first-year students full with anticipation, worry, and joy. "For the past few months, Japan has enjoyed a period of peace, but do not be fooled. This moment will not last," Nezu said, looking around the assembly. "The world is not as it once was." It was a shared weight, a collective memory that hung over all of them, and the students felt a chill. They all knew what Nezu was talking about, even though the dean never spoke it out loud. "Our society has suffered its greatest defeat 8 years ago," Nezu added, his voice becoming softer but no less powerful. Everyone in the crowd seemed to be touched by the mention of their society collapsing. Several bent their heads in silent contemplation, while others who had up until then exhibited a hyperactive attitude stood motionless with solemn looks. His fists clenched as his mind swirled. The people he wanted to lash out at, the ones who caused this catastrophe, were far out of his grasp, and it gnawed at him. The Pomeranian struggled with his emotions among the crowd, anger burning beneath his skin. Angry at the villains responsible, angry at himself for not stopping it, angry at a world that felt so broken. Nezu's statements were taken seriously by the entire group, who felt the weight of the past bearing down on them. "Other hero academies like Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu universities, our comrades and rivals, suffered terrible attacks," Nezu said, his voice becoming softer. "They had to close and put their pupils' futures on wait for their safety." Even several second and third year students stood silently, contemplating the frailty of their environment, and there was a murmur in the throng, a ripple of surprise from those first years who hadn't understood just how severe the situation had become for their fellow colleges. "But," Nezu went on, "I'm glad to say that they'll be reopening the following week. Some of their students have returned to UA to complete their hero education in their second and third years in the interim." Despite not yet being introduced by name, the new students from Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu universities stood as a testament to the unity of their academies, and he gestured toward a small group of students who had quietly joined the assembly. Ms. Joke, who was in the faculty line, waved to her former Ketsubutsu students, who were now starting their third year, and couldn't help but express her happiness at seeing them continue their journey to become pro-heroes despite everything. I implore you all to treat these newcomers with the respect they deserve, Nezu added in a firm and determined voice. They're here to become future pro-heroes, just like the rest of you. They're here now, just like you, despite having overcome obstacles that many of you are still unaware of. Despite the fact that the first years had not yet had much interaction with one another, the weight of Nezu's statement gave many of them a reinvigorated feeling of purpose, and a sense of camaraderie was emerging among the crowd. Remember this. Divided we fall, united we stand, Nezu said, standing up straight, his petite figure exuding authority. That's what heroism is all about. Both individually and collectively, you will encounter innumerable obstacles, but you must never waver. A pro-hero's heart, spirit, and capacity for mutual support are what give them strength, not just their quirk. Most of the kids found the words to be poignant, and they shared silent understanding glances. While some found the concept of teamwork to be instinctive, others faced a greater inward battle. Deku's spirits were raised by Nezu's remarks, which confirmed what he had always thought, that heroism was about rescuing others, cooperating, and persevering in the face of adversity. He looked around at his classmates, feeling a fresh resolve to perform to the best of his abilities. After Nezu's lecture ended, the audience started to move, inspired by his final remarks, and the students made an unwritten commitment to support one another and overcome any obstacles they would encounter, both new and old. The kids of 1A and 1B stayed close but still apart as the assembly gradually disbanded, quietly getting ready for the beginning of their UA trip. Class 1C was led by Present Mike, who asked each student to introduce themselves, share their quirks, hobbies, and motivations. The task was straightforward, but many students displayed a predictable eagerness to state their ambition to become heroes. After orientation, most classes, with the exception of 1A and 1B, settled into a more normal rhythm. Since the main goal of UA is to learn how to become a hero, it seemed obvious that anyone who became locked in the general course would try their best to escape. Others had different goals. One student shared that they wanted to study under Recovery Girl to become a doctor, who was still a hero but did not usually get the same credit as those who fought villains. Present Mike was quick to support this unconventional career path, complimenting the student for picking such an important and honorable career. When it was Ochako's turn, she introduced herself succinctly, saying, "My quirk, zero gravity, lets me make things weightless, but if I overdo it, I get nauseous." She hesitated, then said, "I want to be like my idol, the space hero." 13. She didn't go into detail about her genuine desire to ensure her family's future out of concern that it would be mocked. The pupil with the green hair, the boy who had apprehended Ochako earlier that morning, was next in line. He gave a different name when he introduced himself, "I am Izuku Midoriya," which surprised Ochako because of what she had heard previously. Izuku added, "My quirk is called cowling," in a calm, informal tone as though what he said were commonplace. "It transforms my body into a living battery that accumulates bioenergy over time, which I can use primarily to improve my physical prowess, but I can also use this bioenergy to build things. My body will be harmed by excessive use, but as they say, no pain, no game. I originally intended to enter the hero course, but a family issue came up that I couldn't ignore, so I skipped out on the practical portion of the entrance exam." He briefly paused before continuing, saying, "I also have a side interest in quirk analysis and quirk science, which I'm planning to pursue as a second career." His voice was steady and unfazed. Izuku's tone was distant, almost like he was summarizing unimportant facts, but there was something about him that hung in the air, and everyone in the room could see that he didn't belong in the general course. As he talked, there was a murmur in the class. The way he conducted himself, his skills, and his quirk all said that he should have been at the top. There was something different about Izuku Midoriya. Feel as though they were witnessing the potential for greatness, just hidden beneath the surface. Present Mike, despite his cheerful demeanor, couldn't hide his intrigue, and Ochako couldn't shake that indescribable presence he carried, quiet, understated, but powerful all the same. Even though the weight of the day's discoveries still weighed heavily on her mind, Ochako sighed with relief as the bell rang, marking the end of the university day. She packed her belongings and followed the stream of students leaving UA's grand campus, but her thoughts kept returning to the quiet green-haired boy who had surprised her in class during the walk to the train station. It was as crowded as ever at the train station, and Ochako just managed to get on the train in time, searching the car for a place but soon realizing that standing was her only option. The commute home was always like this. Tight, painful, but regular. She recognized the man who had introduced himself to her as Deku. As the train started to move, Izuku, who was sitting across the car and leaning against the window, wearing headphones and looking off into space as though he was deep in thought, He wasn't particularly intimidating, but there was something about him that felt different. Ochako couldn't get close because of the crowded area between them, so she watched him from a distance, intrigued but happy to leave it at that. She saw Izuku getting up too when the train came to her stop, and she blinked in surprise when she realized that they lived close to the same station. They got off the train together, into the warm evening air, and Ochako walked a few steps behind him, keeping her distance. The Musutafu Sanctum, one of the biggest shelters in the area, was located in this area of the city, and Ochako's steps slowed as they continued down the familiar street. Her parents' construction company had been heavily involved in the design and construction of the sanctum, which was more than just a building. It was a haven for those displaced by villain attacks and a symbol of resilience. She realized abruptly that Izuku was also on her way to the sanctum. The sanctum was a strictly regulated environment, heavily guarded to prevent villain infiltration. Residents had to adhere to strict rules, but it was still better than being out in the open, vulnerable to the rampant destruction that had taken over Japan in recent years. Ochako scowled to herself, wondering how she had never noticed this before, even though she had lived there herself. Izuku went straight through the gated area, past the checkpoint where security guards were on guard, and Ochako followed her access privileges, making it easier for her to get in. The atmosphere inside was different, safe but controlled, like a city inside a city, with workers, students, and families rushing about, many of them with the same tired look in their eyes. How many of her students lived here, under the same roof, in the same conditions? Ochako chastised herself silently for not noticing sooner. She had been so preoccupied with her own world, her own goals, that she had failed to think about who else may be experiencing similar difficulties. He didn't look back, didn't seem to notice her, and Izuku was already a few steps ahead, walking with the same quiet composure he displayed all day. Ochako wondered for a moment what it was like for him, because he had mentioned family issues earlier, and now that she knew where he lived, she could guess the weight he might be carrying. We're all carrying something, she thought, but suddenly she was starting to notice the invisible strands that bound them together for the first time. The following day was as routine as it could get. Although UA is a hero academy, its organizational structure required more than just a place where students could use their quirks without limitations. For example, 1C began the day by learning English, a subject they all studied in high school, but Mike Sensei's lessons are more complex and difficult for those who are not interested in learning multiple languages. This is a skill that all heroes must master if they wish to become heroes, as their greatest accomplishment aside from becoming pro would be obtaining an international license. After all, no hero is permitted to perform their work without authorization in another nation. Ochako isn't very adept at comprehending English and doesn't adjust well, but she will have to get by. Izuku was the only student in present Mike's class who didn't appear to be having any trouble at all. When Mike Sensei attempted to be a smartass by making a joke in Spanish, Midoriya surprised him by responding in the same language. Midoriya also performed well in math class, which was taught by ectoplasm, and was nearly perfect in art class, which made Midnight swoon over him in jest. If it wasn't clear enough, when Mike Sensei brought it up, they all silently decided to designate 1C's star student as the class representative. She was practically a princess in the Musutafu Sanctum, and at UA, the hero lunch rush made sure no student went hungry. Lunchtime was a time of clarity, less work, more food, and enjoyment. Ochako used to dread breakfast, lunch, or dinner because she thought that one day she would go to the table and find nothing because her parents could no longer afford it, but these days she has forgotten what that fear was like. She may have gained some weight as a result of her new pleasure, though, and this may or may not have contributed to her exam failure. I have to go to the gym, she whispered pityingly. When Ochako finished her lunch, she made the decision to go back to class immediately. However, she wasn't the only one who felt this way, as Izuku was inside before everyone else, writing something in his notebook, and it appeared that he was totally focused on what he was writing. He was so oblivious to present Mike's abrupt appearance in front of his desk. Hey, listener, how are things going? Izuku jumped, instinctively almost slamming his notebook shut. Whoa, I apologize, Midoriya. I didn't want to frighten you. Yamada raised his hands in a peace sign. The situation is fine, Mike Sensei. Were you in need of anything? Oh, nothing important to say. I simply had no idea that any of my nice new listeners would return so quickly. My buddies and I used to wish that lunchtime would never finish. Mike thought. I understand how dull these non-heroic classes can be. Although I understand that, I haven't found any of them objectionable thus far. With his typical nonchalant tone, Izuku declared, I'm a shameless nerd. Then you and Ectoplasm will get along like a house on fire in no time, Mike chuckled. After that, He glanced down at Izuku's notepad and saw some of the inverted analysis and drawing he had done on present mic. "Hey, what do you got here? This lovely devil is who?" Izuku laughed a little, which helped because it was really embarrassing for his teacher to watch how Izuku analyzed him. Like I said yesterday, I like to write about heroes and their quirks. I'm sorry if it's a little creepy." For a moment, Yamada gazed at the book. "Would you mind if I looked?" "What? Would you mind if I looked at your analysis? I could sign it," he proposed. His teacher began reading the analysis, snorting once, and Izuku was appalled to see that he had included a note in there earlier suggesting that Yamada's hairstyle might help make him more aerodynamic. Izuku partially revealed how much of a fanboy he really is by the offer made to him, and he handed Yamada his book without hesitation. However, Yamada's demeanor shifted from lighthearted to thoughtful as he continued to read. "You mean I'm using my quirk to generate lift? I never considered that," he said, glancing at Izuku through his glasses. "This is really intriguing stuff, Midoriya. I'll have to ask Powerloader if he can make my outfit into a flight suit." Yamada glanced deeper into the notebook, his brow wrinkled, and when he looked up, he briefly appeared apprehensive. Izuku blushed, embarrassed, and proud. No one had ever requested to look at his analysis, much less commend it. "Is it okay with you if I show someone this? Excuse me?" Unable to comprehend what he had heard, Izuku repeated. Mike stated, "I know this is out of the blue and all, but to be frank, the information in this notebook is honestly pretty advanced and not something I'd ever expect in a student, not even a third year," yet his tone was one of curiosity rather than condemnation. "Oh," Izuku muttered, now looking unsure. "Yeah, I understand what you mean by that. The problem is that I couldn't use cowling as a child because it was an accumulation type that required a lot of energy before it could be useful, so I spent the time learning how other people could make up for it with their quirks. I'm aware that saying it aloud makes it sound creepier. I've received multiple accusations of stalking. Indeed, many quirk analysts have been referred to as such or worse." Izuku felt better about his pastimes after Mike remarked, "But that doesn't take away from how important their job is, especially as quirks continue to evolve and change, so you can never go wrong with having one around." Ochako didn't think anyone would be this fortunate because it was guaranteed that, even though some of the teachers were cheerful and gregarious, they would be difficult to impress unless you had a powerful quirk and knew how to use it properly. But maybe she was wrong. And suddenly, Midoriya has already won the favor of one of the teachers. As news broke that UA had brought a well-known heroine out of retirement to teach the foundational hero lessons for classes 1A and 1B, but no one knew who she was yet, Ochako's third day at UA began unexpectedly. What was supposed to be another typical morning swiftly descended into chaos as reporters crowded the university's entrance. As nearly all of 1C stood on the sidelines, far enough away to avoid attracting the notice of the avaricious reporters, Tsutsutaka Agoyamato remarked irritably, "You know, I'm starting to think being a hero may not be for me if it means putting up with those damn reporters all the time." "I know, those guys are nothing but vultures with no real reason for living," said Chikuchi Togeke. "We better think of something quick, because sooner or later those idiots are going to trigger UA's iron wall, leaving us stranded and eligible for expulsion." With a sneer, Tsutsutaka said, "Right, like I know a way out of that shit show." Yoshi Nisho groaned, "Oh, this sucks balls," and felt like giving up in frustration. Ochako watched, fascinated, as Izuku spoke, but before anyone could come up with a good strategy, he walked forward with a quiet resolution in his gaze. Izuku groaned and made a choice. "Well, I guess it can't be helped," he said. "This is the first time she has spoken to him directly. What might that be?" Ochako asked. "She generally strikes up a conversation with everyone, no matter how impolite, but when it comes to Izuku, she's not sure how to approach him without coming across as simplistic." Izuku remarked with confidence, "Something really dumb, but I promise that I'll take full responsibility for this stunt," as his body started to transform. Red, vein-like lines ran through his skin, giving off a glow that made him appear to be burning from the inside out. He was suddenly surrounded by a green, electric aura that flickered like flames, and his eyes glowed bright green. Tsutsutaka screamed in a panic, "What the, are you crazy? You can't use your quirk in public without a license?" Izuku shrugged, "Don't worry about it," and then he released an electric pulse that swept across the group in a single fluid motion. It didn't hurt, but Ochako could feel the energy flowing through her, blue instead of green. Rather, it buzzed beneath her skin like a soft hum. Her feet rose off the floor, and she blinked. As best she could explain, Izuku was employing an electrical form of telekinesis to levitate them. Without saying a word, they started to float over the tumultuous scene below, avoiding the impending danger of UA's iron walls and flying above the reporters until safely landing inside the school grounds. Izuku lowered himself and the others to the ground, still glowing a little. He maintained a neutral expression, as if the whole thing had been a usual performance. Ochako's heart pounded. What she had just seen was dangerous as well as amazing. Given that utilizing a quirk without a license might land one in serious problems, she was shocked that he had used it so publicly. She saw Shota Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada standing close to the front gates, interacting with the press. As they touched down, she thought they would respond, perhaps even running over to chastise them for disobeying the regulations. Surprisingly, though, neither teacher took any action. Rather, they looked at each other, but Ochako couldn't read their eyes. A peculiar understanding existed between them. Confused, Ochako muttered under her breath, "They didn't notice us?" She was unaware that Yamada and Aizawa had witnessed everything. They were sympathetic to the plight of their kids since they had spent years dealing with the relentless and frequently irate media. In silence, they both decided to overlook this one time. Viewing the entire episode through UA's covert cameras, Dean Nezu had witnessed everything as well but refrained from interfering, preferring to peruse the quirk analysis notebook that President Mike had shown him yesterday. Even though they all liked the idea of flying, 1C was relieved that none of the teachers, not even Mike Sensei, even brought up the topic of how Izuku got them all inside. They all silently decided not to discuss it and wished they would never have to do it again. Ochako's classes went smoothly, probably because she was still feeling the effects of the electrical shock. Time passed quickly, and she was eating lunch before she knew it. Since they were still getting to know one another, none of the people in 1C were close enough to create true friend groups, but things will soon improve. She initially sat by herself until concluding that it was past time to begin forming friendships, and who could be a better fit than Midoriya. Additionally, he eats lunch by himself, just as he has since the first day, and Ochako is aware that this isn't because he is shy but rather an attempt to avoid drawing attention from a certain Pomeranian. She eventually found out that the irate blonde's name was Katsuki Bakugo, and he was already well known in the institution for his violent and hostile actions. When the Hero Course students started their heroics training on the second day at UA, the mystery teacher, whoever she was, beat Bakugo so severely that he became even more irate and his rage spread like a plague throughout the student body. As a result, nobody has a good opinion of him anymore, with the exception of a redhead lackey named Eijiro Kirishima. Bakugo's insane contempt for Midoriya is one thing that Ochako and others have observed about him, and it's safe to assume that the Greenette is attempting to avoid conflict with him over any grudge he may have. Ochako is at least certain that Izuku is the innocent person, regardless of the cause. She inhales deeply, takes the initial steps toward Midoriya, and crosses her fingers. Unfortunately, she did not have a good day because a loud alarm began to ring in the cafeteria, rattling the eardrums of every kid. The girl next to Ochako, who had earplugs in, squealed in pain at the sudden commotion. She clamped her hands to her ears and quickly controlled her quirk in an attempt to block out the sound. OWW, god damn it, what is going on? Chikuchi almost choked on her rice as they all stood up. What in the world is causing this? Suddenly, attention, security level 3 has been broken. All students must evacuate in an orderly fashion. A loud, mechanical voice began blasting through the loudspeaker. Tenya Iida of Class 1A shouted, "What's security level 3?" as the wave of terrified pupils began to engulf and split them apart. A student replied, "It means someone has infiltrated the building. This has never happened in my 3 years here, hurry up and get out." Following that, there was complete chaos as the students lost all sense of reason and were crammed into a small space, with many of them so close to one another that they were barely able to breathe. Although it was challenging, several from 1A, 1B, and 1C made an effort to remain together. It was worse for some of the girls since they were so confused that they didn't even recognize the person who was touching them for sweet revenge. When Ochako and Iida discover it's the reporters outside, they gasp as they are smashed into the glass. Furious, "You have got to be kidding," she said. "Where are the teachers? Are they all outside dealing with the press? No one knows there's no cause for alarm. Everyone just fell into a herd panic. Like gazelles stalked by a lion," Tenya screamed. He heard a loud cry that sounded a lot like his invisible classmate just as he was about to try to yell something. Izuku was essentially in the front row to witness it. Her clothing was the only thing that made the unfortunate girl stand out. Everything else was invisible. She stumbled and fell all the way to the ground, and the person behind her didn't see anything and stepped on her thigh before collapsing himself. He heard Toru's agonized shriek and saw more hurrying kids coming after what must have been her head, followed by another enormous shoe. When Izuku saw her situation, his pulse raced in his chest. He instantly turned on Cowling, the familiar rush of power pulsing through his nerves and veins. He used his power and agility to push past the terrified students with a sudden burst of speed, making sure no one was harmed. He was on the girl in a moment, gripping her thigh with agony. The foot of another student was ready to land on her head. Izuku caught hold of her, jumped up, and lay floating in midair while holding the unseen girl. He also saw the journalists outside when he was in midair. Though his head was concentrated, his heart was pounding. Before anyone else was harmed, he had to calm everyone down. He silently ordered the unseen girl in his arms, looking down at her. "Close your eyes." She clamped her eyes shut and blinked. Well, he thought she blinked, but he couldn't see her face. Izuku's green bioelectric aura swelled without another word, growing stronger until it flickered across his body like lightning. The cafeteria was filled with a vibrant green glow as the light intensified. It was tough to ignore, but it wasn't blinding. While the other terrified kids turned to see what was occurring, those closest to him covered their eyes. The room was filled with light for 3 long seconds, drawing everyone's attention. Then Izuku turned it off as fast as it had come on, his aura reverting to its typical gentle hum. Izuku's voice reverberated across the now quiet cafeteria. "Everyone, calm down." His tone was calm but firm as he commanded authority while hovering in midair. "It's not a villain attack." The alarm was triggered by the media outside. "There's no danger." A few kids looked at one another in embarrassment when the general terror died down. Izuku looked around the room with a disappointed, if not hostile, gaze. "Listen," he said with a heavier tone, "I get it. We were all caught off guard. But we're students of UA, not civilians. Even if you're not in the hero course, as long as you're within these walls, you can't act like defenseless citizens. You're supposed to be the ones who defend them." There was a mutter of agreement among the audience. Some pupils looked down in embarrassment, especially those from 1A and 1B. Many of them were obviously aware that they had failed to maintain their cool in a crisis, and Izuku's words struck a deep chord. He seized command, and nobody protested. "Lunch is over," he announced clearly. "Let's head back to our classrooms in an orderly fashion." The cafeteria started to clear after that, with the students now moving much more subtly. Izuku landed softly after floating back to the ground. Toru was gently placed on her feet by him. Now that the danger was over, he inquired in a much calmer tone, "Are you okay?" Toru Hagakure blinked as she glanced up at him. "Why yeah, thanks. You saved me back there." Izuku dismissed it. "I just did what I came to this university to learn about," he replied in a humble manner. "Do you need to go to the infirmary? You took a pretty bad hit." "I might have a concussion," she said, groaning and massaging her thigh. "Maybe it's best if I see a recovery girl." He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll walk you there." With the halls now largely deserted, the two of them started walking toward the infirmary. Toru appeared strangely silent, occasionally looking down at herself as though something were wrong. Izuku was aware, but he didn't give it any thought. He noticed a number of startled looks as they went by a few pupils, primarily from 1A, who could only identify her by her voice. As they gazed at Toru, who appeared utterly unaffected by the attention, a small group of people gathered in whispers. At last, Toru froze when she looked at her reflection in one of the hallway windows. She was staring back at her face. Her face was in view. She has wide round eyes with irises that are yellow on the inside and teal on the outside, long, disheveled, wavy chartreuse hair with pink flecks, and bushy eyelashes. This was the most she had ever seen of herself. Never. Her hand reached up to touch her cheeks as if to make sure what she was witnessing was true, and she remained in stunned stillness for a time. "Wah." Toru caressed her face and her voice wavered. "I'm visible?" For a moment, Izuku stared back at her in confusion, but then he realized. Her quirk, which had been active since birth, had abruptly stopped working. For the first time, she was able to see herself, something she had never done before. The surrounding 1A students murmured to each other as they stared in shock. Some appeared in awe, while others couldn't believe their eyes. Soon, the new Toru Hagakure was the talk of the town as the rumors became louder. Izuku, however, just smiled reassuringly at her. "You look great." Toru forced a tiny smile, still in a haze. She was still absorbing everything, but for the time being she concentrated on going with Izuku toward the infirmary. "Thanks, I think." The shock of her newfound visibility hung in the air, but they didn't say anything more after that. Izuku was still attempting to piece together exactly what had happened, but he was convinced that this day had taken a turn that no one could have foreseen. "She is really gorgeous," he reflected, "and that's the last of them. Good riddance." I'm all up for interviews, but they were just annoying. Still, how'd they get inside? The dean of UA studied the destroyed barrier of his university while his colleagues talked around him. He pondered what had caused it to fall apart, leaving behind mostly dust and a few pieces of debris. Our iron wall is made of steel, concrete, and a number of other materials that are the strongest and can survive anything that isn't a nuclear explosion. What on earth could have caused it to degrade in this way? Nezu walked carefully among the dust and debris, observing the devastation. He examined everything with keen eyes and made a number of observations. After formulating some hypotheses, he concluded that it would be preferable to share them in order to resolve issue as soon as possible. He straightened up on the ground, closed his eyes, and moved his paws behind his back and held them there. Everyone. Yeah, boss? What is it? Nezu opened his eyes and kept his hands behind his back as he turned to face his staff. He looked at the two and gave them a disappointed expression. I think so. However, we shall discuss this in private after the students leave for the day. Also, Aizawa and Kan, he said. I will let the other staff members know about their classes. But please teach your students how to properly respond in events of emergencies and crises. The cafeteria stampede was not something I would expect from such hero hopefuls, and while it was a pleasant and welcome surprise, it is unacceptable that it took a general course student to clean up that mess. Shota's eyebrows furrowed and Sekijiro nodded, his lips pursed. Nezu gestured for them to depart. With the intention of disciplining their students for their subpar behavior, both teachers quickly turned around and headed back to their classrooms. Nezu turned back to the demolished fence and watched them go for a bit. After they all agreed to his orders, Nezu started to return to his office with two of his employees. Ken and Higari, please do your best to get this fixed up as quickly as possible. Ectoplasm, please support them, and along with Ryo, I want you guys to oversee some patrols over the grounds for anything unusual. After they had walked a portion of the way to his office, Nomori inquired, any idea who or what caused this? Ideas? Yes. Some are more worrisome than others. But I cannot say for certain until I have some more information, unfortunately. Hizashi mumbled, geez, what a mess, not liking the direction that this was probably go. The ringing of Nezu's phone took him out of his reverie. After taking Recovery Girl's call, Nezu responded cheerfully, yes, Chio, what is it? What kind of development? When Nezu received a response, he froze in place, intrigued by the details. Is that so? I was told that her quirk, much like her parents, could not be turned off, said the dean. Him again? If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was desperately trying to get our attention. I'll go see this new development for myself soon. We could all use some good news after this. At the same moment that Nezu stopped walking, Hizashi questioned, what's happened? That new student of yours is making headway and has performed a miracle of sorts for one of Aizawa's problem children. Nezu grinned. If all goes well, our dear Tsutsumi will be letting Ms. Hagakure attend hero lessons since creating a new costume for her just got easy. The situation has abruptly changed. The last thing they need is for everyone to think that UA isn't a safe place for students, even though the actual extent of the break-in was kept secret to prevent students from becoming paranoid. The sudden transformation of Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl of 1A, who was unable to switch off her quirk and had never been seen before, was one item that was made public. The main function of her quirk is to refract light. When Izuku Midoriya used his quirk to completely cowl his body in an aura of electricity to also generate light, Toru's quirk was overloaded due to her close proximity, temporarily shutting it down and revealing her face to everyone for the first time. Everyone was captivated by her appearance since she was immediately identified as the most attractive girl at the university, causing other attractive girls, like Midnight, to gaze at her with jealousy. However, she was only able to remain visible for a short while before returning to her invisible state, which she frantically attempted to avoid by enlisting Izuku's assistance once more. Her newfound visibility is beneficial not only for her lifestyle but also for hero lessons. She had to be naked in order to use her abilities because she was unable to make clothing invisible, which made it difficult for her to be stealthy. The foundational hero studies teacher did not want to entertain this, so she was barred from hero lessons until she obtained a suitable costume. This was challenging because they could not create a geno-fiber costume that would blend in with her body without a visible piece of her DNA to examine. However, thanks to Izuku, this was now possible. After his actions in the cafeteria, Izuku gained a lot of popularity. People questioned why he wasn't on the hero course and said that his presence was already heroic. He didn't appear to mind the drab and even ridiculous response that he had to skip the practical phase of the entrance exam since he had a family matter to deal with after finishing the written portion. Ochako thought this was the most fascinating experience she had had at UA, but she was a little let down that she couldn't speak with Midoriya because he was only interested in the new attractive person at school. When Toru's actual face was shown, nobody could turn away. Her eyes shine like stars, and her skin is as smooth as marshmallows. Ochako didn't need to touch her hair to know it felt as calming as water, and she no longer wanted to worry about it. I hate him so much, she thinks, but then she hears Katsuki Bakugo's familiar voice just around the corner and sees Class 1A walking together and coming back from the training fields with tired expressions on their faces. Each of the Hero Course students' homeroom teachers subjected them to rigorous training, not intended to help them improve but to break their bodies as an example of how heroes should not behave after the cafeteria chaos. The UA staff was extremely disappointed in the Hero Course students for their poor performance and for doing nothing to stop the panic. 1A was made to run laps around the field for 40 minutes straight without breaks or quirks, and Ochako could tell that very few of them knew how to withstand such hardships without using their powers. Some of them appeared to be out of breath and ought to have passed out just now. Since Hagakure was the one who suffered the most and was deemed the sole victim of the chaos, she was exempted from punishment since the professors wanted to concentrate more on her visibility. Bakugo and Todoroki, who are more physically built than the others but still feel overburdened by what their homeroom instructor has done to them, are the only ones who appear to be doing okay. Should the two be punished for something they had to be there to stop in the first place, even though they weren't even close to the cafeteria when it all happened? Shota Aizawa seemed to agree. And in some ways, this was a less severe penalty than what 2A is receiving from Ms. Joke. When their punishment was complete, Denki Kaminari vomited his lunch and wanted to do it again. I know, had I known we get a slave master like Aizawa, I would have hit the gym when I turned 4, he moaned. Kyoka Jiro said, I should have gone to Isamu instead, and nearly choked. Tsuyu Asui wept, me too. I miss Habuko already. Minoru Mineta intended to whisper, why are we still here? Just to suffer, at least let me die grabbing onto the biggest boobies in UA, but he is unable to conceal his wickedness. Momo Yaoyorozu swore, I'll have you arrested one day. I'm not talking about the hobo bastard, I'm talking about Deku, Bakugo barked. Ochako gave that his whole attention. Mina Ishido complained, oh, here we go again, as she grew weary of the same old tune. Wiping perspiration from his brow, Kirishima questioned, what about your childhood friend? Bakugo angrily said, Deku is not my friend, he never was, instead. Could have fooled me since you always kept looking for an excuse to profess your feelings throughout high school, Mina chuckled. Raccoon eyes, Bakugo admonished, his crimson eyes promising the girl, who had also been a danger in his life since they first met 3 years ago, excruciating suffering. Shoto remarked somewhat arrogantly, I'm sure we'd be in the locker rooms by now if all of you would please play the quiet game like I requested. You half and half bastard, you can't tell me what to do, yelled Bakugo. He's our class representative and leader when the teachers aren't around, of course, he can tell us what to do, Tenya grumbled. Not to me, 4 eyes, Shoto remarked, well, then why don't I try earning your trust by hearing your woes? And then he stopped walking, forcing everyone else to follow suit. He then turned to face Katsuki. Exactly what has this Deku person done to earn your ire? And I am sure, Deku is another of your nicknames for us, extras, because no loving parent would ever name their child something so degrading. Degrading? I found Deku to be adorable and motivating, Ochako reflected thoughtfully. Katsuki exploded with unresolved frustration that, as far as anybody can tell, would never be resolved. I call him Deku because that's exactly what Izuku Midoriya is. Worthless. Useless. Pathetic piece of waste that will never amount to anything, he said. No disrespect to our fellow classmen in the general course, but I fail to see how anyone not studying to be a hero like us would be deserving of scorn, let alone any attention, Momo said. You're also being disrespectful, Ochako and the others thought simultaneously. Kyoka further stated, Y'all Momo's got a point. You're being more irrational than you were yesterday, as she played with an earbud. It's enough of an affront having that freak anywhere near UA, at least the other extras in the general course can serve as stepping stones to my ascension. Deku isn't even capable of being that, Katsuki grumbled. Hanta Siro said, dude, the guy can fly and turn himself into a flashbang using green electricity, so it's a no-brainer that he can't be a stepping stone because he's floating on top of everyone else, with a slight insult in mind. Katsuki yelled in denial, that quirkless freak can do no such thing. Okay, now I know you're messing with us. You had to have at least seen what he did for Hagakure, Denki gasped. The sight of Toru's lovely face nearly made Minoru forget his weariness. Yeah, He blessed us with the gift of getting to look upon a true goddess for our pleasure, Minoru yelled. Suyu's long, frog-like tongue gave him a slap across the face for his attitude. That bastard's been quirkless for as long as I've had the displeasure of knowing him, then all of a sudden, when we go to different high schools, he somehow developed one in those 3 years that we've been apart. That's bullshit. So what, you think he's using a support gear to mimic a quirk, or that someone gave him a quirk? Mina was puzzled. Katsuki kept saying, what else could it be? He's a liar and a cheater, but nobody seemed to take him seriously. Kirishima is the only one who is considering the proposal, but he is keeping quiet. Next thing you're going to tell us is that he's a creepy stalker who never left you alone until you ran away to a different city, laughed Kyoka. He is a stalker that never leaves me alone, and yet you let Kiri hound you since the first day of high school, Mina chuckled. Mina, cried Kirishima, embarrassed. Bakugo yelled, at least Kirishima respects boundaries. He respects Eijiro enough to call him by his given name, to a certain extent. More than Midoriya had ever received from him. Deku has no respect or boundaries, always following me around when we were never friends. Muttering under his breath practically all day. Talking about being a hero all the time but never actually doing anything for it. No exercise. No martial arts. And still, he acts all superior. How he would stress out his mother to the point of becoming overweight and getting health issues, but he couldn't be bothered to even help her either. But the worst thing was his notebooks that he used to draw and write about heroes in disgusting ways. Define disgusting? Shoto questioned, not because he was interested, but rather to end the discussion. Well, I only saw the inside of one of his notebooks once, but it was a drawing of Mount Lady when she made her debut with things really provocative written about her. Yeah, a lot of guys wrote and said a lot of provocative things about her, and the damn slut enjoyed every moment of it, said Kyoka, who didn't think highly of the mountain heroine. And let me guess, you took his property, burned it with your quirk, because that's your answer to everything, and tossed it through a window to teach him a lesson on not to do things like that. Katsuki gleefully exclaimed, damn right I did, in reference to the good deed he had done. Seeing through Bakugo's lies, Mina sneered, wonderful, thanks for reminding us that you're a complete and total asshole, which infuriated Bakugo. While everyone else was justifiably against Katsuki, Kirishima intervened to defend his heinous actions. Mina. Come on. Bakubro is just looking out for us, and we haven't met this guy ourselves to doubt what he is warning us about, Kirishima said. Ochako left after deciding she had heard enough. Even though most members of 1A chose not to offend Midoriya due to Bakugo's remarks, she at least verified for herself that the group isn't made up of the kindest individuals. If this is what people must expect from the next great heroes, then the world has truly turned against them. Katsuki evidently destroyed Izuku's quirk analysis notes for every hero he had witnessed in action. Present Mike gave one of these notebooks a try and had nothing but good things to say about it. It's alarming that Midoriya followed Bakugo around. They haven't spoken in person yet because, at one point, Katsuki may have been a good enough person for a cinnamon roll like Izuku to want to be friends with him. However, as he became more and more rotten, Midoriya began to avoid him, which is why Bakugo wouldn't have accused him of being quirkless. Maybe a very late bloomer. Ochako can't say with assurance that everyone is expected to exhibit quirks by the age of 4 by default because she never bothered to understand the scientific words for quirks. But she doesn't care about that. This probably means I can't call him Deku since he might take offense. She let out a dissatisfied sigh. Phooey. It seemed like a fine name to her. It has a pleasant ring and feel when said aloud. Like all other days, the fourth day at UA University began with most students getting used to their routine. Class 1A and 1B were reunited today, but for a unique training activity. The facility, a simulation zone designed to replicate natural disasters for rescue training, was located distance from the main campus. Although it was uncommon for the two classes to be brought together in this way, the dean wished to foster friendship between them rather than competition. A hint of eagerness for the lesson was unavoidable for Ochako. The training would be led by Space Hero 13. The idea of actually meeting her favorite hero, whom Ochako had idolized since childhood, made her hate being in the general course even more. Other than that, the day at university had been rather typical. With present Mike, learning English had become simpler. Students just needed to keep up with his course's cadence. Ochako pondered for a time, maybe today will be straightforward. In a moment, that thought vanished. Ochako looked in Midoriya's direction almost instinctively, as she was doing more and more of these days. It was difficult to overlook the peaceful, kind aura that surrounded him at all times. Today, however, was different. His normally calm demeanor had altered. His eyes were wide with fear and his face was pallid. Ochako felt his stomach tighten. Something was seriously wrong if Izuku was afraid. Present Mike also took notice. His normally animated voice trailed off as he abruptly ended the class, and his eyes darted to the window. Izuku appeared to be about to alert everyone, but his keen eyes were the first to notice something. Then, without the increased strength of his quirk, Mike's voice pierced the room. "Everyone, get down." The windows broke before anyone could respond. A monstrous thing, a creature with twisted wings, light-colored skin, and a brain that was gruesomely exposed, exploded into the classroom. It was terrible. Chikuchi was too astonished to respond as it rushed with alarming speed, its odd form sending dread through the students. Present Mike, however, was quicker. Even if his quirk didn't give him tremendous strength, his years of hero labor had made him resilient, and he deflected the creature's punch. He pushed the monster back toward the shattered window with grime and force. Mike's eyes skyrocketed as he let out a tremendous sonic explosion, which sent the monster hurtling out of the classroom. After colliding with the ground below, it swiftly ascended, its deformed wings unfolding as it did so. As it prepared to strike again, the creature's arms changed into hideous bone blades and its eyes glowed with fire. Present Mike commanded, "Evacuate," in an urgent voice. Ochako was surrounded by chaos. Panic settling in, as classmates scurried toward the exits. In an instant, UA was engulfed in a genuine pandemonium. The college was overrun with monstrous creatures with exposed brains that came in a variety of sizes, forms, and hideous colors. The sensation was reminiscent of a nightmare. As the hideous animals ripped through the walls and flooded the hallways and classrooms with devastation, screams erupted. However, the teachers put up a fierce fight. Ever the comedian, Ms. Joke now had a ferocious look on her face. Since these odd creatures didn't seem to be able to react, she couldn't use her quirk against them. Instead, she used her fighting skills, which were more than enough to defeat several of them. Several of the brain-exposed monsters fell into a deep sleep as Midnight, with her somnambulist quirk, released waves of her distinctive sleeping mist. Ectoplasm swarmed the monsters and held them at bay as it grew into dozens of clones. Snipe prevented the animals from overpowering the pupils by firing precisely positioned shots. Powerloader, in the meantime, turned on all of UA's defenses, with steel barricades, force fields, and traps smashing into position to impede the monsters' progress. However, it was insufficient. The monsters simply continued to appear. Ochako's heart pounded in her chest despite her best efforts to stay composed. She watched the incident develop while crouched in the back corner with the other members of 1C. The situation was getting out of hand, and everyone was having trouble keeping up. This was not intended to occur. Even so, how are they overcoming the defenses? Then one of the animals slipped by, seemingly in response to her darkest fears. A gray-skinned monster with a twisted, emaciated physique and sharp, jagged bones phased straight through the walls and became intangible. It moved with a spooky, spectral elegance, hovering over the ground with evilly blazing eyes. Even worse, it possessed telekinesis in addition to being immaterial. Ochako's corpse rose off the floor. She gasped as the monster's telekinetic strength tightened around her and a few other classmates like an unseen vice, yanking them into the air. As if the creature intended to crush them all in one ruthless, quiet motion, she could feel the pressure rising in her skull. She considered utilizing zero gravity during her fear, hoping it might somehow save her, but the pressure was too great. She was unable to concentrate. Something happened right when it felt like the world was closing in on her. She sensed a change as the crushing pressure around her subsided. When Ochako opened her eyes, she saw Izuku standing in the middle of the space, her eyes gleaming with strength and resolve. As if straining against an unseen force, his hand extended, trembling slightly as it discharged arcs of pure strength. He was supporting them. No, he was using his quirk to counteract the monster's telekinesis, somehow negating the telekinetic grip. Izuku's voice was steady yet urgent, with a peculiar, quiet authority that Ochako had never heard before. "Stay calm. I've got you," she said. When it realized its telekinetic hold was no longer effective, the creature snarled and turned its distorted face toward Izuku. It left the other pupils behind, focused entirely on him, and ran off. Faster than most pro-heroes, Izuku dropped into a battle posture and dashed forward, his eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, Izuku threw himself at the beast, energy rushing through his arm as he drew back his fist. With all the strength he could manage, he swung to the thing in a flash. It went straight through his fist. Behind the monster, Izuku collided with the wall, causing fissures to spread out across the stone. The punch's sheer force caused the wall to collapse, scattering rubble all around him. There was silence for a while. Izuku shook off the dust and climbed out of the wreckage, showing his classmates the strength he claimed to have on his first day at UA. Unfazed, the gray monster hovered menacingly. Now, however, Izuku was its only concern. It drifted in his direction, utterly disregarding the other pupils. Izuku's eyes flashed with frustration as his brows furrowed. With energy flowing through it and creating dazzling arcs of lightning, he raised his hand once more. He lunged forward again, intending to strike the creature, but something was different this time. There was a crackling of energy as Izuku's lightning-wrapped fist struck the beast. The intangibility abruptly vanished, and the monster flinched as if solid. When Izuku's fist struck the creature directly, sending it falling back into the air, his eyes widened in amazement. Perplexed by the abrupt change, he blinked. What? Shikuchi had been keeping a close eye on things from the rear of the room. Her voice was clear but hushed, and her eyes furrowed in contemplation. Your bioelectricity. It must be bridging its molecules. With a look of comprehension on his face, Izuku turned to look at Shikuchi. His peculiarity is negating its intangibility. The creature growled in exasperation, but Izuku was now in control. Sparks flew from his fists as he raised them. He was determined not to lose it again. Telekinetic energy surged around the gray monster as it pounced at Izuku, throwing broken wall sections, desks, and pieces of rubble at him. The kids were in danger of being buried in the turmoil as the hallway started to collapse, filling the air with dust and debris. Izuku took swift action. His eyes were blazing with electrifying force as he spun around. He flicked his wrist to send a tremendous blast of concussive energy hurtling past his peers. The other students flew safely out of the falling section of the hallway, away from the danger, thanks to the blast's powerful but controlled energy. Get clear. I'll handle this, Izuku said, interrupting the commotion with a sharp voice. Izuku returned his attention to the creature as the last of the debris dropped. In an attempt to squash him beneath the crumbling corridor, the creature growled and launched another telekinetic wave. Izuku, however, remained focused. His own telekinesis crackled with force as he repelled each shot, his body seemingly shimmering with electricity. Static bursts knocked everything thrown at him aside. With scary speed, he closed the gap between them, the tension in the air nearly crackling around him. Izuku clenched his fist before the creature could respond, the strength of his quirk coiling tightly into a single, lethal point as bioelectricity swirled around his arm. Izuku screamed, flinging his fist forward, Atlas smash. The punch made contact not only with physical force but also with raw air pressure and a tremendous burst of bioelectricity. A shockwave that ripped through the air like a mini-storm was produced by the sheer force of the contact. After being flung backward through the hallway and smashed through one wall after another, the gray monster was launched outside and landed in a rumpled heap close to UA's main building. Everything was silent for a while. With wide eyes and slack jaws, Izuku's classmates gazed. The destructive force of Izuku had just been demonstrated to them. The hush was broken first by Tsutsutaka, who spoke in a sarcastic tone. Geez, Midoriya. Must have been one hell of a family issue to make you ditch the entrance exam. A few apprehensive giggles ensued, but the astonishment was fleeting. Izuku barely had time to gather his breath before three more ugly, snarling monsters suddenly surrounded him. Every creature, some with twisted faces, some with spiked limbs, and several with inexplicable quirks, was equally terrifying as the previous. The promise of another bloody conflict hung thick in the air, and the anxiety was evident. Something odd happened before Izuku could react. The whole space started to shimmer and the colors changed quickly. The air swirled with vivid, nearly dazzling shades of pink, gold, and blue, confusing the beasts. As they stumbled back, briefly blinded, they hissed and swiped at the illusionary lights, losing focus. Sensing something else, Izuku squinted. He saw them out of the corner of his eye, Seiji Shishikura and Kami Utsushimi, both former Shiketsu Academy pupils. The stunning show was the result of Kami's quirk, Glamour, which used her illusionary abilities to trick the beasts. Then, in rapid succession, each creature was struck by three pieces of raw, bloody flesh that flew into the air. The monsters twisted and twisted into hideous, mutilated lumps of flesh as the flesh melted into their bodies. They passed out, totally helpless. Meatball, Seiji's quirk, had quickly dispatched them. Though her attitude was more serious than it would seem, Kami mumbled, "Yikes. These things are nasty," in her typical carefree tone. "You good, cutie? That was some crazy power back there, man." Still recovering his breath, Izuku nodded. With excitement still rushing through his veins, he trailed off, staring down at the now disabled beasts and said, "Thanks for the assist. I wasn't expecting." Along with the students from the Hero Courses 2A, the rest of Class 1C started to reorganize. The fight was not yet finished, but for the time being, the odds were in their favor. All they had to do was get back together and find out how to get to the teachers. Curious, Izuku turned to Seiji. "Have you seen anything like this before? These monsters, they have multiple quirks. That shouldn't be possible." Seiji's grim face darkened even further. No Shiketsu was attacked by villains, but all the students were away when it happened. It's nothing like this. Whoever's behind this attack is more bold, and far more heartless. His eyes narrowed as he looked about at the devastation the beasts had left behind. They're not after just heroes or students, they want everyone dead. The group was confronted with the sobering truth of the situation. These beings, whatever they were, had a reason for being sent. And whoever did it showed no mercy. Classes 1C and 2A staggered into another chaotic battlefield as they hurried through the dilapidated hallways in an attempt to reassemble with the teachers. The sound of walls collapsing and the stink of smoke filled the air. The group stopped, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they saw. Already in action, the third-year students' clothes were ripped and charred, but their determination remained unwavering. There was just one creature in the middle of the battlefield, and it was stronger and more terrifying than any they had yet encountered. Its torso was jet black, covered in a hideous mashup of long limbs and spikes, and rippling with muscle. As it rained fury on the third years who were still standing to battle, flames shot out of its mouth. Seiji whispered to himself, "That's the big three," referring to the top UA students. Where Seiji pointed, Ochako's gaze followed. At the front, 3 pupils were engaged in combat with the dark monster. They all moved precisely in time with one another, evading and striking. Tamaki Imajiki, whose limbs change into a variety of animal parts to strike with strength and speed. Najire Hado, who releases swirling waves of energy to keep the monster at bay. And Mirio Tagata, whose body phases through assaults as if they weren't even there. Despite the 3 of them fighting to the best of their abilities, the Black One's strength was too much. The big 3 were forced to disperse as it screamed, fire gushing from its jaws in a torrent. Ochako had never seen flames so fierce. They were nearly too intense to look at. They left molten tracks behind them as they signed the floors and walls. Even worse, a group of injured kids who were hardly able to walk were directly in the path of the fire. Third-year students Yoshindo, Tatami Nakagame, Shikui Makabe, and Itejiro Toteki were all killed, too hurt to escape the approaching fire. Izuku made a thoughtless movement. Ochako cried out, "Midoriya, no," but it was too late. With his green bioelectricity erupting in waves all around him, Izuku charged ahead at full speed. With his arms outstretched, he positioned himself between the wounded pupils and the approaching fire. A glittering, green bubble of electricity pulsed with raw strength as his energy erupted and spread outward, forming a protective dome around him. With his teeth clenched as the torrent of fire struck his barrier, Izuku declared, "Full Sentinel," with a grunt of resolve. Licking at the bubble's boundaries, the fire was blazing hotter than magma. Izuku was feeling the fire against him, pushing the boundaries of his defense, but he was not going to give up. His barrier was pummeled by the flames, but the Full Sentinel remained firm. As he kept the shield in place, Izuku's muscles strained as sweat trickled down his cheeks. He was tested by the intensity of the flames, yet he managed to protect the students behind him. Izuku let go of the barrier as the assault eventually stopped, the flames turning into smoking embers. He was breathing heavily, and his body trembled, showing the difficulty of keeping up such a strong defensive. He hardly had time to regain his breath when he sensed a change in the atmosphere. Now the entire Black One's focus was on him. Ignoring the big 3 completely, the creature snarled and charged at Izuku. The thing struck Izuku with the force of a freight train before he could respond. Izuku flew through a wall and out of the UA main building after the accident, landing hard in the courtyard outside. Ochako cried out, "Midoriya!" When she saw Izuku disappear through the wall, her heart exploding in her throat. It was too much to watch him being flung around like a rag doll. Her legs trembled as she pushed herself forward in an instinctive attempt to move. Before that thing could, she needed to aid him, reach him. A fragment of the falling ceiling slammed into her head, interrupting her thoughts. The world spun around her as she fell to the ground as pain flared behind her eyes. Darkness was creeping in from the corners of her eyes as she felt her consciousness slipping. The big 3 were the last thing she saw before everything went dark, their shapes fuzzy and blurry in her failing vision as they rushed in to save Izuku. Ochako opened her eyes slowly, her surroundings still hazy and unfocused. The searing agony had vanished, but a throbbing aching pulsed at the back of her brain. She became aware that she was at the UA infirmary as her vision gradually improved. Her senses were overwhelmed by the pristine white walls and the subtle antiseptic odor, and she started to piece together what had happened to get her here. Her neck was stiff after lying down for so long, so she turned her head cautiously. A number of students slept on beds next to her, some still asleep, some awake but silent, their eyes a mix of relief and residual anxiety. She watched them with a sinking heart, praying none of them had been seriously hurt. She knew in her heart, however, that a totally casualty-free conclusion was not possible. Such bright dreams were no longer possible in the brutal world. A solid but friendly palm squeezed across her shoulder as she tried to sit up. The voice was soothing. "Easy there, dear," it said. Ochako looked up to discover Recovery Girl standing by Ochako's bedside, her compassionate eyes full of concern. "You've only been out for a day," she added, taking Ochako's vitals with a tiny gadget. "Your body is still recovering. You took quite the hit." "A day?" Ochako said again, her voice hoarse and feeble. It seemed like weeks had gone by, and she was shocked that it had only been a day. What happened? "You'll be fine, young lady," Recovery Girl, with a faint smile, informed her. "Your parents rushed over right after the attack. A lot of the parents wanted to rush you all into better hospitals, but it was a pointless suggestion since my infirmary's practically been turned into a full-fledged hospital with all the staff we've brought in these past few years." Ochako nodded feebly, her body too exhausted to provide a complete answer. The modernized hospital served as a sobering reminder of the changes in the world. In addition to adjusting to more rigorous training, UA had to cope with the horrors they had just experienced. Recovery Girl replied, "Your recovery's going smoothly," in an increasingly solemn tone. "The rest of Class 1C are doing well. No major injuries. Even that reckless one." Ochako's forehead wrinkled with perplexity. "The reckless one?" she inquired, attempting to clear her mind of the fatigue that was obscuring her vision. Recovery Girl shot a knowing look in response. "The one who jumped into the middle of everything during the USJ disaster," she said. "Izuku Midoriya." A well-known figure entered Ochako's line of sight before she could inquire further. Izuku himself, who appeared astonishingly calm and, to her amazement, unharmed. He approached her with his customary coolness, but something was off. His eyes were heavy with a melancholy he was unable to conceal. "Midoriya." Ochako's voice was hardly audible above a whisper, a gentle rasp. "You're okay?" Izuku's smile fell short of his eyes. "I'm fine. Really, just came to check up on you. I'm glad to see you awake." He sat next to her bed, and even though she could feel the exhaustion and bewilderment whirling inside her head, his presence was nevertheless comforting. Ochako had time to absorb everything as he sat calmly while Recovery Girl attended to the other pupils. After a lengthy pause, Ochako questioned, "Is it really over? Are we safe?" Izuku's face softened as he nodded. "Yeah. We survived. The teachers repelled the rest of the monsters, and the university's security held up in the end. It's over." However, Ochako could see the glimmer of pain in his eyes as he spoke. Something weighed hard on him, something he was concealing. Her body was too exhausted and her thoughts too cloudy to inquire, to demand, what had occurred. Instead, she chose to cling to the knowledge that they were still alive and let out a sigh of relief. "Good," she muttered, briefly closing her eyes, simply appreciating the quiet. "But what were those things? And who sent them?" Izuku took a while to reply. The weight of unsaid words hung between them as he simply sat with her. Ochako's stomach turned when he disclosed. UA was attacked yesterday by a villain group calling themselves the Liberators of Mightless, led by a man named Eclipse. He knew that the worst was still to come. While the monsters stormed the main building, Eclipse led a group of 170 villains to the USJ, where classes 1A and 1B were undergoing rescue training. What made this attack so much more devastating was Eclipse's cruelty. He kidnapped several reporters and forced them to broadcast the massacre live. The blood in Ochako runs cold. The audience watched as young adults who weren't prepared for a true fight for their lives engaged in combat. It made her stomach turn into knots. "The broadcast was sent out across Japan," Izuku whispered. "People were forced to witness UA's darkest moment, and 4 students were killed in the assault." Ochako is still feeling the repercussions. Panic must be spreading through civilian homes and on the streets. Hero academies, which were formerly regarded as strongholds of security and training grounds for the upcoming generation of guardians, are currently being questioned. There is a breach of trust. There's a pause that seems to last forever. Ochako's thoughts are racing with the ramifications. Will hero academies begin to close their doors if the public loses faith in them? Are heroes going to be viewed as failures? The thought makes her nauseous. What's going to occur? Shoto Todoroki awoke slowly, his head still cloudy from the late workout he had managed to fit in the previous evening. He instantly ignored the slight soreness in his muscles, which was a reminder of the intense exercise he had forced upon himself. His initial impulse was to check the clock on his nightstand, but he blinked against the brightness coming through the curtains. 6:30 a.m. He had plenty of time to get to Ua University. With a sigh of relaxation, Shoto rested his head briefly on the cushion. He didn't usually speed through the mornings, and today was no exception. The calm regularity had always appealed to him. It was a place where nothing unexpected could occur. He was able to breathe here in his room, surrounded by the simplicity of his domestic life. He rolled out of bed, sighed deeply, and padded across the floor to the restroom. He was greeted with his image in the mirror, which showed a serene, neutral face without any signs of fatigue. Grabbing his toothbrush, he carefully scrubbed away the last of his sleep before entering the shower, where the hot water soothed his aching muscles. There was no pressure or sense of haste. He had time. Shoto dried off, put on his Ua uniform, and went downstairs, where his family's familiar voices filled the room. As he entered the dining area, he was welcomed by the sound of cups clinking, gentle conversation, and the aroma of freshly brewed tea. His mother, Rei, was already seated at the table, her gentle eyes brightening as he walked up to her. Fuyumi, his older sister, placed a plate of food in front of him and grinned broadly. With his usual laid-back smile, Natsuo reclined on his chair. "Good morning, Shoto," Rei said to him in a kind yet kind voice. "Did you sleep well?" Shoto said, "Morning, Mom. Yeah, I slept fine," and he sat down. When she poured him a cup of tea, Fuyumi said, "You look exhausted," with a playful smile. "Overdoing the training again?" Shoto took a sip from his cup and shrugged. "Something like that." With pride in her eyes, Fuyumi remarked, "Well, just don't wear yourself out before classes. We all know how important your first year is. Honestly, I'm still so proud of you for making it into Ua. I hope you're making friends, too." Shoto nodded, but he always found the subject of friends to be a little tricky. When it came to forming friendships, he wasn't sure what to say, but he didn't mind being congratulated. Nevertheless, he valued her zeal. From the other side of the table, Natsuo grinned. "Just don't go showing off too much, all right? You'll make the other guys look bad." Shoto arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of a smile flickering across his lips. "I'll try to keep that in mind." His attention was drawn to his mother's gentle laugh as she held the teacup in her delicate hands. "We're all so proud of you, Shoto. Just be yourself. That's all that matters." Despite their gentleness, her remarks contained a depth of meaning that wasn't always present. Shoto could sense it in the way she grinned at him and in the way these early conversations seemed to center his family. This kind of warmth had not existed before. Even though there were some invisible scars, they had healed and things had changed. Now, their stillness was relaxed rather than tense. After taking a bite out of the rice Fuyumi had prepared, Shoto let himself unwind. Something about these mornings gave him a sense of stability, as if they were immune to the mayhem outside their house. The morning breeze rustled Shoto's hair as he stood in the doorway of his house with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Beside the sleek black sedan parked at the curb, he was already met by Untenmaru Kurumada, the devoted chauffeur of the Todoroki family. As usual, the man nodded respectfully and silently opened the back door. But Shoto sensed it before leaving, a familiar, heavy presence to his left. In the shade of the foyer, his father, Enji Todoroki, was standing with his arms folded and leaning against the wall. Even though he was looking thoughtfully, his eyes still had that blazing intensity that used to choke Shoto as a kid. They were still silent. Shoto saw a strange tension rising as Enji remained silent and watched him with that unreadable expression. Shoto reasoned that he might as well be the one to introduce himself as there was no time to waste loitering at the entrance. He turned his head slightly, but not completely, to face his father and inquired dryly, "Where's the pep talk? Aren't you going to remind me that I need to rise to the top and outshine everyone else?" His statements were no longer motivated by resentment. Shoto used to have a strong animosity against his father, but these days he was only neutral. No rage, no love. To see if this time would be any different, he was prepared to listen to him. Enji was silent for a bit. Endeavor's deep voice finally pierced the eerie hush that had hung between them. However, Shoto didn't anticipate hearing a haughty voice. "Ua isn't what it used to be," Enji stated in a careful, low voice. "You should be safe while you're on the campus, but don't let your guard down. Things have changed. There will be challenges, some from your classmates, some from outside threats. Shoto blinked, taken aback by the sudden change in his father's voice. As Endeavor went on, still gazing into the distance, his brows furrowed slightly. Enji squinted as though remembering something from the past. If your homeroom teacher is a man named Shota Aizawa, listen to him. He's tougher than he looks, he cautioned. And if you meet someone who can rival you, don't waste that chance. Learn from them, just as much as from the teachers. But don't let them push you too far if they're hostile. Unsure of how to react, Shoto remained motionless. He wasn't accustomed to this intrusive speech. No order to dominate or outshine was given. Rather, there was prudence, even worry. Enji's gaze became serious as he straightened slightly. The friends you make at UA, the ones you trust, hold on to them tightly. There are some things in this world you can't handle alone. Shoto believed he saw something like sorrow flicker across his father's face for a split second, but before he could completely comprehend it, the flicker vanished. Endeavor lifted himself off the wall and turned, strolling back into the house without waiting for a response. Shoto stood there, taking in what his father had spoken while gazing into the empty doorway. He did not know how to interpret it. Always pressuring him to be more, Endeavor had always been intrusive, but this time was different. He seemed to have finally succumbed to the weight of his new obligations. From the side of the car, Untenmaru murmured softly, interrupting his thoughts. The chauffeur remarked, "Everything with your father is fine, Shoto," in a cool, collected tone. But he's right. UA won't be as pleasant as it once was. The teachers will try to make things seem normal, but nothing will ever be the same again. With a silent nod, Shoto entered the vehicle and shut the door. His thoughts returned to his father's words as the car began to move. It's about trust, not about obstacles or competitors. When he became a pro hero, what would his life be like? And to what extent will his decisions at UA influence it? As Shoto gazed out the window, calmly thinking about the journey ahead, the city whizzed by. There was a calmness about the UA hallways, Shoto had to concede. He walked into the building and then the grounds, taking in his surroundings as he made his way to his lesson. He surveyed the entire space, noting how spotless and tidy everything appeared. Even during the recommendation exams, it was this way. Even the basic ground and walls exuded a sense of grandeur. The staff, at least, is skilled in leaving a lasting impression. After a few moments, he arrived at his objective, a very tall door marked 1A. Without the least hesitation, he reached for the handle, threw open the door, and stepped inside. When he did, he saw that the space was simply a typical classroom, with numerous student desks arranged in tidy rows facing the teacher's desk, podium, and the whiteboard behind it. It's much more ordinary, but Shoto doesn't mind. It's refreshing, if nothing else, after all the other flashy things he's had to endure. Shoto and another young man his age, with blonde hair and piercing red eyes, were the only people in the classroom. He was lying down on one of the seats, his leg resting on the desk. The blonde was clearly a territorial type, and Shoto did not like the glare she was giving him. The son of Endeavor will not consider anything other than his way or the highway. Shoto claimed one of the vacant seats as his own and waited patiently for the rest of the class to arrive, trying his best to ignore him without causing a fight. Instead, his efforts to maintain harmony were met with resistance. The blonde Shoto is now comparing to a Pomeranian yelled, "Huh? You looking down on me, you half and half bastard," in response to his silence. Shoto turned to him and asked, "What are you insinuating?" His expression was one of mild curiosity. The Pomeranian seemed to have a lot to say. That is, a great deal of vulgarity, but before posing a straightforward query, he paused to think. "You're Endeavor's kid, aren't you?" Shoto, accustomed to being asked this, answered weakly sarcastically, "You want me to get you an autograph?" The Pomeranian sneered, "Like hell I want junk like that. Your old man doesn't impress me in the slightest." That's novel, Shoto reflected. For the past 6 years, he has not heard any criticism of Endeavor. Although he has occasionally seen posts opposing his techniques, these have become less frequent as a result of the public's outrage at Pro Hero's lack of action. The public has placed a great deal of trust in him, despite the fact that his popularity is insufficient to obtain an international license. The Pomeranian announced with such certainty and arrogance that Shoto felt sick simply listening to him. "I'm only going to say this once, so you better pay attention. I'll be the next #1 hero. No one else. The damn fossil occupying what's rightfully mine is nothing but a meager regent," he said. "And until we graduate from UA, I'm the top dog. No one else, you got that?" Shoto, who was not at all afraid and was more determined that he would not tolerate this man's actions, inquired, Anything else you want to clarify? With icy contempt this time. His less than nonchalant remark stoked the Pomeranian's anger, which began to escalate. What was that? When the two heard the classroom doors open and the rest of their classmates, two of whom the Pomeranian recognized, finally arrived, any impending altercation was put an end to. A redhead exclaimed, "Hey, Baku bro. We're in the same class. That's so manly." The Pomeranian and a female with pink skin and hair both mumbled, "Fucking wonderful," in response to this development. Shoto is at least not the only one who already despises the blonde. Two young males, one with purple hair that defies gravity and appears to have had no sleep at all, are the last to enter the class. He is strangely energized. Insomnia must be the cause. The final one is really tall, without a doubt the tallest of the 1A students. The tall one is the epitome of an extrovert, whilst the purple one appears to be an introvert like Shoto. He exclaimed so loudly, "Greetings, my new classmates," that everyone else jumped in their chairs. They were even more put off when he lowered his head so quickly that he carelessly banged it against the floor. "My name is Inasa Yoarashi, and I love UA so much. Let's strive to be the best versions of ourselves and show our burning spirits, plus ultra." Muttering, "I think I just shit myself," was Denki Kaminari. Honta Siro said in a panic, "Dude, you are bleeding. Classes haven't even started, and already you have to be sent to the infirmary." Inasa stood up straight, blood streaming from his forehead, and he responded, "Your concern for my well-being brings tears to my eyes, but you don't have to worry about a thing. I am made of thicker stuff." He was crying with glee as he spoke. Tenya Iida muttered, "I want to lecture him for his recklessness, but I feel so fatigued all of a sudden," as he was about to chastise the Pomeranian for putting his feet on his desk and showing disrespect to the upperclassmen who had previously sat on them. However, he was more overwhelmed by Inasa's demeanor. The shortest student in the class whispered, "At first I was disappointed that there are only 5 girls in this stupid class, but now I'm more worried about what this guy might do to us," suddenly fearing Inasa. Shoto remembers that he had previously met Yorashi during the UA recommendation entrance exam. The only person who could keep up with him during the tests was him, and he had a wind quirk. He attempted to befriend him, but he was also far too direct at the time. Shoto did his best to be courteous, but he just didn't know how to deal with someone so animated. Without taking offense, Inasa only promised that they would eventually get along. "That's strange," Momo Yaoyorozu whispered and said. "Where's the teacher? Shouldn't they be here already?" They all looked about, and some of them shrugged. They didn't notice anything wasn't quite right until they heard a dry voice echoing through the classroom. "If any of you were paying proper attention," said the voice, "you would have noticed I've been here the whole time." Together, the students paused, their gazes darting to the front of the room where their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, was lying on the floor, curled up in a yellow sleeping bag, looking like a caterpillar, somehow avoiding every student's attention until he spoke. As the pupils processed this, there was a brief period of stillness in the classroom. Aizawa's unkempt appearance and bored countenance were shown as he unzipped the sleeping bag. "The fact that you haven't noticed me yet indicates that you lack awareness, which is a problem for any would-be hero," he added in an even tone. He rose up, rubbing his eyes and letting out a weary groan. Aizawa whispered, "I was already thinking about expelling a few of you. But I'll hold off, for now." The term, expelling, which caused some kids to visibly tense, caused others to exchange anxious looks. "But," Aizawa said sharply, "my quirk assessment test will give you plenty of opportunities to make up for your lack of focus." Students became agitated when an exam was mentioned, and whispers began to circulate around the classroom. Aizawa's gaze was heavy on Shoto, and it was obvious that his father's warning was already bearing fruit. Aizawa stopped and sighed just as he was about to tell them to put on their exercise clothes. "Actually, we have to attend orientation first." There was a tinge of dissatisfaction in Aizawa's voice. "I was cautioned not to skip it this time by that awful dean. Additionally, I will be compelled to attend study sessions with Fukukado if I do. What prevented the rat god from selecting a villain?" Aizawa said, "Let's get this over with," and motioned for them to follow him out of the classroom. After exchanging a few perplexed glances, the students swiftly began to follow their homeroom teacher as they made their way to their first orientation as UA students. Soon after, they encountered 1B's sister class and their instructor, Vlad King, whom Shoto knows as an underground hero because of Shota. Present Mike led the two classes to 1C as well, and the 63 of them made their way to the auditorium simultaneously. Even though he didn't want to, he noticed how the Pomeranian glanced at 1C and then began glaring at one of the students, a man with green hair and eyes that, when you consider their form, had freckles that resembled diamonds. Given how tight his clothing is, he has a more amazing body and is just as tall as Shoto. I must have ordered the incorrect size. He didn't look that amazing, if Shoto was being honest, but the fact that the Pomeranian appears to be against him already makes him likable in Shoto's eyes. For Shoto, the remainder of the orientation went by quickly. He hardly paid attention to the introductions or remarks of the incoming students from various hero academies. Despite its grandeur, the event seemed ordinary. Standard material given UA's focus on inclusivity and prominence. Nevertheless, it was intriguing to observe how many new people they would be interacting with during the semester. Class 1A and 1B were eventually gathered by Aizawa and Vlad King, who then escorted them to one of the training areas. But this field wasn't just any field, it was made for simple quirk evaluations. Aizawa's attitude made it obvious that failure was not an option, and the atmosphere immediately changed as both classes recognized this was their first serious test to show themselves. The 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, ball throw, distance run, sitting toe touch, and sit-ups were all straightforward tests that were intended to encourage pupils to make effective and creative use of their peculiarities. Some found it difficult to demonstrate their skills in a limited context, while others found it difficult to fully utilize their capabilities due to the testing. Shoto easily outperformed the others despite the range of skills and aptitudes. Both classes fell behind him as he dominated the exercises with his ice and fire proclivities. Despite his strong wind manipulation skills, Inasa was unable to match Shoto's accuracy. Momo impressed the teachers by finishing close to the top with her multi-purpose invention oddity. However, it was obvious who was at the top. The fact that Shoto had won first place on the tests was recognized by the other pupils, particularly Katsuki Bakugo. Shoto's success left him fuming, making the blonde's earlier claims about becoming the top dog useless. Although Bakugo's explosive quirk was strong and the tests suited him, he was unable to compete, and his pride in his superiority was now clearly questioned. Although Shoto had anticipated the result, he had put in too much effort to lose. It served as a reminder of the competition that still awaited him. Shoto, who was already aware of the conflict that would unavoidably develop with some of his classmates, especially Bakugo, silently went home at the end of the first day. The morning of the second day of classes at UA was less exciting. The pupils were soon reminded that hero training wasn't all action and excitement by standard topics like arithmetic and literature. Even Shoto, who was usually calm and attentive, felt his attention slipping throughout the classes as the first half of the day was devoted to dull topics, much to the obvious boredom of the majority of Class 1A. Before long, however, that changed. Assuming more of the same, the class waited for Aizawa to return after lunch. However, it wasn't their unkempt homeroom instructor who came in when the door swung open. Rather, a tall woman with piercing eyes and dark purple hair walked into the room. As soon as everyone recognized her, the atmosphere in the room changed. Bakugo, who had hardly responded to anything during the day, appeared surprised as well. With the serene intensity of someone who had witnessed everything, the new instructor looked around the room. She said, "Good afternoon, Class 1A, in a deep, authoritative voice that cut through all of the room's whispers. I'm Kana Tsutsumi, better known as Lady Nagant. As of today, I'll be your foundational hero lessons teacher." The students' nerves and excitement were aroused only by the name. Lady Nagant was a renowned hero who was renowned for her pinpoint accuracy and proficiency in long-range fighting. Shoto had heard of her previously. There had been a lot of conjecture around her abrupt departure 8 years prior, but none could have imagined that she would be standing in front of them here at UA. Lady Nagant added, "I don't believe in wasting time," in a scathing tone. "So here's the deal. Get your costumes and meet me at ground beta. We're starting your first real hero lesson right now." The pupils were left in stunned silence as she turned on her heel and hurried out of the room just as swiftly as she had come. The class had been abruptly awakened by the thought of meeting a hero such as Lady Nagant. It was interpreted by many as an indication that things at UA were going to become serious. Shoto felt a faint sensation of anticipation as he got ready to grab his costume. One of the greatest marksmen in pro-hero history teaching a true hero's lesson. Nothing was going to remain dull any longer. At ground beta, a vast urban training field with tall buildings and winding alleys that resembled a city, the pupils of Class 1A and Class 1B stood together in their hero costumes. The midday sun created a surprisingly serene ambiance for the simulation, despite the stress in the air. The two courses were positioned across from one another, with some students giving each other nervous glances. They still remembered the earlier altercation in the locker rooms, but they were forced to cooperate now. Lady Nagant stood in front of them, her piercing eyes piercing whatever pretense of confidence they might have had. There was no place for informal chat in her calm, authoritative manner. Though she had previously retired, she now faced them with a challenge that no one could afford to ignore. She said, "Listen up," in a calm yet forceful voice that immediately cut off the pupils' muttering. "Today's exercise is about more than just quirk mastery or physical strength. It's about strategy, teamwork, and the ability to think under pressure. You're not going up against each other. You're going up against me." The pupils felt a wave of uneasiness. Others exchanged shocked and doubtful glances, while Bakugo folded his arms, filled with silent annoyance. Class 1B student Nato Monoma appeared to laugh at the notion. Lady Nagant ignored the quiet noises and kept going. "The scenario is simple. A high-ranking member of the Hero Public Safety Commission has been kidnapped. He's being held by villains in a secure building. Your mission is to rescue him before he's interrogated and his identity compromised. You'll have 10 minutes per team to find the hostage, extract him, and get him to the designated safe zone, an armored truck." She gave a nod to the hostage representative dummy standing next to her. "This is your hostage. If any harm comes to him, you fail. Let him get taken out of your sight, and you fail. He has to be protected at all costs." A hand was raised by a student. With a smug smile, Tagaru Kamakiri said, "What if we overpower you and get the hostage without a hitch?" Others in both classrooms appeared to agree with him, so he wasn't the only one thinking this way. Lady Nagant narrowed her eyes and smiled in a way that made them shudder. She made a tiny motion that resembled the cocking of a rifle, pressing an imaginary trigger. "You think taking me down will be easy? If you believe that, I suggest you prove it. But here's the catch. You won't be dealing with me face to face. I'll be playing the role of a sniper villain. You won't know where I am, but I'll be tracking your every move. And if I see an opening, is the catch." It was an obvious message. They were facing more than one pro-hero. Lady Nagant has a reputation for being deadly accurate. There was no one who could afford to underestimate her. While some kids appeared uncertain, others shifted uneasily. Despite his customary haughtiness, Bakugo clenched his fists but said nothing, his gaze fixed on Lady Nagant as he measured her. Monoma couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Monoma smirked at the pupils in Class 1A and remarked, "Well, it's not like 1A will be much help. I'm sure Class 1B can handle this on our own, especially with your dead weight, for example." Since their previous altercation, Bakugo and Monoma had been at odds, and it was obvious that any cooperation between the classes would be difficult. Bakugo gave Monoma a menacing glance, preparing to respond, but Lady Nagant's piercing tone interrupted. "This exercise isn't just about winning," she stated, her tone becoming more icy. "It's about seeing if you can set aside your personal conflicts and act like real heroes. Out there, the villain won't care if you have beef with someone on your team. They'll relish this fact and exploit every crack in your trust to gain a victory or go for the kill. Either way, you'll lose." Shoto turned to look at his peers. They were split after the altercation in the changing room earlier. In addition to Minetta's blatant actions that had annoyed the majority of the girls, Bakugo and Monoma had almost fought. This division was just what Lady Nagant was depending on, and she appeared to sense it. "The goal here," she said, "is to see if you can function as a unit. Hero work isn't always about individual strength. It's about knowing your role, adapting to your teammates' quirks, and working with whatever situation you're dealt." Shoto observed that even the typically certain pupils of Class 1A appeared a little uneasy as she explained the exercise's guidelines. Given the limitations imposed on them, it was no small feat to battle a pro-hero such as Lady Nagant. Monoma's haughtiness was more obvious than ever. Bakugo's anger simmered behind his normal bravado, and the other students appeared to still be figuring out how they would cooperate in such a dire circumstance. However, hesitation was not an option. Lady Nagant declared, "The first team will consist of 2 from Class 1A and 2 from Class 1B. I'll choose randomly. Let's see who's up." Todoroki, Bakugo from Class 1A. Monoma, Shiozaki from Class 1B. She spoke after looking around the gathering. With his past altercation with Monoma still fresh in his mind, Bakugo's eyes burned with rage. He muttered a grumble, "You must be joking with me." Shoto stood quietly next to him, without bothering to respond to the coupling. He wasn't going to allow small arguments stand in the way of his chance to establish himself. He merely gave the girl from Class 1B with the vine-like hair, Abara Shiozaki, a nod of recognition. She spoke in kind, her calm demeanor a pleasant diversion from Monoma's haughtiness and Bakugo's boiling rage. Lady Nagant remarked, "You have 10 minutes, her eyes bright with excitement. The clock starts the moment you step into the field. Remember, one shot, and I'll take you down." The challenge then started. Shoto was aware that this would not be simple. The burden of their assignment weighed heavily on him as they were ready to enter the simulation zone. It was about demonstrating that they could put aside their differences, cooperate, and succeed where others may fail, not just about finishing the task. Todoroki, Bakugo, Monoma, and Shiozaki entered the enormous building containing the hostage as soon as the test started. The interior was a labyrinth of many levels, cramped corridors, and deserted offices, all intended to confuse and obfuscate their goal. Tension permeated the air as the four pupils warily made their way down the hallways, their gazes darting about, uncertain of Lady Nagant's potential attack point. Abruptly, a sniper's loud crack reverberated around the room. They scurried for shelter as the roar bounced off the walls. A strong wind brushed Shoto's cheek as the bullet sped past his face and lodged itself in a wall behind him. He saw that the bullet was a training round, blunt, but he understood it didn't make it any less deadly. Lady Nagant was not being subtle. "She's on the move," Todoroki said, his gaze narrowing. "She's not stationary, she's using some kind of support gear to fly and shift positions quickly. These shots are coming from all over." They were stuck on the defensive for the most of the practice. Only because he imitated Tetsu's steel quirk did Monoma survive the trial despite having been shot 4 times. Todoroki's ice shields weren't helping either, and Shiozaki's shield from her vines could only deflect 2 blasts before she had to duck for shelter. While rushing down a hallway lined with windows, Bakugo utilized his bombs to produce a thick smokescreen to conceal their view, but that too failed, indicating that she must be wearing goggles that give her thermal vision. Shoto got the notion to set fire to their side of the structure, just enough to obscure Lady Nagant's thermoreception, but not enough to spread. Shoto's efforts are in vain because Nagant foresaw this and, as a result, her goggles also have X-ray vision. One too many rounds later, Bakugo saw Lady Nagant not far from where they were, and he attacked, blinded by passion. "There she is. She's mine." Determined to surprise her, he blasted through the side of the building and launched himself into the open air, racing for what he assumed to be her most recent position without waiting for a strategy or any cooperation. Todoroki began. "Bakugo, wait," in an attempt to alert him to the trap as it was clear that she had allowed him to see her, but it was too late. Already, Bakugo's relentlessness had taken over. The subsequent sniper fire rang out with horrifying accuracy as Bakugo rushed outdoors, heading for the location he believed Lady Nagant to be. He spiraled down into the earth as it smacked into him. As he fell and was eliminated from the match, his irate yell reverberated through the atmosphere. Despite his overwhelming might, Bakugo had misjudged Lady Nagant's skill at long-range fighting. He was no longer in the game after she purposefully enticed him out. Meanwhile, Shiozaki had found the hostage within the building. Her vines stretched forth delicately around the dummy. She calmly cried out, "I have him." In spite of the uncomfortable situation, she concentrated on using layers of her vines to protect the hostage from any possible danger. "We need to move, now," Todoroki declared, improvising a strategy. "I'll create a defensive perimeter." Without delay, Shoto limited the angles from which Lady Nagant could fire by using his quirk to create a roaring wall of fire on one side of the chamber and thick walls of ice on the other. Although he was aware that this was not a flawless solution, it was their best opportunity to cut off her view. Despite her propensity for conceit and boasting, Monoma had remained silent, closely observing Shoto's behavior. He had no choice but to imitate Todoroki's half-cold half-hot quirk by placing his hand on his shoulder. Monoma responded, "Fine. We'll do this your way," but there were still hints of hesitation in his voice. In order to strengthen the fortifications, he constructed a second set of barriers by imitating Todoroki's ice and fire. With laser-like focus, Shoto nodded. They had to cooperate now if they wanted any chance of succeeding, regardless of their prior conflicts. Shiozaki took advantage of Todoroki and Monoma's cover as she started toward the exit, the hostage safely tied in her vines. The air was heavy with the constant fear of another shot from Lady Nagant. The silence was broken by another burst of gunshots. The hostage was the direct target of a shot that came from above. Shoto deflected the shot by stretching a thick sheet of ice upward just in time. The strain was beginning to manifest, but it bounced off innocuously. They were not being given any leeway by Lady Nagant. Shiozaki said, "Almost there," as they got closer to the designated safe area, the heavily armored vehicle. They were followed by a final barrage of gunfire, but Monoma's copied skills and Todoroki's ice and fire stood firm. When they arrived at the vehicle, Shiozaki hurriedly placed the hostage inside, and the heavy doors clanged gratifyingly. The contest was over when the buzzer sounded. Due to the extreme intensity of the combat, The three pupils stood there gasping and drenched in sweat. They had barely succeeded. But Bakugo had already been eliminated, and his arrogance had put him right in Lady Nagant's trap. With their eyes fixed on the feed, the remaining students in the observation room watched the match play out on big screens as Lady Nagant's tactical superiority against the initial hero squad was demonstrated. They could sense the pressure she put on the crew even from the safety of the observation room. One of the things that had saved his team from complete collapse had been Shoto's cool-headed, methodical approach. Lady Nagant emerged as the camera zoomed out, her face unreadable as she stood atop a nearby structure, rifle in hand, looking down at the students. It was clear that she had been playing with them. It dawned on them that despite Todoroki's tremendous strength, their team had barely made it through the fight. There was stillness in the room. Not even Bakugo's previous arrogance was present. The weight of what they had just witnessed weighed heavily on the minds of the students who had first believed that this exercise would be easy. Tenya whispered, "She's too strong." Others nodded in agreement as uncertainty and anxiety began to seep in. What hope did they have if Todoroki's squad, comprising some of the most gifted and influential pupils from both classes, had just managed to make it through? Back on the viewing platform, Lady Nagant appeared before them once more, her icy gaze sweeping the room. "I held back. I could have taken the hostage out at any time, but I didn't. I wanted you to see how quickly things can go wrong when you aren't working together," she added, her voice piercing the tension like a dagger. They were struck like a hammer by her remarks. Now that they were deflated, the students understood the genuine goal of the activity. She wasn't merely evaluating their abilities or quirks. She was trying to see how well they could work together, get past their pride and personal issues, and trust one another. Nagant went on, "This is the reality of hero work," in a hard but sympathetic voice. "You're not ready. Not yet. You all have a long way to go before you can even think about matching the level of a pro hero. But that's why you're here." As the pupils took in the tough lesson, the room remained silent. Nagant stated, "This exercise is meant to break you," with a stern but encouraging look in her eyes, "so that I can rebuild you. Real heroes, true heroes, don't fight alone. They put their faith in each other. They work as a team. That's what I want to see from you. Until then, you're not even close to being real heroes." Every kid in the class felt the impact of her remarks as they reverberated throughout the space. The actual job was just getting started, and this was merely the start of their training. The remainder of the trials were a vicious demonstration of Lady Nagant's skill. Teams came into the simulation arena with optimism and confidence, one by one, only to be methodically dismantled by her tactical supremacy and pinpoint accuracy. It didn't take long for them to understand how much out of their depth they were, even if they had each believed they could perform better. After Todoroki's team, Inasa Yorashi's team was able to survive the longest. By using the full force of his whirlwind, Inasa was able to deflect Lady Nagant's bullets and create a huge twister that encircled the entire building. His crew was able to concentrate on rescuing the hostage because of his ability to precisely regulate the wind, which produced a brief safe zone. Under Inasa's protection, Kirishima, Shishida, and Kendo surged forward, and for a split second, it appeared as if they would do the seemingly impossible. However, Lady Nagant immediately adjusted, unmoved by the storm. She ceased to shoot her rifle and disappeared from view. Lady Nagant swooped down from above and landed right in front of the crew as the countdown was ticking down, taking them by surprise. She demonstrated that her close combat abilities were just as lethal as her shooting prowess by quickly and brutally disarming Kendo, shattering Kirishima's defenses, and easily defeating Shishida. She took the captive back in the pandemonium, and the buzzer went off right before the timer went off. One more failure. One team after another followed, each using a different strategy, but none were able to stop Lady Nagant's relentless attack. While some teams fought hard, such as Awase of Class 1B, who welded shut multiple doors to slow her down, Nagant just blasted past the barriers. Others, such as Mineta and Kaminari, were overpowered fairly immediately, and their inability to coordinate was revealed in a matter of seconds. Nagant had already killed 2 captives by the time the second-to-last squad was eliminated. Her shots were too quick and accurate for the teams to respond in time. It was Hitoshi Shinso's time at last. Given that Shinso, Reiko Yanagi, and Hiryu Rin were the only members of his team, there were no individuals on it who gave him confidence. They weren't the most powerful team in terms of raw power, but Shinso's rapid thinking offered them an advantage that none of the others had thought of, and Toru was prohibited from taking part because Nagant wouldn't consider her idea of a costume. Lady Nagant's sniper fire was already forcing them to hide as they entered the structure. The team had to move low as shots bounced off the walls and flooring. It appeared to be another cruel trial. Shinso, however, was unique. He was not only concentrating on avoiding gunshots, he was also observing Lady Nagant's behavior. Her shots had been more accurate each time a squad had approached the prisoner. Even while the crew was still a few levels away, she seemed to always know the hostage's exact location. Shinso thought about this, and his eyes narrowed, when he said to himself, "She's not guessing where we are, she knows." Shinso paused to inspect the mock hostage as they approached their target. Despite being a standard training dummy, there was something strange about it. Upon closer inspection, he saw a little blinking device hidden underneath the dummy's clothing. A tracking gadget. Shouting, "That's how she's doing it," Shinso said. "She's also tracking the hostage as well." He was struck with the realization. Lady Nagant possessed a technological edge that the other teams had overlooked, so she wasn't just depending on her own abilities. This was their opportunity. Shinso rallied his team quickly and laid out his strategy. To create a distraction, Reiko would use her quirk to toss the tracking device out a window far from their location. Lady Nagant would hurry to intercept, believing the hostage was being thrown out carelessly. Then they would attack while she was preoccupied. It was their best chance, but it was also perilous. One crew member carefully tore the tracker off the dummy and threw it through a window, where it fell several stories. The sniper bullets stopped as soon as it was out of sight. Lady Nagant would believe they had thrown the hostage out in terror, obviously anticipating some sort of mishap. Shinso grinned inwardly. She's predictable when she thinks she has the upper hand. It was time for him to use his imagination. "Nice job missing your shot, old lady. Is that really the best you can do?" Shinso said, his voice low but sarcastic, as he cautiously moved to stand close to a window where Lady Nagant may appear. Lady Nagant responded from her lofty perch. She was compelled to answer. With a laugh in her voice, she said, "You think you're clever, don't you, kid?" Shinso only needed that. The trap was set off as soon as she answered. She entered a trance-like state when her voice activated Shinso's quirk, brainwashing. She was unable to move, shoot, or do anything but obey his orders because her mind was under his control. Shinso quietly gave the instruction, "Stay where you are." Lady Nagant's gun lowered as her body froze in midair. He had great control over her. His group didn't spend any time. They grabbed the dummy and hurried to the hostage, running for the armored truck. They were able to get the hostage inside the safe area because Lady Nagant was powerless to stop them. The buzzer went off once more, but this time it was a triumphant one. The kids who had been watching the matches in the observation room were in disbelief. Shinso's group had just outwitted Lady Nagant, something that so many others were unable to do. Shinso's brainwashing quirk, his team's teamwork, and his cleverness had completely changed the course of the experiment. Released from Shinso's grasp, Lady Nagant fell near the truck with grace. A trace of approval was visible in her eyes, but her face was unreadable as she looked around at the students. 2 teams, she stated firmly, only 2 teams managed to complete the mission. The other pupils, worn out, battered, and bruised from their own unsuccessful attempts, gazed with a mix of amazement and incredulity at the 2 victorious teams. Todoroki's and Shinso's. "You've all been shown how weak you are," she added. "How far do you have to go? But this was never about winning or losing. It was about teaching you what it means to be a hero. Real heroes adapt. They learn from their mistakes. They use their heads. And most importantly, they trust each other." She took a moment to process the words. "This is just the beginning. Some of you may be discouraged, but I doubt any of you will quit. If anything, I expect you to be hungry for more." Despite their silence, the students' eyes were burning with a purpose that had never been there before. Their pride had been crushed by Lady Nagant's harsh instruction, but it had also sparked something fresh. A drive to get stronger, take lessons from their mistakes, and emerge as true heroes. Shoto entered the house with a heavy feeling in his body, a combination of contentment and fatigue from the day's activities. He thought of Lady Nagant, her calculating coldness, how she could have easily stopped the match before it started, no matter how hard he tried. Nevertheless, he was not let down. He had gone to Ua in search of genuine challenges and learning. Eventually, Shoto went downstairs to have supper with his family after spending some peaceful time in his room, resting on his bed and reliving the events of the day. As usual, the kitchen was cozy and welcoming, and Fuyumi was busy putting the finishing touches on dinner. Rei was sitting close by, smiling softly as she observed her kids, while Natsuo sat at the table, browsing through his phone. Since no pro hero has had a genuine moment's relaxation in a while, Enji was not present, but they aren't concerned because he is capable of taking care of himself. Shoto was questioned about his day by Fuyumi as soon as they all sat down to eat, and her joyful tone made him smile a little. In her typically enthusiastic tone, Fuyumi asked, "So, how was it? You mentioned a big exercise today, right? Something with both 1A and 1B?" After nodding and biting into his meal, Shoto answered, "It was intense. We had a training session with a former pro hero as the instructor. Kana Tsutsumi, Lady Nagant." Natsuo's eyebrows went upward, and Rei briefly displayed astonishment, which she promptly concealed with her customary calm manner. "Lady Nagant," said Natsuo again. "That Lady Nagant? The one who retired out of nowhere?" He paused, recalling the times she had them totally encircled. "Yeah, her. She put both classes through a simulation where we had to rescue a hostage while she acted as the villain. She was a sniper, and she was way more than we could handle. She took down nearly every team, except for mine and another team." "That's amazing." Fuyumi turned to face him, her eyes glimmering. "You and your team actually managed to win? That's your first real victory at UA, right? You should be proud." Shoto, however, shook his head. "It wasn't really a victory. She could have taken us out whenever she wanted. She was playing with us. The only reason we won was because someone from 1B could copy the quirks of others, and I had him use mine, and we barely managed to work together to get the hostage out. Plus, Bakugo was, well, Bakugo." Shoto's voice became more reserved when he mentioned his fierce classmates. "He's just as bad as our father used to be." That caused Natsuo to laugh. "Bakugo, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work, and a guy who can use the quirks of others. He must be pretty popular with his numerical advantage." His arrogance would suggest that, but I think Monoma is actually hurting inside and is venting his frustrations on my class specifically, Shoto said with a sigh. "Honestly, the only reason we got through it was because Nagant was more interested in how we could work together despite the zero chemistry." Even so, Fuyumi, who was always the mediator, grinned broadly. "But you did make it through. That's something, right? Even if she was holding back, it sounds like it was tough for everyone. It's just the beginning, and you're already doing amazing." Shoto shrugged, still hesitant to take credit for what he considered to be a little victory. Natsuo gave his chin a contemplative rub at that. "I wonder if Dad knows about Lady Nagant being a teacher at UA. He's got to know, right? Someone like her coming out of retirement. I mean, Endeavor should be aware of stuff like that." Taking Natsuo's remark into consideration, Shoto raised his head from his plate. "Maybe, but I don't think he cares about the specifics at UA much, at least not beyond what I'm doing. He warned me about Aizawa being strict, but I don't think he's close enough to the dean to know all the secrets. Nagant seems like one of those secrets." Natsuo gave a snort. "You'd think he'd keep tabs on someone like Nezu, with how suspicious that guy is. But I guess the old Infernus has his hands full." Rei, who had been listening in silence, extended her arm and touched Shoto's arm tenderly yet anxiously. "Whatever the case, I'm just glad you're safe, Shoto. It sounds like things are difficult, but you're learning so much. And it seems like things at UA are going well for you, at least for now." Shoto gazed at his mother, whose gentle, worried gaze was usually comforting. She was relieved that he was doing something he enjoyed and avoiding the poisonous shadow of their family's past, and he could see it in her face. He smiled slightly at her. "Yeah, UA is everything they said it would be, and more. I'm glad I'm there." Fuyumi grinned and clapped her hands together. "See? I knew you'd be fine, Shoto. You'll make it through whatever they throw at you." Shoto took a moment to unwind and bask in the comfort of his family's presence. His bones still ached from the trial of the day, but here, in the peace and quiet of his house, with his family by his side, he could finally relax a little. Shoto felt for the first time in a long time that he was headed in the right direction, even though Lady Nagant had shown him how far he still had to go. As they carried on discussing various topics, such as Fuyumi's job, Natsuo's time at university, and little daily occurrences, Shoto gave himself permission to pause and think quietly. UA was more challenging than he had anticipated, but it was also all he had hoped it would be. And he wanted precisely that. The challenge didn't let him down. In fact, he was glad about it. Though he still had a long way to go, he could sense his own development. With each conflict, setback, and hard-won triumph, he was gradually evolving into the hero he had always dreamed of being. Class 1A sat with remarkable excitement that morning on the third day of UA. Unlike the previous 2 days, there was a new vibe in the room. Students were seated, paying attention, and waiting for Aizawa to arrive. Shoto also observed that they were all filled with excitement, prepared to take on any new challenge that might arise. They had obviously been affected by yesterday's tortoise trial with Lady Nagant, but rather than bringing them down, it appeared to have ignited something in the class. There was silence in the room when Aizawa eventually eased the door open and entered. The change in the mood of the room was quickly noticed by his keen eyes. At the corner of his mouth pulled a tiny, barely noticeable smile. They're picking things up quickly, he thought. He knew he had been correct not to expel anyone on the first day, but he kept it to himself. The only thing left to do was to extract the potential from them. Looks like you're all awake today. Good, Aizawa said in his characteristically direct and abrasive tone. I saw the footage from your hero lessons yesterday with Lady Nagant. The pupils looked at each other, and several of them tensed up as their trial was brought up. Shoto waited for the remainder of Aizawa's evaluation, gaze forward and motionless. I'll be blunt, Aizawa went on, looking around the classroom. I didn't expect a single one of you to pass, none. Shoto could feel the change in the air as some of the pupils stiffened at what he said. Aizawa, however, prevented them from lingering on their unease. It was ridiculous to believe that a bunch of first-year rookies could stand a chance against a professional like Lady Nagant. The trial, as she said, was meant to break your spirits. It was designed to help you realize that as first-year students, you are all weak. His words weighed heavily on the air. Shoto could see how it affected his peers, the tenseness in their shoulders, the way some of them lowered their eyes, and even the way some of them clenched their fists. Whatever greatness you thought you had before coming to UA, it was all a lie, Aizawa said. You were each sold a dream you should have never believed in. This is your reality now. There was silence for a moment. Like everyone else, Shoto took in the words with composure, but he was already accustomed to this way of thinking. UA was for people who were prepared to go above and beyond their comfort zones in order to accomplish something bigger, not for those who were looking for fame. Aizawa's voice changed a little. That said, I'm surprised that two of you actually passed. Some of you came up with strategies that forced Nagant to change tactics. His focus shifted to Inasa. Yorashi, your wind barrier was impressive. It kept her bullets at bay longer than expected, and you bought your team precious time. Inasa smiled with pride, but he was able to contain his normal vigor. Yaoyorozu, Aizawa added, turning to face the bright future heroine. Supplying your team with gear that masked their heat signatures was a smart move. I suppose Todoroki forgot to mention that Nagant's goggles grant her both thermal and X-ray vision. Shoto chastised himself in his head for not recognizing it earlier in their game. Even though the crew had a hard time working together completely, Momo's quick thinking had definitely helped them. Next, Aizawa's eyes fell on Bakugo. Bakugo. Your smokescreens with your explosions were effective at blocking her view. It's obvious that you have both brain and brawn. But you failed the moment you went off on your own. As I predicted from the moment I laid eyes on you, your recklessness cost you dearly and will continue to do so unless you grow up. Bakugo grimaced, his hands tightly balled at his sides. Bakugo barely held back from erupting there, and Shoto could almost feel the heat radiating off him. The criticism hurt more even if it was praised. But the one who impressed me the most, Aizawa went on, turning to face Hitoshi, who was seated calmly in the rear, was Shinso. Shinso remained stoic while blinking in surprise. You were the only one who realized the hostage was rigged, and you exploited it, along with Nagant's overconfidence. That kind of awareness is what all of you should be striving for. Adaptation. Exploiting every option available to you. Shoto could see the weight of Aizawa's remarks weighing on everyone as the class took them in. He was correct. He and too many others had been overly dependent on their quirks. Aizawa's arms were crossed. Relying solely on your quirks is a logical choice, but foolish all the same. It is a double-edged sword that could get you killed in the field. After letting the statement linger for a time, he went on. You want an example? Me. My quirk, Erasure, has a powerful but simple function. I can shut down the quirks of anyone within my sight. The pupils understood their teacher's notorious quirk and gave a small nod. Aizawa's voice became slightly sharper as she asked, but the downsides? It doesn't work on mutant quirks. It stops working if I look away or blink, and I have to blink otherwise my eyes will dry up, which hurts like hell. If I relied on my quirk alone, I'd be a dead man. He pointed to the scarf that was wrapped around his neck. That's why I carry this weapon. I studied martial arts and learned to fight without depending on my quirk. Sometimes, you need to fight like you're quirkless. Not everyone can be a demigod like Todoroki or Bakugo. After that, there was stillness, and Shoto couldn't help but look at Bakugo, whose face darkened with each syllable. In many respects, the explosive student appeared to be about to explode, but instead he bit his tongue and glared at his desk. Aizawa either ignored Bakugo's roiling rage or failed to perceive it. The point is, Aizawa said in a steady voice, you're all here to become heroes. But heroism isn't just about power. It's about being smart, resourceful, and knowing when to push forward and when to hold back. If you can't learn that, then your time here will be short. As the pupils processed everything he had spoken, the room stayed silent. Shoto, on the other hand, felt more determined than ever. Despite his great strength, it was insufficient. He needed to be intelligent in addition to strong, tactical. Aizawa's message was unambiguous. Their trip was only getting started. Overconfidence and haughtiness were not tolerated. They had to change, develop, and put in more effort than they had in the past. As the students of Class 1A were faced with a more conventional but crucial duty, selecting a class representative, the somber intensity of Aizawa's previous lecture persisted. The excitement in the room became evident as soon as Aizawa had completed describing the role. With the exception of Shoto and Shinso, almost everyone eagerly raised their hands to volunteer. Shoto was not going to volunteer for the position because he considered it to be a hassle. After realizing that his students weren't paying enough attention, Aizawa began outlining the duties of this position in UA. The class representative's main responsibility is to serve as the homeroom teachers or any other teacher's second in command while on the field. Given the dangers of their line of work, having a clear chain of command is crucial in case of an emergency. The class rep's third overall in the chain would then be the vice representative. In the unlikely event that the pro-hero accompanying them is ill or otherwise occupied, the representative and their vice would be in charge of directing and calming the remaining students and ensuring everyone's safety. Once the matter is resolved, stubborn refusals to comply with the directives will be severely punished. In addition, the representative and the other members of their cabinet will have the authority to plan class activities, subject to university approval. Additionally, they will have the ability to bring to the faculty's attention suggestions that they believe could enhance the class, a student's academic standing, or even the university itself. There are no assurances that such proposals will be approved. Additionally, pro-heroes will undoubtedly pay the greatest attention to heroes in training who have presidential responsibilities. Since few of them desired that level of responsibility, this revelation destroyed the class's atmosphere. While Shoto was somewhat interested, he still believed that he was not cut out for the role of leader, while Katsuki and Tenya remained driven. In the end, they agreed to be bureaucratic and vote on who would be the representative even though they had not known one another for very long. With Momo as his vice, he received the most votes, much to Bakugo's ire and Todoroki's dismay. What actions did he take to gain his classmates' trust? Since coming here, he hasn't made an effort to make friends with any of them. He has only spoken to Inasa thus far, but that is only because he is so needy of everyone, and they all feel obliged to respond. Otherwise, the fear that something negative will occur begins to fester inside of them. Well, I suppose there is no way to avoid it. Furthermore, he will not disclose this information to the family. He will simply explain that he was offered extracurricular lessons if he has to stay late at home due to representative duties. Boring but essential information. Shoto received a call from Fuyumi just as he was about to eat lunch. She called to inform him that she would not be home when he returned because she had agreed to teach late-night lessons in the Musutafu Sanctum, which has an elementary school built inside for kids who can't go anywhere else. He also gave his family the university's schedule so they know when to call him for anything they need to say. It would have been simpler if she had simply texted him, but what can he do since Fuyumi prefers to hear the voices of people she is speaking to? Once more, his lunchtime march is interrupted when he overhears some of the other teachers having an intriguing conversation. They are too preoccupied to notice anyone else. Present Mike remarked, "I'm not kidding, this kid, Midoriya, knows his stuff, and the way he studies quirks, determining their weaknesses and how to improve them, is next level," as he described Izuku's notebooks. "It's not that I doubt you, Hizashi. Quirk analysis has become something of a necessity in recent years, given how quirks keep evolving, but you make it sound like this kid has been doing this for decades, rather than at most 14 years, maybe," Sekijiro responded with a little skepticism. Hizashi showed a portion of the notebook devoted to Vlad King and said, "I understand what you're saying, but see for yourself." Nezu finished examining the notebook so I can return it to the listener, but you can check a peek on yourself. Sekijiro decides to make fun of his colleague and takes the notebook to look through its contents. Khan ignored the remarkable and realistic drawing of himself and began reading Midoriya's ideas about how to make blood control better. He also described uses for his quirk that Vlad had not considered. Monomolecular blades from the plasma in my blood. Well, I'll be damned. Why didn't I think of that? Nomori questioned Hizashi. Am I in it? We are all in this one except for Shota, Hizashi affirmed. My turn, she thought as she grabbed Khan's notebook. He yelled, I wasn't done reading, but Nomori ignored him and, after finding her section, began reading. His drawings alone make me horny, but how does he know that I only rip my suit for show? Oh, he seems to think somnambulist works on producing pheromones mixed with a sleeping agent. The only reason it doesn't work on women instantly like men is that the gas I usually release is female pheromones mixed with a sleeping agent, causing it to have a harder time on females. He theorizes that if I learn how to release male pheromones, it would work just as effectively on women. Nomori took a moment to think about this. Well, I guess it's back to the drawing board for me. Ectoplasm was the next to read the book. Curious, he seems to know about my giant clone, even though it's been years since I fought in front of the public eye with it. His idea about my clones being in between regular form and giant form isn't wrong, though, it could come in handy. Well, this one is quite interesting. He theorizes that I should be able to create clones with multiple limbs, preferably arms, sort of a combination technique. I have to try this later on. Well, color me impressed, it seems that this new kid of yours is a genius, and just who we'd been looking for. We can use his analysis to improve the other students' abilities, Khan said. Does he have an intelligence quirk, like Nezu? Hard to say. He says that his quirk makes him a living battery that stockpiles energy over time, and at a slow pace. This energy amplifies every physical aspect of his body, as well as a few extra abilities like what I guess is electrostatic telekinesis and flight with no harm to what or who he uses it on, so for all I know, he can do whatever he wants, Hizashi said. He said that he had to skip the practical portion of the entrance exam because of a family issue that had to take priority over his future at UA. Nomori laughed and gave herself a sensual hug. Ah, isn't that just sweet? Maybe I should give that green bean some private lessons, she said. The green bean comes from 1C. Are they talking about that one? Shoto asked himself, remembering the green-haired man he had seen when Bakugo gave him a disdainful look. What the hell am I hearing? Speaking of Bakugo, Shoto was so preoccupied with his interest in finding out who could have attracted so much attention from pro-hero teachers that he overlooked Katsuki, who was also listening in on him. As usual, Shoto was not pleased. His rage was getting to the limit, and Shoto was more shocked that he was able to control himself than that he appeared to be about to attack the teachers. They can't be talking about Deku. That's ridiculous, he said. Deku doesn't have a quirk, and those damn books are nothing but a perversion to heroes. It's all lies. His snarling mutter is akin to that of a bleeding predator who is prepared to fight to the death despite knowing he doesn't have much time left. A loud alarm startled the two and the teachers before anything more could happen. With his fists clenched and smoke curling from his knuckles, Katsuki bounded out from 1A. His growls were muffled by a door that slammed behind him, but the bitter taste he left in the hallway persisted. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kirishima jogged after him, calling his name with the fervent devotion of a dog pursuing its injured master. With a collective sigh, the rest of Class 1A broke the silence like a window opening in a room that had been sealed for a long time. Kyoka whispered, "Good riddance," and tucked her earjacks back into her sleeves. Booming dog from hell, who lives in a junkyard. Seriously, Kiri should cut that mad dog loose already, Mina Ashido moaned as she leaned back against the wall. We'd all breathe easier. Denki Kaminari gave his head a scratch. Why is he so attached to Bakugo anyway? That guy's got no love for anyone but himself. Mina hesitated and looked away. It's not that simple. Denki blinked. What, are they cousins or something? No, Mina said in a grave tone. It's where we came from. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall as though the memory were weighing her down. Our neighborhood in Musutafu used to be quiet, boring, even. Hardly any crime. But after everything fell apart because of what happened, the peace shattered like glass. The unexpected gravity in her voice drew them in as they listened. A month into our first year of high school, a gang of villains showed up. 5 of them. They were scum, brutal, entitled. One of them a serial rapist who didn't care about age or gender. No heroes came. No police stuck around. They'd all died, quit, or run. Denki went pale. Holy, some of the older kids tried to fight back, tried to play vigilante. Bakugo was one of them. Actually, he was the only one left when the rest got killed. Everyone fell silent at that. When we met him, he was quiet, shut off, kept to himself. But when those monsters came, something broke open inside him. Or maybe, something darker crawled out. Mina's eyes squinted, far away. He beat the villains, crippled them, crushed them, just enough so they couldn't get up again. And when the police finally came, they saw 5 bleeding bodies and a boy grinning like a devil with smoke in his palms. Bitterly, no one asked questions, she added. No one wanted to. Everyone in the neighborhood called him a hero. A savior. Even when he started acting like a tyrant, they still cheered. I was grateful at first. Kiri even more so. We fought to join his little group of protectors. He liked that. Started calling himself the king of Boomtown. She laughed. But what aspect of him was good-willed, lost? He was no longer attempting to save lives. Simply rule them. He became more concerned with instilling fear in others than he was with the villains. Tenya Iida, who was typically the most vocal in defending principles and order, stayed quiet, his brow furrowed. Why wasn't he stopped? Denki inquired. Because he worked, said Mina gloomily. Villains ceased visiting. People were more secure. Additionally, nobody cared more about teaching Bakugo the proper behavior of a true hero than they did about surviving the next attack. Mina whispered, I thought maybe I was wrong, that he would get over it. However, by the second year, all that remained were anger and pride. There was a long silence. The weight of Kirishima's absence increased. His loyalty was blind hope, not admirable. Iida finally said, I don't understand, why would Ua even let someone like him in? In a cool, clinical tone, Momo replied, because vigilantism is no longer prohibited. Not at all. The law was no longer a shield after the mighty downfall. It turned into a sieve. Nearly numb, Hanta added, let's be honest. If anyone was in UA, I'd be shocked. Who hasn't had to struggle at least once to survive until tomorrow? The air felt heavy, and that line hung over them like a funeral bell. Shoto looked down from his spot by the window, his thoughts straying to what his father had said. Endeavor had once told him, I used to hate vigilantes, believing them to be careless. Like that annoying skycrawler, undeserving. At that point, however, the law became significant. Right now, every child, woman, and man must at some point become their own hero. Otherwise, they won't make it. The law has never been weaker. And sometimes doing so means allowing thousands of people to perish. Monsters like Bakugo were accepted in a collapsing world, not because they were good, but because they were required. We keep him around, Shoto declared out loud, not because he deserves it. However, we're hoping, perhaps praying, that something will change. Before he develops into what we all know he can. The third day did not go as planned, first because the reporters entered UA's grounds without permission and were mistaken for invading villains. This caused a panic among the students, until Izuku Midoriya from Class 1C calmed them down and then made Toru Hagakure from 1A visible to everyone. His siblings teased him about it, asking if he had a crush on someone, but he doesn't. It's just an attraction at best. Shoto couldn't deny that even he was enthralled by her beauty and displayed an emotion that lasted until he got home. Hero lessons with Lady Nagant were cancelled for the day due to the chaos that ensued, which was the biggest disappointment for the students to date. Aizawa then punished 1A, with the exception of Hagakure, for how most of them handled the chaos or did not at all, and made them run laps for 40 minutes without stopping. Even Endeavor's previous self was not that cruel to Shoto. Once again, 1A will work with 1B, but this time with both homeroom teachers, and their next hero lessons with Lady Nagant will be about rescue operations under the guidance of the space hero. 13. The students hope that nothing negative will happen this time when the fourth day of UA arrives. The trip to the USJ rapidly intensifies, sending shockwaves through both Class 1A and 1B as they confront their worst nightmare. Villains attacking them in full force. They were wrong. They were all so wrong. Chaos ensued when the enormous black portal in the middle of the building exploded, and the students were immediately overpowered by the influx of villains, which sent shockwaves through the air. Every instinct told them that they were in danger. As the students stared down an army of sinister figures, dark, twisted faces, some smiling cruelly, others smiling maliciously, the atmosphere was heavy with tension, a suffocating presence. They had seen villains before, but never in this form or with such force. Eclipse, their leader, towered over them, a figure of menace and evil, a red-eyed villain who, while surveying the chaos around him in his flowing cape, emanated a terrifying calmness that the students sensed, a deep, burning hatred for everything they stood for. His calm was cold and calculated, a man ready to do unimaginable damage and destruction, but it was far worse than any wild rage, even though his presence was oppressive. Beside him, Kurogiri, the villain composed of dark mist, wasted no time in using his quirk to scatter the students throughout the facility. Some gritted their teeth, while others cried out in fear, as their survival instincts kicked in and portals opened beneath them, swallowing small groups whole and spitting them out in various zones of the USJ, isolating them from one another and leaving them vulnerable to the surrounding villains. Eclipse wanted the world to see the fall of these young, aspiring heroes, and he wanted to make a statement. The teachers were trapped near the entrance, kept busy by the strongest of Eclipse's forces, preventing any rescue from coming. Meanwhile, reporters, taken hostage and forced to film the brutal display, documented every violent act that unfolded for all of Japan to see. When Shoto landed in the landslide zone, he was immediately surrounded by hostile villains and separated from the majority of his class. His training immediately sent him into defensive maneuvers, pushing the attackers back and using his quirk to keep them at bay by freezing the ground beneath their feet and building enormous walls of ice to protect himself from attacks. But as the battle went on, it became evident that this was not a battle he could easily win by brute force alone. The villains kept coming, and with each new wave, the intensity of the assault increased, and his breath became labored, sweat mingling with the ice surrounding him. At first, it was easy enough. Every villain that came near him was swiftly subdued with a burst of ice or an overwhelming blast of fire. A villain with talon-like nails then appeared, his movements smooth and deliberate, and before Shoto could react, the villain slashed at him, his claws brushing against his arm, causing pain. But it wasn't just pain. The villain's quirk injected Shoto's bloodstream with a fast-acting poison that dulled his senses and slowed his movements. Damn it, Shoto thought as the poison began to take effect, his vision becoming slightly blurry and his reaction time slowing. The villains took advantage of this, moving closer and preparing to overwhelm him. Shoto, however, had not yet left. He took a deep breath and prepared one of his strongest moves by drawing on his ice again. Cryowave. A huge wave of ice exploded outward from where he stood, surging across the ground like a tidal wave. The temperature dropped instantly, and jagged shards of ice erupted from the ground, freezing the villains in their tracks. Some were instantly immobilized, while others were caught by the sharp shards of ice that shot up like spears from the ground. He pressed his hand to the ground, focusing his quirk into the earth beneath him. The ice stretched across the battlefield, a harsh, merciless terrain of frozen terrain that would make it difficult for anyone to approach him without risking serious injury. The cryowave created an impenetrable barrier between him and the approaching villains, stopping their advance and forcing them to retreat. For a moment, he had control again. Shoto knew he couldn't continue this, despite his momentary victory. Every nerve in Shoto's body cried out for him to stop, to lie down, but years of harsh endurance training under Endeavor kept him going. He had been forced to push through pain, to fight on even when his body wanted to give up. Now, that iron willpower was paying off. Shoto's body felt heavy, the poison in his veins dulling his senses, slowing his movements, and his breath coming in ragged gasps. With more lives on the line, he knew he couldn't afford to make a mistake, so he concentrated. Shoto felt the familiar surge of heat from his left side, summoning the flames, pushing his fire to its limit, raising the temperature until it was nearly unbearable, and then his right side kicked in, his ice counteracting the intense heat to prevent his body from overheating. A trick he had been forced to learn under his father's constant training. Shoto knew he had only one chance as more villains closed in on his position and a group of them spotted 3 of his classmates. 2 from 1A and 1 from 1B, taking refuge in the wreckage of a building that had collapsed. Then the fire roared to life, igniting his left arm in a blinding inferno. Shoto focused all of his strength into his fist, channeling the flames with precision. Jet burn. Flash fire fist. His fist struck the lead villain's chest with such force that it sent the entire squad reeling back before the flames exploded outwards, engulfing the villains in a searing blaze. They were launched more than half a mile away, their bodies trailing smoke as they vanished into the distance. The flames shot from his knuckles, propelling his punch forward with incredible force. Silence fell over the battlefield for a moment, and Shoto, breathing heavily, walked toward his classmates, his vision a little blurry from the effort. Shoto's heart fell when he discovered his fellow students, what was left of them, inside the dilapidated flower shop where they were hiding. Its roof collapsed and its walls cracked. Shoto had never witnessed death so close to him. He had spent years training to be a hero, but no amount of training had prepared him for the reality of seeing his comrades lying dead before him. Rikido Sato and Mashirao Ojiro, 2 of his classmates from 1A, lay still on the ground, their bodies broken, blood pooling beneath them. Pony Tsunotori, a member of Class 1B, was sitting next to them, her body shaking, tears running down her cheeks, one horn entirely gone, ripped from her head, he assumed, the other broken, the top half shattered. Shoto stopped. This wasn't supposed to happen. They were heroes in training, not combatants. They were supposed to save lives, not be made to bury their own. The image stabbed into his mind, his calm eroding. The sight of his dead classmates nearly broke him, but his hand trembled as the poison continued to weaken him. Sato. Ojiro, even though he didn't know them well, they were still his classmates, and it was too much to witness them lying in such a way that they couldn't be saved. I can't break now, he said, clenching his fists to combat the bile rising in his throat. There was still someone here that Shoto could save, so he quickly forced himself to put the overwhelming grief aside and refocus. When he kneeled in front of her and said, "Tsunotori," she was stunned, utterly unresponsive, and still trembling. Her wide, scared eyes met his, but she did not respond. "We must leave," he said, reaching out and shaking her shoulders, not too gently. "We must leave this place." She remained motionless, lost in her terror, her lips trembling but no words escaping her lips. This time, Shoto gave her a stronger, more violent shake. "Tsunotori. Get out of it, there isn't any time, they will return." Shoto muttered a curse because he knew more villains were on the way and they didn't have time for this. Her body tensed up a little, but her eyes didn't focus. Guilt-ridden, he looked back at Sato and Ojiro's bodies, knowing that leaving them behind was wrong, that everything in him cried out against it, but that he could do nothing for them, not now. He couldn't protect the dead, but he could protect Pony. He had to save the living, so he whispered, "I'm sorry," before turning back to Pony after taking one last glance at his fallen classmates. He had no time to be gentle, he had to get them out of there before more villains showed up, so he put one arm around her and pulled her to her feet, supporting her weight as she stumbled, still dazed. His legs felt like lead, and his vision was blurry at the edges, but he forced himself to keep going because if he stopped now, they would both die here. The poison was seeping deeper and deeper into his system. "Just keep going, please." The poison still drained his strength, but he pushed through the pain, for every step was a struggle against his deteriorating body, and he would be damned if he let that training go to waste now. The weight of Pony's body weighed heavily on him, but he carried her, determined to get them both to safety. They needed to find the others, more students, more heroes, anyone who could help, but their chances appeared slim as they stumbled through the debris, Shoto's mind racing. The facility was overrun by villains, and the poison was getting worse. Shoto, however, wasn't about to give up just yet. And if it came to it, he would fight to the end. Which is currently going to be tested as more villains arrive to capture them. The poison running through his veins was making every movement feel like a struggle, but Shoto's grief and rage at seeing Sato and Ojiro dead in the ruins drove him to keep fighting, even though his breath was labored, his vision was blurred, and his muscles ached from the unrelenting battle. With Pony barely able to stand behind him, Shoto knew he had no choice but to keep fighting, and his emotions were running wild, pushing him further into a dangerous state of mind. Shoto's normally composed manner gave way to something more feral as more villains appeared to block his path. The pain, the poison, and the sight of his fallen comrades all became too much, and he was finally overcome by his anger and desperation. With a jolt of energy, Shoto lifted his hand and unleashed his heaven-piercing ice wall, and the ground shook as a massive glacier rose from the earth, looming over the battlefield, and the ice shoot out with ruthless speed, intending to ensnare every villain in its path. Some of the faster ones were lucky enough to avoid the attack, but others were not, as the ice swallowed them whole, freezing them in place with no way out. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the battle was over, but the villains who had escaped were closing in, smiling savagely as they readied themselves to attack. The ice wall stood like a frozen monument to Shoto's wrath. Shoto had not finished. He raised his left hand, his flames igniting with savage intensity, and without thinking, he unleashed the flashfire fist. Hell Spider, driven by a dangerous mixture of rage and the poison that was slowly killing him. From his fingertips, streams of blazing flames spread out in all directions like a spider's web, slicing through everything in their path as they burned across the battlefield. The villains caught in the web of fire were unable to react, as the intense heat and fire shredded them like paper, and the air was filled with the crackle of burning earth and the cries of those unfortunate enough to be caught in the attack. Behind him, Pony remained frozen in shock, untouched by the icy and fiery assaults, but too overcome with fear to move or assist. Shoto didn't stop to consider the destruction he had caused, and he didn't care if he had killed anyone, though he secretly feared that he had crossed a line. His vision was turning into a haze of red and white, and he could hardly see, but the adrenaline rushing through him kept him upright. One villain had survived Shoto's rampage, but the battlefield was now a hellscape, with only charred ground, frozen bodies, and smoldering ruins left. Anger at the near-death experience, the survivor stood tall, snarling, his arms raised, his body shaking with rage, and his quirk, an earthbending ability, responded to his rage, causing the ground to rumble beneath him and then the earth to rise in an instant, a huge tsunami of rocks, mud, and debris rushing forward to bury Shoto and Pony under tons of crushing weight. As Shoto saw the approaching wave of devastation, his eyes widened, and he could hardly concentrate. He knew he had to move quickly, but his body was nearly exhausted, the poison was winning, and his strength was ebbing away every second, but he had no choice but to protect Pony. His legs felt like they would give out any moment, but he forced himself to keep going, and he ran forward, pulling away from Pony to give himself the room he needed to fight the attack. Shoto prepared his next move, knowing that it would require all of his remaining energy as the wall of mud approached. Focusing his energy as best he could, he first used his ice powers to cool the air around him, causing the ground to freeze and creating an unsettling calm before the storm. Then, in a flash, he switched to his flames, causing the temperature to rise to a searing heat. The air around him quickly expanded as the abrupt change from freezing cold to searing heat occurred, and Shoto unleashed the flash freeze heatwave with a shout of rage. While the earthbender screamed as the blast consumed him, sending him flying through the air before crashing into the remains of the battlefield, the superheated blast roared forward, enveloping the villain in its path and knocking him backward with incredible force. The blast's force melted the rocks and mud into molten sludge, creating a fiery shockwave that blew the remaining debris away. Shoto stumbled, his legs barely supporting him, the fight over, for the time being, but he could feel his body failing him, his limbs feeling like lead, his vision nearly gone, the poison having spread too far, the adrenaline that had been keeping him going ebbing quickly. He staggered ahead, barely able to stand, and behind him Pony was still stunned, her eyes wide with confusion and fear, but at least she was still alive. However, Shoto was unsure of how long he could remain upright. "Bravo, Todoroki," Shoto said. His fighting instincts made him ignore his pain, even though his breathing became shallow. He was now staring at the smirking villain in front of him, Eclipse, the mastermind behind the attack, whose idea of a mask is a golden box with 2 holes drilled into the bottom that covers his face sufficiently to expose his eyes. Shoto was jolted out of his poisonous reverie by the sound of the villain's mocking applause, which filled the air, each clap resonating with icy indifference. "A fantastic performance. Really, I couldn't have asked for better material," he said, pointing to the cameraman behind him, who had been filming the entire battle and appeared to have seen a ghost, his legs trembling, his face going pale, and the wet stain on his pants a glaring sign of his fear. Every fiber of his being cried out to attack, to put an end to this monster in front of him, but something in Eclipse's manner caused him to pause. Shoto's hold tightened around his flames, but his thoughts were obscured by fatigue, poison, and rage. Though she still trembled and her eyes were wide with fear, the sight of Eclipse seemed to shake Pony out of her paralysis, and she made no attempt to fight back, still too terrified. Shoto felt her fear radiating from her, and he moved closer, pulling her tight to his chest with his right arm, barely able to keep himself upright, but he wasn't going to let her die. Not like this. With flames crackling around his fingers, his left arm flared with fiery intensity, ready to attack Eclipse. "If you're here to fight," Shoto growled through gritted teeth, "I'll incinerate you where you stand." Now, let's not get hasty," Eclipse said with a smile and a mock surrender gesture with his hands. "Todoroki, I didn't come here to fight you. You are too significant. I wouldn't want to murder Endeavor's priceless masterpiece in order to start a conflict." Shoto's gaze grew strained. "What are you talking about?" Eclipse stepped forward, a menacing light shining in his crimson eyes. With a somber laugh, he said, "I'm just here to make a point." As Shoto attempted to interpret Eclipse's words, his mind raced and his heart thumped in his chest. Eclipse moved to his left and leaned down to take the arm of an unconscious person who had been lying on the ground before he could demand more information. When Shoto saw who it was, his breath caught. Bakugo. As Eclipse pulled Bakugo's lifeless body across the battlefield like a rag doll, his eyes widened in disbelief. Parts of Bakugo's skin appeared to be rotting away, and his once proud hero costume was in ruins, torn to pieces. Normally filled with rage and defiance, his face was swollen and covered in blood. Bakugo was beaten to within a hair's breadth. As he flung Bakugo's body aside like trash, Eclipse said, "You see, Todoroki," in a tone that was almost conversational. "Eliminating every single one of you would do me no good. Not when you're more useful alive. Like your friend here, who will find a better purpose with us." Shoto felt the last of his strength ebbing from him as his chest constricted. Bakugo. Thrashed in that manner, it seemed impossible. With a deadly serious expression, Eclipse returned his attention to Shoto and Pony. Allow me to introduce you to the meaning behind our name. The Liberators of Mightless. Shoto's vision blurred, but he gritted his teeth and kept his flames burning. His body felt like it was about to give out every second, but he needed answers. Ignoring Shoto's internal conflict, Eclipse went on. He gestured around the facility as though delivering a speech to an invisible audience, saying, "We, the Liberators, are here to remind the world of what it has forgotten in the last 8 years. Villains own this world now. It belongs to us, and yet, it remains unclean. You so-called heroes, the defenders of the weak, the champions of justice, you're nothing but a blight. A failure. And we're here to liberate the world from your poisonous ideals." The words hung in the air like a death sentence as he paused. Eclipse smiled back, sardonic and ruthless. "And as for the mightless part, well, that's obvious, isn't it? All Might is dead. The symbol of peace is nothing but dust now. And with him gone, the world can know real freedom." Shoto's heart fell. The words were so casually spoken that they felt like a blade to his chest. He was aware that the world would be rocked by All Might's death, but it was even more painful to hear it come from a villain like Eclipse. It seemed definitive. Eclipse's voice was brimming with contempt. "The heroes lost their king," she added, "and the world lost its balance. But even now, in this new reality, his poisonous legacy lives on. A false messiah. The great deceiver. That's what he was. So, we will annihilate all who wish to follow in his footsteps." Malice gleamed in Eclipse's eyes. And where better to start than here in Ua? Shoto's hands became more clenched. For a moment his flames flared, but the cameraman was still there, frightened, and he could not attack. Eclipse's remarks were meaningless, the ramblings of a crazy person attempting to arouse fear. "You're wrong," Shoto snarled while attempting to control his breathing. "Your ideology is pure garbage." Eclipse chuckled and took a step forward. "Is it? Or are you just afraid to admit that the age of heroes is over?" Shoto sensed his own slippage. His body was shutting down, and the poison was spreading too far. His legs were getting weaker and his vision was becoming blurry, but he still wanted to fight and defend Pony. Eclipse wasn't done yet. "But don't worry, Todoroki. As I said, I'm not here to kill you. I'm just here to make you bleed. To send a message. As long as heroes exist, the bloodshed will continue. But if you surrender now, no more will have to die today." Shoto caught a glimpse of something in the distance before everything turned black. Through the confusion, a burst of green lightning headed directly for Eclipse. And then it was all dark. Even though Shoto's body felt heavy from exhaustion, his senses gradually returned to him. He opened his eyes and lay motionless for a moment, absorbing the scene. He knew he was in the Ua infirmary by the sterile smell of antiseptics and the soft hum of machinery. No, it's a hospital now, not just an infirmary. It served as a reminder of the significant changes. Now that he could see clearly, he blinked and became aware that he was briefly alone. Before he could gather his thoughts, the room was filled with the sound of sobs, familiar, tearful voices. He knew who they were without having to see them. His household. Shoto recognized his brothers, sisters, and mother's voices. Shoto felt his heart constrict. Around his bedside, the Todoroki family had assembled, except for Enji. His fatigue obscured his vision, but he could see them clearly enough to know they were there. Waves of the warmth of their feelings, unadulterated and unfiltered, swept over him. Reaching out to touch his hand, Rei's voice was choked with relief as she said, "Shoto, thank God." Her grip was gentle but desperate. "You're awake," Natsuo said in a low, but emotionally shaky, voice. "You scared the hell out of us, man." Shoto tried to speak, but he had trouble forming the words because his throat felt dry. He was at a loss for words. He wasn't even sure if he was okay, so how could he possibly reassure them? He could still picture the scenes from that terrible fight. Bakugo battered to death, Sato and Ojiro lying dead, Eclipse's twisted words reverberating in his ears. His spirit felt like it was hanging by a thread, and it wasn't just his body that was broken. He managed to rasp, "I'm fine," but his voice was blatantly false. He sensed his mother trembling as her hold tightened. "You're not fine, Shoto," she said in a whisper while her eyes continued to well up. "But you're here, and that's all that matters." He was plagued by guilt. He sensed their anxiety around him, but he was unable to look them in the eyes. Others had not survived, but he had. Although his family was secure, what about the others? Who were the ones who had lost their kids? His chest was burdened by the weight of those unsaid questions. The sobs eventually stopped, and the atmosphere in the room became more subdued. Leaning back in the bed, Shoto felt the weariness of the emotional reunion set in. It was Fuyumi who broke the silence first. She gently brushed a lock of hair away from her face and explained, "You've been out for almost 2 days. But you're healing fast." Recovery girl said that your body needed time to rest, but it wasn't just her who helped. Shoto struggled to sit up and scowled in perplexity. "What do you mean?" "Midoriya," stated Fuyumi. "Izuku Midoriya." Shoto blinked. He was moved by the name, but not in the way he had anticipated hearing it. Midoriya. Yes, he was the 1C student, but Fuyumi talked about him as though he was more. With his voice still hoarse, Shoto questioned, "Midoriya?" A tiny, appreciative smile spread across Fuyumi's face as she nodded. "He helped heal you. His quirk. It's incredible. He removed the poison from your body and, well, did something else too. He never explained how his quirk works, nor did I bother asking, but he can use it to heal as well as punch really hard. He's the reason you're recovering so quickly." Shoto made an effort to comprehend this information. Everyone in Class 1A had seen Midoriya, so he knew it was special, but this? There was nothing he had known about this. He was shocked to learn that Midoriya possessed a quirk strong enough to heal people on such a profound level. However, Fuyumi went on, gradually assembling a larger picture with her words. She clarified, "Midoriya isn't just a student at UA, I know him from the sanctum. He helps out there sometimes, with the chores, teaching the children in my class, and his mother works as a nurse there." Shoto's thoughts were racing. He was unaware of Midoriya's extensive involvement outside of UA. He had a fresh vision of his classmate, someone who had been subtly assisting others in ways Shoto had never noticed before. Izuku was already living the life of a hero, not just a hero in training. Shoto's heart fell when she got to the most crucial section as Fuyumi went on. "Midoriya didn't just heal you, Shoto. He helped everyone, all the other students who survived the invasion. Made it through." The word was like a kick to the stomach. With a voice hardly audible above a whisper, Shoto questioned, "How many didn't?" After a lengthy silence, Fuyumi finally responded. "4," she said in a low, sorrowful voice. "4 students died, Shoto. You knew 2 of them." Shoto closed his eyes as the well-known burden of grief and guilt returned to his chest. Even though he was aware of Sato and Ojiro, the confirmation only made the somber truth more apparent. And they weren't alone. He hadn't seen the faces of the 2 other students who had passed away, but their lives were now forever lost. He forced the question past his parched lips and asked, "And the others?" Fuyumi retorted quietly, "Many are injured, but they'll recover. Midoriya and the UA doctors made sure of that." Shoto was at a loss for words. Although he was relieved that so many had survived, he was troubled by the fact that 4 students, 4 future heroes, had died in the invasion. He believed that despite his training and strength, he had failed to save them. Even though he wanted to linger on that gloom, he had to remember that he was still here, still alive. Thanks to individuals like Midoriya, the majority of his classmates were also. There was still a battle to be won, and there was still hope. Shoto's thoughts started to clear as the room became quiet. Despite facing death and facing it head-on, he managed to survive. He had not yet been crushed by the weight of the world. Despite the harsh reality all around them, Shoto felt the warmth of his family's presence as he looked at them. The fight was far from over, but he had survived. Despite the hospital's serene atmosphere, Fuyumi sat quietly next to Shoto, the tension in the room heavy. Her expression changed when she noticed the time as she looked at the wall clock. The silence was broken when she remarked, "They're probably starting the conference now." Shoto, still reclined in bed, looked her in the eyes without saying anything. He was aware that she was referring to the post-UA invasion conference. Fuyumi got up, grabbed the remote control, and turned on the television that was fixed to the wall in front of him. The crowded conference room was shown as soon as the screen came to life. The UA teachers were seated at a long table in the center of a formal area with reporters and flashing cameras. Pro heroes and other faculty members sat on either side of Dean Nezu, who occupied the center seat. The Todoroki family watched as the camera panned to reveal the faculty lineup at UA. Aizawa sat on Nezu's left, his eyes weary but determined. Kan, Tsutsumi, and Anan Kuros, aka 13, were standing next to him. They were all dressed in formal attire, had solemn expressions, and were obviously aware of how serious the situation was. Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Mirko, Crust, Ingenium, Kamui Woods, Wash, Yorimusha, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, and Shishida were the pro-heroes behind them. The solemn expressions on each hero's faces conveyed the gravity of the situation UA was in. There were no attempts at humor or smiles. The tragedy loomed like a black cloud over them all. Rei, who was seated close to Shoto's bed, leaned in and spoke quietly, her tone containing a hint of regret and worry. Your father was here, Shoto. He wouldn't leave your side. But Dean Nezu asked him to be at the conference. He felt Endeavor's presence was necessary to support Ua in this crisis. Shoto closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the information, but he did not respond. Even though it was expected, his father's absence was felt. Even Shoto, however, recognized that Endeavor was necessary because this was a larger issue than any one individual. The future of Hero Society and UA's reputation were on the line. As Nezu started talking, the camera panned in on him. His tone was composed but conveyed the seriousness of the situation. He described the attack's specifics, including how the liberators of Mightless had gotten past UA's sophisticated security measures. Without attempting to defend the university's shortcomings, he spoke bluntly and acknowledged that, in spite of their best efforts, they were unprepared for a villain like Kurogiri, who could open warp gates, as well as for the EMP quirks or support equipment the villains used to enter covertly. As you know, Nezu said in a somber but steady voice, the USJ incident was broadcast by the villains themselves. However, the simultaneous assault on our main building was not shown to the public, likely to cause confusion and prevent us from organizing a proper defense. We were caught off guard. The reporters were agitated, raising their hands in anticipation of questions. Nezu went on to describe the actions Ua would take in the future. He pledged to strengthen security at the university by implementing new technology and procedures that would be comparable to those of Tartarus, the maximum security prison for villains. Nezu promised, UA will become a fortress of safety for our students and faculty. While we failed to prevent this attack, we will not allow it to happen again. However, the weight of his words felt more like a burden than a promise. The room was alive with keyboard clicks and paper shuffling as the floor opened for questions. When reporters yelled questions, Nezu responded to them with a professional demeanor. A sharp, pointed question from one reporter pierced the atmosphere. Dean Nezu, what can you say about the dormitory situation? The Hyde Alliance dorms, which were initially hailed as a successful program since their inception 6 years ago, have reportedly been under construction for an unusually long time. Some speculate this delay was intentional, to keep students out of UA after hours. Is UA hiding something serious behind this, and does it tie into recent events? As everyone awaited Nezu's answer, the room fell silent. Shoto saw the dean's face briefly waver in hesitation, even through the TV screen. It was short but distinct. Nezu responded calmly, his voice steady but not quite convincing. The reconstruction of the dormitories was, indeed, prolonged. This was not due to any negligence or conspiracy, but rather because we faced immense pressure to ensure the safety and well-being of our students. We had to re-evaluate our security measures after the attacks on other hero academies. Our priority has always been the safety of our students, and we needed to make sure that when they returned to campus, they would be protected. Unfortunately, despite these efforts, we now realize it wasn't enough. Nezu continued, bowing his head slightly, even though the reporter and a few of the others didn't seem to be happy with the response. For that, we sincerely apologize to the families of those who were lost and to all of our students. We have failed to protect them as we should have. And for that, we will never stop making amends. Following in his footsteps, Aizawa, Tsutsumi, Kuros, and Kan bowed their heads silently, their faces marked with shame and guilt. The pro-heroes behind them maintained their composure and serious demeanors, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Shoto's hands were balled into fists under the blankets as he watched the scene in the hospital room. It was harder than ever to face the truth of what had transpired, the lives lost, and the weight that now hung over UA as a symbol of hope. For the students who had perished, the friends and families who had been left behind, and the survivors, including himself, who now had to face a world in which heroes could no longer afford to fail, his heart ached. The pro-heroes' solemn faces were captured by the camera as it panned across the room. Shoto stared at his father as it stopped on Endeavor. He still had his usual ferocious and commanding presence, but there was something else in his eyes, a burden, maybe, or the knowledge that the world he had helped create was falling apart beneath them. Shoto's thoughts drifted as the conference went on. The fight against evildoers like Eclipse and the Liberators was far from over, and the future was uncertain. All he could do for the time being, though, was lie there and let his body heal while the outside world kept searching for answers. And for optimism. Even in such a heated environment, the reporters were going beyond simply posing questions. They were pushing the limits of what was appropriate. A reporter rose to her feet, her voice piercing the faint whispers. Hero academies were never easy targets for villains. In fact, This level of vulnerability is unprecedented in recent history. Back when the first academies were founded, such tragedies may have been possible, but in this day and age, with all our advancements, this should be impossible. The fact that these attacks are happening again, it raises serious concerns. Could it be that these academies have become outdated? For the safety of our next generation, or even for the sake of the young adults who are still children in the eyes of their families, is it time to consider closing these institutions? Should we move towards something new? As the room waited for a response, the question lingered in the air, its weight evident. Nezu briefly appeared prepared to answer, but Endeavor moved forward before he could, attracting everyone's attention with his flaming presence. His commanding aura filled the room, and his very movement silenced the reporters. Since ascending to the position of #1 hero, Endeavor had cemented his position as Japan's pillar of strength. Not as a brand new emblem like All Might, but as a person deserving of respect and confidence. Now that he was the nation's guardian, his words weighed the hopes and anxieties of the whole country. The idea that academies are outdated, Endeavor began in a powerful and deep voice, is a reaction based on fear. I won't deny that hindsight reveals the possibility of a new program, a safer way to train and raise future heroes, far removed from the danger posed by villains. But let me remind you all of one thing. He stopped, looking around the room with intense intensity, looking into each reporter's eyes. Such a proposal, while noble in theory, would take years, perhaps even decades, to come to fruition. And in the current state of the world, we don't have that kind of time. It would be a waste of both resources and lives to even consider it at this point. We cannot afford to dismantle the institutions that create our heroes. UA and other academies must remain as beacons of hope, of our future. As his words took hold, there was a brief pause, but it was broken by a sharp voice from the audience. But isn't it true, said a reporter, that UA's incompetence almost cost you your own son's life? Shoto Todoroki was seen on live television, barely holding on, defending a fellow student after discovering the bodies of 2 of his classmates. And while in his deteriorating state, it appears he killed several of the villains he fought. Shoto was struck by the words like a freight train. He felt his heart sink into his stomach as he watched from his hospital bed. He was aware that his actions during the battle were desperate, motivated by the poison in his veins and his desire to survive, but he was unaware of this, that he may have killed villains during his outburst. He was out of breath as the weight of that knowledge pressed down on him. His family surrounded him in the room, looking at each other anxiously as the moment they had feared came sooner than they had anticipated. They had intended to tell him, but not in this manner. As the camera panned in on Shoto's father, Endeavor, his gaze flitted to the screen. For a brief moment, the flame hero's face was unreadable, but his rage was obvious to those who knew him well. For a split second, his hands clenched into fists and his jaw muscles tightened. However, he quickly collected himself, demonstrating his ability to control his emotions in public. He responded promptly, and there was no room for doubt in his firm yet calm voice. Endeavor acknowledged, yes, my son fought with everything he had, in an unflinching tone. And it's because of what he endured that UA must remain open. It's because of the battles these young heroes are facing, battles they did not ask for, but must fight, that our academies must continue to exist. With the conviction of someone who had witnessed the world fall apart and then rebuild it repeatedly, he stepped forward, his eyes burning. Japan is running short on heroes. We're losing them every day. Some are killed in action, others retire early from the immense pressure, and many are driven away by fear. I condemn those who abandon their duties, but that is exactly why we cannot afford to lose faith in UA or any of our academies. If we close these academies now, if we give in to fear, then we doom the next generation before they even have a chance. The seriousness of his remarks made the reporters go silent. With his voice bearing the weight of both his own life experience and the future of hero society, Endeavor's presence seemed larger than life. Do not lose faith in your heroes again, he said, his voice echoing in the room. We may never have another symbol of peace, but you still have us. And as long as there are heroes, heroes who stand up, who fight, who sacrifice, then we can still see tomorrow. There was silence in the room. Nobody was brave enough to speak. The world itself seemed to have stopped for a moment, as if it was awaiting the future to catch up to the present. Shoto gazed at the screen while he lay in his hospital bed. Strong and unflinching, his father's words replayed in his head. They gave him something unexpected, maybe a glimmer of hope, or simply the knowledge that the battle was far from over. Not for him. Not for UA. When the world ended, Katsuki Bakugo was just 10 years old. The people didn't see it as a meteor strike, a conflict, or even a villain attack. The silence was something more subdued but far more destructive. Where All Might was, There was a long, bitter silence. In his favorite All Might hoodie, bright red and flashily smiling like the man himself, Katsuki sat cross-legged in front of the television in his living room and watched live TV as the news anchors broke down. The screen was divided into 3 sections. One for the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, another for Sir Night-Eye, the former sidekick of All Might, and a third with reporters demanding answers. No one was dead. No video. No last grin from the peace symbol. He is no longer with us, said Night-Eye, pale as ash, her lips quivering as she confirmed the bureaucrat's choked voice. Katsuki remained motionless. He didn't flinch. Before his brain could react, his heart let out a cry of denial. He whispered, "You're lying," to the screen. "This is some sick joke." Behind him, his mother Mitsuki stood motionless, holding a laundry basket. For a long time, even she remained silent. Katsuki waited through the night. He awaited the media's admission of error. That All Might be hiding, but alive. Just off the grid, planning something. As if nothing had changed, he waited for All Might to slam into a villain's base and exclaim, "I am here." He waited. However, the world began to collapse the following day. Thefts. Riots. Every hour, emergency sirens sound. 3 teachers failed to show up, so his school was closed for the week. Heroes were leaving. A few were discovered dead. The villains were now hosting parties in the streets rather than hiding at all. Symbol of peace was turned into a joke. Katsuki then began haggling. He wouldn't just die, he growled at the other neighborhood children who were huddled in anxious groups on the playground. There's no proof. No video. No body. No last stand. What, they think a press conference is enough? Sir Night-Eye looked like he was about to cry. That means nothing. When he said it, even his fists shook. When his father would sob in the kitchen and his mother would yell at the television at night, Katsuki would mutter, "Come back. I'll train harder. I'll be better. I'll never talk back again. Just come back, damn it, please." However, there was no response. After several weeks, reality began to set in, at least for everyone else. Before dusk, Katsuki observed neighbors locking their doors. Businesses were looted and never reopened. Armed citizens identifying as vigilantes took the place of heroes. His classmates debated whether learning to shoot a gun would be a safer option than utilizing their quirks. His teachers completely stopped attending. And he felt a shattering sensation. His anger served as armor. He would yell, "Weaklings! Idiots!" Whenever someone ventured to claim that All Might had passed away. You just want him to be dead so you can give up. He's still out there, he has to be. But now nobody paid attention. He detested everyone for putting up with it, for letting go, for sobbing over it and then continuing to sleep, for acting as though this is how the world should be. He did not weep. He didn't get any sleep. Rather, he intensified his training. Ruined everything without cause. Picked fights with anyone who gave him a negative look. His grief became a furnace because it had nowhere else to go, and he poured more anger into it every day. Denial. Anger. Negotiating. Depression, but never consent. Not for him. The loss of All Might was too much for Katsuki Bakugo to accept. This implied that Katsuki's beliefs and everything All Might stood for were false. And what was the purpose of strength if that were the case? Out of pride? Of turning into a hero? Katsuki couldn't recall the beginning of high school because it was all so blurry. Loud, hot, and gone before it was even processed, the years before it blended together like smoke from an explosion. He remained the same. Out loud. Powerful. Unrepentant. The one in charge of each room. However, he eventually lost interest in whether or not anyone noticed. He stopped clamoring for attention. He didn't have to. People gave him the same amount of room as they would have given a downed power line, too unpredictable to repair, too dangerous to approach. The mighty downfall was by now a phrase uttered with weary awe, a warning everyone had grown weary of hearing. Newscasters made an effort to say it gravely. Politicians made a valiant effort to say it. However, every time Katsuki heard it, he only ever thought the same sour thought. What a fucking joke. It had the sound of a title from a comic book. A last arc. A tidy conclusion. Nothing about it was clean. Japan wasn't the only country to break when All Might fell. The entire damn world was involved. The way the world order fell apart, you would think America had been nuked. However, that was his strength. He was more than a hero. Gravity was him. Everyone lost their center without him. They stumbled as a result. Drop. Turned against one another. Protect your own was made the new national motto. When a hero appeared to stop a crime, It was up for debate if they were a genuine hero or a desperate vigilante going by a false name. Trust turned into yet another artifact. Katsuki also observed. He watched it all play out like a film whose director had given up in the middle. He avoided conversation. He had no desire to, no longer. He used to be surrounded by loudmouths, sycophants, wannabe heroes, and weaklings who believed that being near authority made them powerful. He used to put up with them. Like gasoline, feed off their praise. They simply made his skin crawl now. They brought back memories. Prior to the sirens becoming a bedtime melody. Previously, classmates stopped attending class, and nobody inquired as to why. His dreams were unstructured before. The start of high school caused Katsuki to become quiet. He wasn't silent. Very little. He only talked to his teachers when it was absolutely essential. Only because it was expected of him did he react to his parents. He spent his time at home either training or staring at his phone, consuming any grainy video of villains being defeated by anyone, including rogue heroes, official heroes, and criminals who detested other criminals. It made no difference. As long as there was justice, however distorted, and violence. He would occasionally play back the old All Might clips. The newscasts, the altercations. The days of glory. The ones in which people genuinely thought heroes could prevail. He would keep watching them. They made him feel anything at all, not because they improved his mood. He still had ambition. Ua University would be his destination. He was going to be a pro-hero. He'd battle villains. This world is rotting. Clean it up. He would rise to the top. That aspect remained constant, however, another had. A void. Where fire once burned, there was a static hum beneath his skin. Nothing excited him, but he trained harder than ever. There was nothing to fuel the fire. Even his explosions, which used to be so thrilling and alive, seemed inconsequential. It wasn't rage, he never forgot that. Something colder. More isolated. He once muttered out loud, "What is it?" while eating lunch by himself in the back of the classroom. What the hell is missing? No response was found. Just the scrape of chairs in the hall and the dull hum of the broken wall fan. It might have been the voice of All Might. Perhaps the idea that strength was sufficient. Perhaps it was just the assurance that there was a world worth preserving. Katsuki had never found it again, whatever it was. In actuality, he had not overcome depression. He had not even come close to being accepted. He was getting ready, he told himself. Gaining power. Awaiting his opportunity to play for Ua and beyond. In reality, though, he was merely pacing the remains of a castle that he believed would never collapse. Acting as though the cracks in the sky would disappear if he clenched his fists tightly enough. However, they didn't. They didn't. About a month after high school started, it took place. His neighborhood had somehow survived the worst of society's collapse unscathed, for reasons Katsuki would never comprehend. Perhaps it was just bad luck. Perhaps no one spotted anything valuable to steal. Perhaps they were too little to make a difference in the vast scheme of hell on earth. One night in October, that calm came to an end. 5 villains. It only required that. They arrived without warning, strolling down the main street as if it were already theirs. No big speeches. No elaborate costumes. Only twitching fingers, bloodshot eyes, and the atmosphere of people who had long since given up on their human pretenses. They had no intention of negotiating. With the first storefront burning, the first window broken, and the first woman screaming as her husband was sucked out like a fish, they made it obvious. One of them, tall, gaunt, with bullet-hole pupils, didn't try to conceal his hunger. He declared that he didn't care about gender or age to anyone who was listening, including those who weren't. Just contentment. People let out a scream. Ran. Hid. And nobody anticipated the appearance of a hero. Nobody anticipated that they would, no longer. The final thread of fear only needed to be broken by one death. One needless, vicious, and public death. When it was finally pushed too far, the neighborhood retaliated. One teenager yelled, "You think we're just gonna roll over?" In a shaky voice. "We're not scared anymore." Another shouted, "No more hiding. They want to bring hell here. Then we bring it right back." There was no revolution. It was not honorable. It was a matter of survival. With bats, pipes, blades, and even quirks they had been told were too weak to be of any use, a horde of young people, high school students, college students, dropouts, punks, and delinquents, rushed the streets. Fear and rage bound them together. And Katsuki Bakugo was in the center of it all. He didn't flee. He made no hesitation. When his parents yelled for him to stop, he didn't even turn to face them. That night, a poisonous, ancient thing inside of him burst open, and the pressure of years poured out of him like boiling oil. There was no plan. Not initially, only bloodshed. Demons in human form were the villains. Competent. Cruel. They were like wolves in a petting zoo, tearing through the local crowd. Legs jerked. Skulls snapped. Mid-breath screams were choked out. No matter how many children hurried them, they all fell. Violence from a slasher film, directly in front of Katsuki's eyes. He also detested it. It's not the horror, but he was scared of it. That was something he detested. He did not act bravely when he moved. It was angry. Explosions ripped through the blood-stained air and screamed from his hands. He picked things up quickly. Observed more quickly. Observed the shapeshifter's preference for his left side. How the rapist smiled prior to each assault. How the brute's weight prevented him from turning quickly. Katsuki discovered. Katsuki adjusted, then. They were slaughtered by Katsuki. It was a technicality, but he didn't kill them. All the villains were broken when the dust settled. Bruised. Twisted. 2 people are unconscious. 3 sobbing. They were all defeated. Katsuki stood in the middle of the devastation, his school uniform half burned off, blood streaming from his broken knuckles, and smoke swirling around him like a veil of heaven. Of course, the police arrived late. He was just in time to mop up his mess. Cheers broke out throughout the neighborhood. Katsuki remained frowning, not just yet. However, he felt something he hadn't experienced since the day All Might disappeared when a neighbor shook his hand, while crying. Clarity. After that, they began referring to the location as Boomtown. A local YouTuber came up with a dumb nickname that went viral. Katsuki was unconcerned. In fact, he enjoyed it. Boomtown's king. There was a ring in it. Katsuki reminded the low-level villains and thugs whose streets these were whenever they came sniffing around. His detonations spoke for themselves. His fists, sometimes. His glare was sufficient at times. After that, he was free to do as he pleased. The regulations were no longer in effect. Not Boomtown. Not to him. Then it dawned on him. Acceptance. It was not a god, All Might. He wasn't a hero. He was frail. He was defeated. Perhaps he was weak all the time and no one noticed. Not Bakugo, though. Bakugo, never. He had no intention of losing. He had no intention of becoming another skeleton in a news story. He had no intention of dying pleading on the ground. Due to Katsuki Bakugo's refusal to beg, he ruined. And the world didn't need heroes if victory was the only virtue and strength was the only thing that mattered. It required monarchs. Kings are prepared to make this dystopian world more controllable. All Might was a fraud, he muttered one evening while his eyes gleamed in the backlight. But I'm not. I'm the real thing. I'm the #1 hero. IAMREXPLODE. Finally, the day of fate has arrived. It was intended that Katsuki Bakugo's reign would begin when he entered Ua University. He had always dreamed of this day, finally entering the location that would cement his unavoidable ascent to fame. The location where his quest to overtake All Might and take the top spot would commence. As he arrived, there was a sense of weight and expectation in the air, which caused his heart to race. He already had a vision of the future. A successful career in which everyone below him understood their role. However, the classrooms felt surprisingly normal as soon as he walked into the building. Plain, ordinary spaces instead of the gleaming citadels of greatness he had envisioned. However, Bakugo wasn't going to let the lackluster aesthetics deter him because this was Ua. He had already done his research, and the people were what really counted. Todoroki Shoto. The sole individual who could potentially merit his time. The man, Endeavor's child with a dual quirk that controlled both fire and ice, was someone Katsuki had seen online. Sure, it was insanely impressive in the big picture, but Bakugo was sure he could take him. Nobody was going to get in his way, not even the #1 hero's son. Katsuki wasted no time in recognizing Shoto when he first appeared in the classroom. I'll be the next #1 hero. No one else. The damn fossil occupying what's rightfully mine is nothing but a meager usurper, Katsuki declared with such confidence and condescension. I'm only going to say this once, so you better pay attention. And until we graduate from Ua, I'm the top dog. No one else, you got that? Katsuki anticipated that Todoroki would shudder in fear and intimidation after he made his point, understanding that his time in Ua would be spent in subordination to a superior species of hero. Bakugo was instead given a straightforward question that showed almost no emotion. Anything else you want to clarify? Bakugo was irritated by Shoto's aloof and chilly manner. Nothing, not even a flash of fear, not even a trace of amusement. Bakugo's blood boiled at the sight of that serene, almost uncaring gaze. How could he pretend Bakugo was unimportant? The presence of more familiar faces only made matters worse. Shiny hair, Kirishima. Raccoon, Ashido eyes. He would prefer to forget two faces from his high school years. Kirishima had been obnoxious in her loyalty. Desperate for approval, they are constantly like a dog, following Katsuki around. After Katsuki first saved Boomtown, many people began doing that, but Eijiro was particularly obstinate about it. What about Ashido? At first, she had been entertaining, but eventually, she began to fade away, stopped staring at him as if he were the greatest thing to have ever lived, and stopped laughing at his remarks. It was unacceptable to be disloyal in Katsuki's book. Then he saw him, though. Deku. The fucking nerd. After vanishing from his life, the loser had the audacity to appear at UA as though he belonged there. Even though he was in the general course, where he belonged with the rejects, Katsuki felt sick to his stomach at the thought of him being anywhere close to UA's sacred halls. Confusion did exist, though. Why does Katsuki still find Midoriya's presence bothersome? The nerd shouldn't have any significance. Kings should never acknowledge pebbles that they have stepped on. Katsuki now argues that he should never have wasted his time or effort on Deku. He ought to have let him indulge in his fantasies and waited patiently for the idiot to be killed by a villain for his naive belief that he could be a hero without a quirk. Katsuki was a fool for squandering his youth, then why? Why does Deku continue to make him feel hateful, which will only make him waste more time? Take deep breaths, he told himself. There are more significant issues to be concerned about. You're a king. Furthermore, kings ignore the pebble that follows them. Disregard him as you have for the past 3 years. For the remainder of the day, Katsuki would simply forget about Izuku. But then something unexpected occurred. The real competition started with the quirk apprehension test. Inasa Yorashi, Momo Yayorozu, and Shoto Todoroki. He would never forget those 3 names. The purpose of the test was to demonstrate his superiority and unadulterated strength. He was outshone instead. He was pushed down the ranks by Inasa's unadulterated energy, Momo's inventiveness, and Todoroki's dual quirk mastery. Bakugo's heart fell when the results were announced. Fourth position. It was unthinkable. Never in his life had he fallen so low. How did this occur? How could the future #1 hero, Katsuki Bakugo, fall to 4th place? Everything became numb. Something inside of him was broken by the humiliation and the incredulity. Deku was no longer even a consideration. The fact that he had failed was all that mattered. And Katsuki Bakugo experienced doubt for the first time in his life, which he didn't want to acknowledge. UA was just getting started. He already wanted to detonate the walls at the university. A voice slithered like a blade under his skin into his ear just as he was about to reach the gates. Bakugo. Katsuki spun around and saw Eraserhead standing directly in front of him. Shota Aizawa's entire demeanor screamed, "I don't want to be here." His sluggish and uninterested appearance only served to highlight the cold tone in his voice. "I'd like a word." Privately. Bakugo had the option to continue walking. No handcuffs. No directives. However, there was a part of him that, perhaps out of instinct, still held pro-heroes in high regard. Silently, they made their way to classroom 1A, which was now almost sterile and quiet, with the last of the sunlight filtering in through the windows. Chairs are empty. Desks are empty. Expectations are empty. Have a seat, or don't. Up to you, Aizawa said, leaning against the podium of the teacher. Katsuki did not move. Let's talk about Boomtown. Bakugo's mouth corners quirked, not into a smile but rather into a smug, controlled expression. Finally, acknowledgement. He remained silent, allowing the man to go on. Aizawa's eyes narrowed under his hair curtain as he said, "We know what happened. The neighborhood. The villains. The body count. We know you were there when no one else was." Bakugo prepared for a claim. For confirmation. At last, someone from UA was going to admit his true identity. He didn't get it from Aizawa. The underground hero said bluntly, "We don't condone vigilantism. But you won't be punished. Most of the civilians vouched for you. Claimed you protected them." "Most of them," said Katsuki sourly. "Not all of them. To those people, he ought to have been a god. Each and every one of them." Aizawa took the initiative. "Still, I'm going to be very clear. UA doesn't tolerate your attitude. Arrogance. Brutality. The way you treat others like pawns in your personal drama." Bakugo said icily, "You expect me to apologize for keeping people safe?" Aizawa retorted, I expect you to grow up. Yes, we need strength. Yes, we're desperate. But heroes without restraint, without integrity, are just weapons waiting to point the wrong way. Ua doesn't create weapons. Behind his back, Katsuki's hands clenched into fists. He made his voice sound neutral. So I'm already on thin ice, huh? Got a leash on my neck? Aizawa gave a shrug. We try not to go overboard with discipline. The word became like a stone lodged in Katsuki's chest. Try. Doesn't guarantee. Not a promise. Aizawa's voice grew piercing. You want to be a hero. Good. No one here is trying to stop you. But hear me now. There are no kings in this university. No thrones. Just students working toward the same goal. As if the conversation had already come to an end, he turned away and walked toward the window. And if you insist on acting like royalty, we'll give you a new nickname. I promise it won't be a flattering one. Katsuki remained quiet. He wanted to lash out and spit air-melting curses. However, he suppressed it. Acid burned in his stomach from the explosion. Instead, he nodded. Anything else? Aizawa said, no, without turning. You're free to go. Bakugo took deliberate, slow steps out of the classroom. Behind him, the doors clicked shut, drowning out the slight creaking of chairs and the world going on as if he had never been there. As though his title hadn't been earned by blood and ashes. Fourth position. They failed to grasp it, however, they would shortly. For Katsuki, Bakugo's only thought at the moment was how urgently he needed to find something to destroy. And he wanted it to scream for the first time in years. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Katsuki's situation only deteriorated. As Katsuki Bakugo went to his morning classes on the second day, the thought that kept repeating in his head was, this is so stupid and pointless. Following their early morning homeroom lesson with Aizawa, they spent an hour studying mathematics with ectoplasm. The following hour was devoted to contemporary literature with Cementos. Midnight was the next big thing in modern art history. They were in their fourth class of the day at this point, and as the pro-hero taught English, they listened to present Mike. Along with a few more classes, tomorrow would be more of the same. Katsuki detested every moment of it. He already knew what was important, so he didn't care about any of that. He had once been one of All Might's biggest fans and had followed his career while in the United States of America, so he knew how to read, write, and speak both Japanese and English fluently. Additionally, he was already familiar with advanced mathematics, having received one of the best grades in trigonometry during his high school years. Additionally, he excelled in every science course he took, including physics and biology. He didn't need anything else, particularly useless nonsense like public relations or modern art history. He just wanted to learn how to handle various quirks and get more combat training. He was naturally skilled and enjoyed fighting, but with practice and training, he could still improve. Additionally, Katsuki was furious yesterday and today due to the fact that he was placed fourth in the entire class. He hoped to have an opportunity to vent his frustrations during their first fundamental heroics class after lunch. He had to cope with the dull portion of the day for the time being, though. As President Mike began to explain the distinctions between three words that sounded the same but had entirely different meanings, his eye began to twitch. Are we really going to go over this stuff at UA? Who in hell is unaware of the distinctions between there, and there? Additionally, who the fuck cares about art history, given that fucking desperate old hag's art history class earlier? Stopping crime isn't aided by that shit. Eliminating the villain is all that matters. You save the day that way. You win that way. That's what we ought to be concentrating on, not this shit. It appeared that he would get what he wanted when the time came for their first foundational hero lessons, which would be taught by the well-known Lady Nagant. Katsuki was positively surprised by this. Despite not having a quirk designed for frontline combat, Lady Nagant's reputation is comparable to that of all the other top-ranked heroes from other nations, which surprised him because he expected seasonal heroes to be teaching in UA. It fucking wasn't the incredible experience that it should have been. Bakugo was greatly disappointed to learn that classes 1A and 1B would be taking these lessons together, as they had previously been kept apart and only brought together to compete over who was the superior class. He also had the unpleasant experience of meeting Nato Monoma. Because Monoma's quirk allows him to mimic the quirks of people he touches, Deku appears competent despite being a real freak. How pitiful is that? Imagine being born so worthless that you have to rely on other people's strength to get anything done. Perhaps he will take a swan dive after realizing how pitiful he is after touching a quirkless. Katsuki reminded the boys from both classes that they could settle any grievances they had during the lessons, and they all listened. If he hadn't remembered who it was, a fight would have broken out in the locker room they shared. However, this did not occur. Rather, Lady Nagant made the classes form teams, with 2 members from each class making up a team of 4. 4 at a time, her against them. Katsuki felt insulted that this woman believed she was too good for both classes, but he also savored the prospect of facing a true professional, which was the ideal opportunity to demonstrate his superiority. At first, they all seemed to agree on that. They were proven wrong by Lady Nagant, brutally. He had to cooperate with some tree girl and the pitiful copycat, as if being made to form a team with half and half wasn't awful enough. Katsuki was aware that he could win without them. He repeated this to himself until Lady Nagant was able to trick him and knock him unconscious with a bullet that, despite her best efforts, was incapable of causing any harm. Upon awakening, Katsuki was appalled to discover that although his team had passed the trial, he had not. Like the other 2 classes, minus another 3-person team that passed, he was declared a failure. What's happening? He struggled to make sense of what he was feeling and experiencing as his mind raced with doubt. Did he lose again? That isn't possible, he's meant to prevail. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'll be blunt, Aizawa said, continuing his rambling, which Katsuki would prefer to ignore entirely. The only instructor in UA teaching them how to be heroes so far is Lady Nagant. The others are more focused on unimportant topics that belong only in the minds of sewer rats like the quirkless. Katsuki felt chilly and tense inside as his homeroom teacher continued. I didn't expect a single one of you to pass. None. The air moved too quickly to be normal. Aizawa, however, prevented them from lingering on their unease. It was ridiculous to believe that a bunch of first-year rookies could stand a chance against a professional like Lady Nagant. The trial, as she said, was meant to break your spirits. It was designed to help you realize that as first-year students, you are all weak. His words weighed heavily on the air. With the tension in their shoulders, the way some lowered their gazes, and the way some even clenched their fists, Katsuki could see the effect it had on his classmates. Whatever greatness you thought you had before coming to UA, it was all a lie, Aizawa said. You were each sold a dream you should have never believed in. This is your reality now. Although Katsuki was aware that he and Eraserhead would never agree, this was the final straw. He was making charges against his pupils, claiming Katsuki has hallucinations. A little brat who has no idea of reality and is ensnared in his own fantasies. Is that what he's trying to say? Katsuki Bakugo is well aware of how the world functions. You must be strong if you wish to survive. You defeat the villains in this way. You become a hero in this way. Only this one truth is necessary for him to know. The one and only truth. Aizawa's voice changed a little. That said, I'm surprised that 2 of you actually passed. Some of you came up with strategies that forced Nagant to change tactics. His focus shifted to Inasa. Yorashi, your wind barrier was impressive. It kept her bullets at bay longer than expected, and you bought your team precious time. Inasa smiled with pride, but he was able to contain his normal vigor. Yayorozu, Aizawa added, turning to face the bright future heroine. Supplying your team with gear that masked their heat signatures was a smart move. I suppose Todoroki forgot to mention that Nagant's goggles grant her both thermal and X-ray vision. Shoto chastised himself in his head for not recognizing it earlier in their game. Even though the team had a hard time working together completely, Momo's quick thinking had definitely helped them. Next, Aizawa's eyes fell on Bakugo. Bakugo. Your smokescreens with your explosions were effective at blocking her view. It's obvious that you have both brain and brawn. But you failed the moment you went off on your own. As I predicted from the moment I laid eyes on you, your recklessness cost you dearly and will continue to do so unless you grow up. Bakugo grimaced, his fists tightly balled at his sides. Bakugo barely stopped himself from exploding there, and the others could almost feel the heat radiating off him. The criticism was more important than the praise. Aizawa had commended Shinso for his efforts, but Katsuki had been distracted for a while by his growing rage. That kind of awareness is what all of you should be striving for. Adaptation. Exploiting every option available to you. Aizawa's words were taken in by the class. Relying solely on your quirks is a logical choice, but foolish all the same. It is a double-edged sword that could get you killed in the field. After letting the statement linger for a moment, he went on. You want an example? Me. My quirk, Erasure, has a powerful but simple function. I can shut down the quirks of anyone within my sight. The pupils understood their teacher's notorious quirk and gave a small nod. Aizawa's voice became slightly sharper as she asked, but the downsides? It doesn't work on mutant quirks. It stops working if I look away or blink, and I have to blink otherwise my eyes will dry up, which hurts like hell. If I relied on my quirk alone, I'd be a dead man. He pointed to the scarf that was wrapped around his neck. That's why I carry this weapon. I studied martial arts and learned to fight without depending on my quirk. Sometimes, you need to fight like you're quirkless. Not everyone can be a demigod like Todoroki or Bakugo. Bakugo was losing his temper. He said more than that. He did not. There is no right for the quirkless to be heroes. They are remnants of a past time, when there was only one thing known by everyone. How it felt to be unimportant and worthless, no president, governor, king, emperor. Before quirks appeared, absolutely no one mattered. They have no idea what true power is like. It is ridiculous to believe that their approach to crisis management is still effective. Because of this, no sane person would respect the police. Since only heroes are allowed to show off their abilities, those losers are compelled to act as though they have no quirks. Bakugo would therefore never fall to their pitiful level. Bakugo felt like blowing up. He felt like screaming. He wanted to kill someone for the first time. However, he was unable to. He needed to relax. His thinking needed to be smart, not hard. It's really that easy. The teachers are giving the students a simple path that is intended for infants because they don't believe that they can be heroes in the proper way. They will be treated like infants until they demonstrate their value. It's okay. All he needs to do is demonstrate that he is a real hero using only his strength. All he needs to do is wait for the ideal moment. Aizawa will then observe. He will recall the true appearance of a hero. Someone who can solve every issue in a single blow. When Katsuki left Ua, his heart thumping with rage, he bounded down the dim alleyway. His thoughts were a tornado of anger, bewilderment, and incredulity. Around him, everything was collapsing. He was to prove himself to the world at Ua, which was meant to be the height of greatness. It had instead turned into his worst nightmare. He was at his breaking point. He struck a rusted dumpster with his fist, causing the metal to crunch beneath his impact. He swung once more, crushing it with an explosion that rocked the alley with his increased strength. He kicked a pile of crates, sending them flying into the walls, and his body, conditioned to endure the violent recoil of his own quirk, barely batted an eye. He yelled, "This is bullshit," as his voice reverberated off the filthy alley walls, raw and hoarse. As though he could slam the truth out of the air itself, he delivered another punch, this one more forceful. The roaring in his head overpowered the sound of his knuckles cracking against the metal. This is completely nonsensical. He saw the picture of Deku's notebooks in the hands of Yue's teachers, real pro-heroes, who treated them as if they were worth their time. Katsuki suddenly lost all composure as his childish rage returned with a vengeance. "A genius?" growled Bakugo. "They called him a genius?" He slammed his palm down on the brick wall, leaving the surface scorched from his explosions. What on earth could they see in that fucking nerd? A quirkless loser who was obsessed with heroes because he could never become one filled those notebooks with ramblings and nonsense. They weren't repulsed, though. The pitiful scrawls of someone who had no right to dream of heroism did not appall them. They were applauding it instead. He kept hearing the words, "We can use his analysis to improve the other students," which only made him more irate. How could that freak be receiving praise? The dumpster crumpled inward as he punched harder and again. Katsuki's mind frantically searched for explanations that would spare him from having to face reality. That can't be real. No, there has to be someone messing with me. A general course loser, jealous of me, used their quirk to mess with my head. The explanation had to make sense. This is all a trick. But the truth gnawed at him no matter how many times he attempted to justify it. His classmates, those fools, had the audacity to make fun of him. Make fun of him. They didn't even pay attention when he warned them about Deku's repulsive behaviors. They were bold enough to stand up for him. That piece of quirkless, worthless garbage. Just thinking about it made Katsuki's vision blur with anger. It was the ultimate insult. Though the thought lingered in his mind like a wound, his lips curled into a sneer. "They said he has a quirk now?" he asked. He struck a nearby trash can with his foot, sending it skidding across the alley. "Deku? With a quirk? That's the biggest load of crap I've ever heard," he exclaimed. "The extras must be going crazy if they think that pathetic loser could have a quirk. I would have known if he had one." Even though he hadn't seen Deku in 3 years, his mother would have undoubtedly told him about Deku's sudden quirk development because she was still in contact with Deku's mother. He felt a chill go down his back. Had someone misled him? Was all he had thought he knew about Deku false? That isn't possible. Katsuki shook his head angrily, his breath coming in short gasps. "No, that's impossible. I know him. I know everything about him. He's quirkless, he's nothing. He's always been nothing. The cracks in his worldview, however, caused his thoughts to spiral out of control. Now nothing made sense. Ua was inverted. Deku was being treated as though he were important by those around him, as though he were more than the worthless reject Katsuki had always known him to be. His entire body trembled with rage as his fists clenched once more. This was not how it was supposed to be. His voice, cracked with frustration, reverberated in the deserted alley. Deku should have vanished from his life, from Ua, from the world. Despite everything Katsuki had created for himself, he was back in his face, haunting him. His rage flared up once more, but this time he had nothing left to kick or metal to destroy. Katsuki Bakugo was losing his mind, finding it difficult to accept a world in which he was not at the top and Deku was not at the bottom. His eyes were wild and his chest was heaving as he stood in the alley. The slightest doubt began to seep into Katsuki's thoughts. Is it possible? Was Deku really able to? No, he gave another ferocious shake of his head. That isn't feasible. It must be impossible. But despite his best efforts to suppress it, the thought persisted. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Katsuki was grateful for the liberators of Mightless's arrival when they emerged from the Black Portal, but he never imagined that villains would ever have the audacity to attack Ua, the only hero academy deserving of his attention. Katsuki could sense the chaos pulsing through the air as soon as he stepped foot in the ruins zone, which was filled with crumbling stone structures, shattered architecture, and a dusty haze. His senses sharpened as he looked around. Villains. Everywhere. Others are already attacking, while others are scuttling out of the shadows. He was surrounded by the other students, Kirishima, Kaminari, Kendo, Rin, and Shiozaki, all of whom were preparing for battle. Katsuki, however, didn't care about them. It was his time. With a savage smile, he cracked his knuckles and felt the heat rising in his palms. The statement, "Stay out of my way, you damn extras." Katsuki didn't want or need assistance. As he got ready to rip through these villains like tissue paper, adrenaline was pumping through his veins. Before his mind could even process the idea, his body shifted. A villain with a knife lunged at him. Too sluggish. Bakugo was on the move already. He charged forward, his speed increased by the concussive force of his explosions, easily avoiding the blade as he slammed his palm against the villain's chest. Die. The explosion threw the villain backward, and with a crunch of sickening impact, he crashed into the stone ruins. His eyes showed no mercy. Katsuki loosened up. His hands exploded as he flew through the air, bouncing off shattered columns and walls and using his blasts to move at unthinkable speeds. His body moved in a blur across the battlefield, with each explosion precisely timed to both avoid and deliver devastating blows. As Katsuki took control of the scene, villains fell one by one, screaming, stunned, or worse. The first villains he faced were always far stronger than these losers. They were absurd. They were born with an embarrassment to the quirks. This is the definition of heroism. He was destined to do this. Power. Strength. Triumph. Anything less was pointless. He was the most powerful person in the room, the one who controlled the battlefield with air-shaking explosions and sheer willpower. His peers? Shortcomings. The bad guys? Even worse. On his journey to the top, they served only as stepping stones. Shadowy energy sprang toward his body as a villain with a grappling quirk attempted to ensnare him. Katsuki's pitiful eyes darted to one side. The villain was sent to the ground when he threw out his arm and detonated a mid-air explosion that broke up the tendrils before they could reach him. The earth beneath him cracked from the sheer force of his blast. As he went on, a savage grin spread across his face. Not even worth my time, he sneered. Kaminari used his electricity to zap a few villains around him, and Kendo's fists grew enormous as she knocked out a group of attackers. As he shielded Shiozaki, who was using her vines to protect the others, Kirishima's hardened body took multiple blows without even flinching. Bakugo, however, was unconcerned. They all didn't matter. He believed that no one else really knew what it meant to be a hero. You didn't require strategy or teamwork. You didn't require sophisticated devices or cunning strategies. All you needed was overwhelming strength. Sufficient strength to crush anyone who dared to oppose you. Heroes or villains, it made no difference. Being at the top was all that mattered. What about Katsuki Bakugo? It was in his blood. He stood in the middle of the carnage, surrounded by the ruins of the ruins zone and unconscious villains, his chest heaving. His hands crackled from the residual heat of his explosions, and a fire burned in his crimson eyes. His chest swelled with pride as he gazed at the debris surrounding him, the rush of battle still pulsing through his body. He came to Ua University for this reason. To demonstrate his invincibility. Untouchable. He would undoubtedly be a king if the hero leaderboard were based on an aristocracy. The Hero King. Every movement he made, every blast from his hands, carried the rage of a storm. His eyes narrowed as his howitzer impact came roaring to life, readying him for the final blow. This was his chance to solidify his power and defeat the final villain. However, the villain disappeared beneath him as he descended with explosive force, engulfed by a black mist. The world around Katsuki twisted, the air becoming heavy and cold, before he even noticed the change. A warp gate. Kurogiri. Suddenly, Bakugo's path changed, and he struck something much softer, Kirishima and Kendo, instead of his adversary. Both of his classmates were sent flying by his blast, and the ruins zone was silent except for their agonized grunts. Around them, the dust settled, and Bakugo froze, wide-eyed. While Kendo stumbled to her feet, obviously confused, Kirishima moaned and gripped his side. What on earth just took place? Everything froze. Bakugo, still lingering after his disastrous attack, had to face his own mistake as the villains temporarily halted their attacks. Fire that is friendly. It wasn't the excitement of combat that made his hands shake. For the first time, the anger that propelled him wavered, but only momentarily, before erupting once more intense than before. Why you? He snarled, looking at the hazy figure that appeared in front of him. Kurogiri's smooth, almost mocking voice broke the tension. Impressive, young one. Your strength, your ferocity. It is not often we see such potential in someone so untamed. The villain seemed to find Bakugo's blind rage amusing, as evidenced by the chilling undertone of amusement. Shut the hell up, Bakugo growled, his fists clenched with vigor as he readied himself to destroy Kurogiri instantly. Before he could respond, Kurogiri's mist changed once more, and a second figure appeared out of the darkness. I don't need your damn flattery. You're next, he said. A tall man, about 6 feet tall, with shoulder-length, grayish-blue hair that is layered and disheveled. His forehead is partially obscured by the hair, which frames his face. His red, piercing eyes give him a fierce, determined appearance that exudes strength and resolve. He is dressed in a sleek, form-fitting, dark outfit. A flowing red cape draped over his shoulders gives his entire appearance a sense of authority. His presence is enhanced by the cape's exquisite flow. Dark malice, well-maintained hatred, and a desire to do terrible harm are all visible in his eyes. Eclipse. The moment the mightless leader entered the room, the atmosphere grew tense and the room darkened. Uncomfortably calm, he had a hand covering his face like a mask while his eyes scanned the scene in front of him, settling on Bakugo with an expression that could only be described as disappointed. As though Bakugo were only a small annoyance in his larger plan. Eclipse spoke in a measured, low voice. He looked boredly at Bakugo and said, "So, this is the one who's been causing such a scene." His lips formed a smirk as he said, "Visually, you overcompensate. Too much flash, too much noise. All that effort to hide what you lack." Bakugo's eyes went red with rage. "What did you just say, you bastard? I'll kill you." Kurogiri's calm, steady voice, however, pierced his anger once more. Not his appearance, young master. His heart. His black heart is what makes him interesting. Someone born for something greater, if only he knew. Eclipse gave a gloomy laugh. He moved forward to stand inches from Bakugo, who was already getting ready to punch, and said, "We'll see about that. Why don't we end this here? Beat me, and this little operation will stop." Bakugo acted without hesitation. No banter, no words, just unadulterated violence. With his explosion already building in his palm, he lunged, aiming his right hook directly at Eclipse's smug face. However, something went wrong. Eclipse moved more quickly. Eclipse's hand moved with unnatural speed, easily catching Bakugo's punch before it could even make contact. He tightened his hold on Bakugo's arm, twisting it at an angle that caused a sharp pain to shoot up his shoulder. Then there was the slam. Bakugo was brutally driven down by Eclipse, and the ground cracked beneath his body. For a brief, horrifying moment, the world spun as his breath left him in a wheeze. How? His mind found it difficult to comprehend what had just transpired. He had never been in a fight like this one. He couldn't match the villain's strength and speed. It made Katsuki feel small, feeble. Eclipse looked down at him, eerily calm now rather than amused. "Your fire is impressive, friend. But your ambitions? Pathetic. You aim for the top but don't understand what it takes to get there. You can't aim high with strength alone, but with knowledge, control. You're nothing but a child playing at being a king." Katsuki's thoughts were racing. Rise. Fight. However, his limbs felt slow, as if they were no longer his. He coughed, trying to catch his breath, and his vision became blurry. This isn't possible. Eclipse's words rang in his mind, shredding the very foundation of his identity. Eclipse went on, "Your ambitions are small," in a quiet yet sharp voice. "I'll have to re-educate you." The sickening sensation that was creeping up Katsuki's spine suddenly triggered his instincts. Fear. His body had betrayed him, even though he didn't want to admit it. Was it fear? His limbs started to shake violently as his heart pounded against his ribs. Panic churning in his chest, he forced himself up on his hands. Something inside him was shattered by the way Eclipse had grabbed him, by the sheer force of it. He was not unbeatable. Katsuki Bakugo was not the strongest person in the room for the first time in his life. Bakugo ignited his palms in a desperate attempt, and a cloud of smoke and debris from his explosions surrounded him. He required space to think, distance, and an escape. Using the smoke as cover, he threw himself back and ducked behind a broken pillar, panting. His mind was racing like never before, and his body was trembling. Fear. This was exactly that, wasn't it? Trembling and unable to remain motionless, his fingers twitched as they hovered over his palms. Katsuki had never experienced fear. Not in this manner. Not this searing feeling of fear that was threatening to eat him alive. Who the devil was this guy? Bakugo's mind teetered on the verge of insanity as he was consumed by a volatile mixture of desperation and anger. He couldn't, however, allow himself to be frightened. Not right now. Never. His spirit persisted despite his body screaming in agony and moving more slowly. His eyes narrowed and focused on Eclipse. He was driven forward by his razor-sharp instincts. It's not finished yet. Katsuki hurled himself back into the battle, making his body comply even though his muscles were aching. With a burst of explosive force, he flew toward Eclipse, the blast causing ripples in the air. Bakugo set off another explosion at his feet as he got closer, launching himself upward with precise accuracy just before impact. This was strategy, not just brute force. He flew over Eclipse, whirling in the air. He pushed forward with his right hand, setting up a well-timed follow-up. The explosion was aimed straight at Eclipse's back. Raw energy radiated from his left hand, ready to unleash a vicious blast that would turn anyone else to ash. Eclipse, however, had vanished. Eclipse ducked out of the attack in a blur of movement that was quicker than Bakugo's eyes could follow. He was a shadow, a flash of speed that was hardly noticeable before the pain struck. Before Bakugo could even see the kick, it struck his face. The combination of its force and his own speed was disastrous. It was destruction, not just suffering. His body threw back, flipping through the air as if he weighed nothing, and his skull rattled from the impact, shattering the world around him. As Katsuki skidded across the ground with his arms limp at his sides, his breath caught and blood filled his mouth. His body begged him to halt. His mind, raging with rage, urged him on. With his right eye swollen shut and blood streaming down his chin, he forced himself to stand. He was barely able to stay upright as his legs trembled. He wasn't finished, though. There was no way to finish him. Despite the discomfort, regardless of the humiliation, this time, Bakugo knew he needed more than just physical strength, but every part of him wanted to leap again, to rip into Eclipse with everything he had. Anger was insufficient. He needed to adjust and think. He created openings that would confuse even the fastest opponent by bouncing erratically with the force of his explosions. Every movement was precise and well-planned, and every explosion was timed flawlessly. Eclipse, however, saw right through them all. Eclipse dodged with little effort, his body barely moving as he stepped away, countering Bakugo's blasts with merciless accuracy. Bakugo was left gasping for air after a knee to his ribs and a sharp elbow to his side. Bakugo was then sent reeling after a vicious backhand across his face, falling to the ground once more with his limbs flailing in vain. Because of the intense force of the beating, Katsuki's vision became blurry. What was the duration of this? A minute? 2? Time seemed warped, extended by the constant agony. Eclipse's taunts were as powerful as his punches and kicks. You fight like a bully, far too accustomed to hitting those who can't fight back that the moment you're put in the ring against someone who hits back, the instinct to run into your mother's skirt crawls into your skull, he said. Even though only 3 minutes had gone by, the agony felt like hours. Every part of him was broken and bruised, and his body was mangled. However, Katsuki Bakugo had no idea what surrender meant. He stood up again, trying to make another explosion with shaking hands. Anything to harm this man. Eclipse, however, was worn out. Eclipse whispered, "You've entertained me long enough," in a cool voice that was tinged with a fatal finality. "Now it's time to teach you what real power looks like." Eclipse slowly raised his left hand, using his fingers to make a complex and purposeful motion. Katsuki blinked, trying to take in the movement with a dazed mind. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a finger twitch. Then, however, something changed. The gloves. Eclipse's black gloves peeled off at the fingertips, revealing dark, scarred skin beneath. Bakugo's spine tingled at the mechanical sound of the glove shifting. His gut told him that something wasn't right. Eclipse pressed his bare fingers against the adjacent building's wall, his hand just barely touching the wall. Nothing happened at first, but Bakugo noticed that the concrete beneath Eclipse's fingers was starting to deteriorate. Like a virus, cracks spread, causing the sturdy structure to collapse at an unfathomable rate. The building's upper half began to buckle and fall without support, while the entire lower half started to collapse in on itself. Katsuki was enthralled with the sight of the deteriorating building for a scary moment. It was incomprehensible how much power this villain possessed. He only needed to touch it to accomplish that. Bakugo had put everything he had into the battle, but this kind of devastation was beyond his best tactics. The fact that he hadn't yet realized Eclipse's full potential only made the fact that he knew he was outmatched worse. Kurogiri reappeared behind him during that brief period of distraction. Bakugo was disoriented as the world changed around him, and the warp gate engulfed him whole before he could react. His vision cleared and he found himself inside the collapsing building. The realization caused his eyes to widen, but it was too late. All around him, the building collapsed, walls collapsing inward and debris falling from above. There was no time for Katsuki to blast his way out. His body was pinned under tons of debris, trapped. He struggled to move, his muscles straining, but the weight was too much. It all went dark. Beneath the crushing weight of the debris, Bakugo stirred, his mind a blur of pain and disarray. The dust from the ruined building filled his lungs, and his chest constricted as he struggled to breathe. Every time he coughed, new waves of pain swept through his beaten body. For a moment, he believed it was all over as his vision became blurry. The sounds of fighting above him, however, were heard by him. The voice of Kirishima. Oh no. They continued to fight. The extras, were attempting to defeat Eclipse. They ought to have fled. There was no chance for them. Bakugo clenched his jaw, anger rising within him. Despite how broken his body felt, he would never allow those weaklings to fight without him. He growled, gathered his remaining strength, and set off his explosions, destroying everything in his path. At least he was free, even though the blast's force tore into his already damaged muscles and shook his core. There was no pain. As usual, he'd push through it. Blood streaming from his wounds, he staggered out of the debris and looked up in time to see the most horrifying thing he had ever seen. Standing over Hiryu Rin, Eclipse held the boy's face in his bare right hand. Then, suddenly, Hiryu's upper body started to deteriorate, rotting away until only his lower half was left. Bakugo felt sick to his stomach at the hideous sight. Kendo screamed for her fallen classmate, her voice resonating with unadulterated pain. With a heartbreaking cry of desperation, Abara fell to the ground. With the fight entirely gone from them, Kirishima and Kaminari stood motionless, their faces expressionless with fear. Nobody was able to breathe or move. Bakugo nearly lost his train of thought. No matter how many times he'd threatened to kill someone or how many vicious beatings he'd given, he had never considered taking someone's life. He killed to instill fear and get weaklings to follow orders, not because he didn't want to kill. Despite beating criminals to death, he has never crossed over. Not just yet, he reminded himself. Eclipse was unconcerned. Even as the others screamed and fell apart, his face remained the same. He hardly looked at the frightened pupils. Then, as though to make fun of them even more, he glanced at the nearby camera crew, who were positioned just far enough away to be safe. The realization that Eclipse was broadcasting this to the world caused Bakugo's eyes to widen. It was confirmed by a wink to the camera under his hideous mask. Eclipse then turned back to Bakugo. Although Katsuki's face didn't show it, his body trembled inside. He couldn't decide whether to feel disgust, fear, or rage. However, Eclipse noticed something in Bakugo that he had never noticed before: utter apathy. So that's what Kurogiri meant. Eclipse thought gleefully as he pointed to Katsuki, and his subsequent statement rocked him to his core. You're one of us. It all stopped for a second. Bakugo couldn't comprehend the words, and his mind went blank. Among them? No, absolutely not. He was different from them. He was not a bad guy. He was not a killer. Unlike them, he did not take pleasure in destruction. He was a hero. He was meant to be the greatest. Bakugo's rage flared as the world came back into focus. Eclipse was mistaken, completely incorrect. Bakugo withdrew the grenade pin from his right bracer and growled angrily. As he readied himself to release a huge, focused blast, his vision grew smaller and his entire attention was fixed on Eclipse. He wouldn't miss this time. He was unable to miss. Using all of his Grenadier Bracer's power, Bakugo roared, "Die!" The explosion tore through the air in a deafening roar as it surged toward Eclipse. Once more, however, Bakugo had overlooked Kurogiri, who stepped up to defend his ward. Just as Bakugo's explosion reached Ibara rather than Eclipse, a warp gate opened behind her. Kendo sprang into action instantly, protecting Ibara with her enormous hands. Instead, Kendo was hit by the explosion, which tore into her hands as she bore the full force of the assault. No! Bakugo's voice broke as he became aware of the situation. Once more, he had wounded his fellow trainees with his own attack, his own power. Before Bakugo could even comprehend what he had done, Eclipse was on him after his derisive laughter broke through the confusion. Bakugo's arm was grazed by the villain's bare fingers as his hand sprang out, causing his skin to rot and wither. Bakugo's already broken body ached as Eclipse's decay ability tore through his flesh, causing him to scream in pain. Eclipse sneered, his tone icy and disdainful. "You've got fight in you, I'll give you that. But in the end, you're just like us." Eclipse's attack caused Bakugo's body to crumple. The pain was too much for him to handle, and his mind was failing him. It felt like a fight to stay conscious every second, every breath. Eclipse lifted his foot, preparing to slam it down on Bakugo's face one final time, and his vision darkened. Eclipse, however, leaned down and smiled twistedly before the darkness engulfed him. "Welcome to the family, brother." Bakugo's body resisted the defiant screams from his mind. As unconsciousness set in, his vision became blurry. His final thought before everything went dark was, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Between the darkness and the tiniest awareness of the world around him, Katsuki floated in and out of a void. His eyelids felt like boulders, and his body was frozen in an unyielding rigidity, unable to react. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to open them. The dull, lingering pain was all he felt. But at least he was still alive because of the pain. He was confined to the quiet of his own thoughts for the time being. His lips were immobile, his limbs unresponsive. Though not enough to cause him to scream, everything hurt. Excellent. This was not how he needed to be seen. He was not in need of their sympathy. He heard voices, muffled at first, then clearer. When his mother, Mitsuki, spoke, his nerves ached because it wasn't her typical piercing, flaming tone. Her voice sounded softer, actually. Even vulnerable. Feeble. Her voice was almost like that of Inko Midoriya. It was surreal, even though he wasn't particularly upset about it. Masaru, his father, was also present. Although it was normal for him to be silent, it was odd when he did speak. His voice had a tense quality, as if he were trying to sound tough for her. Katsuki's mind whirled with uncertainty. His parents have sounded like this since when his father, who was usually quiet and unassuming, was trying to keep his composure, and his mother, who had always been so loud and controlling, now sounded scared. It was illogical. The steady, comforting tone of Recovery Girl's voice pierced through. She was telling his parents about his condition. He was stable, he told them. All he needed was more time to sleep. Despite not being able to see her, Mitsuki could imagine the tension releasing from her shoulders as he let out a sigh of relief. She had seen him battle the villains. She had seen Eclipse brutally beat him down. The same as everyone else. Even in his condition, Katsuki's ears perked up when Recovery Girl continued to tell them something. "You have Izuku Midoriya to thank for your son's survival." A beat skipped through his chest. He tried to understand the words as his mind jolted. "Izuku? Deku?" No, he saved him," said the Recovery Girl. And though Katsuki's injuries were severe, Midoriya undid the majority of the damage. A stunned silence fell. Katsuki felt the weight of Masaru's bewilderment as they looked at each other. They were aware. Midoriya shouldn't have a quirk, they knew. They knew him well enough to recall, but it had been more than 3 years since they had last seen the Midoriyas. When Mitsuki finally muttered, "That's impossible," her voice was colored with disbelief. Sensing their curiosity, Recovery Girl went on, "Oh, so you two know that troublemaker. We are friends with Izuku's mother, Inko. Though we haven't seen each other since both our sons left for different high schools," Mitsuki said. "But as long as we knew him, little Izu was always quirkless." "Well, I can assure you that, Izu, isn't so little anymore, and he is far from helpless. Midoriya possesses an accumulation quirk. It's a fourth type, so rare that almost no one knows about them, often mistaken for emitter types, and is the least understood. These quirks are exceptionally powerful, but they come with one major drawback. They require the user to accumulate something ahead of time, like energy, mass, or even emotions. As Katsuki listened to Recovery Girl's explanation, his heart raced. A peculiarity? Does Deku have a peculiarity? Though his mind cried out in protest, he was immobile. Unable to respond. No way to yell. Her voice trailed off for a moment, but she persisted. Whatever his quirk requires to power up, it remained dormant for over a decade, she added, until it finally awakened in that accident, the one that crippled him. His quirk stockpiles energy, which I concluded is an overabundance of electrons that he uses to supercharge himself, and even gives him a healing factor that he can share with others, which allowed him to heal your son. Did Deku save him? Katsuki couldn't stop the words from echoing in his head like an alarm. His brittle ego, the conviction he had so long maintained, began to crumble. However, his soul started to shake with rage even though his body stayed motionless. No, it wasn't real. It isn't possible. Deku was unable to possess a quirk. He was unable to save him. He was worthless, quirkless. It had always been. It would always be. Even though his body was still dead, Katsuki could feel the anger seething beneath the surface of his being. How could anyone think he would accept this? Deku? Did Deku have a peculiarity? And a strong quirk, not just any quirk? Not possible. To make matters worse, he had rescued him from the villain. The same villain who had easily torn him apart and humiliated him. Had he rescued him? Katsuki's resentment of Izuku fueled his growing rage. His mind would not believe it, even when he heard it from a professional like Recovery Girl. He refused to take it. He was unable to. Like the other nobodies in the general course, Izuku Midoriya was supposed to end up in the trash. Why was he at the USJ at all? Deku ought not to have been present. But here he was, being informed that Deku had saved his life in addition to possessing a quirk. No, his body felt heavier the more he fought against it, even though his mind cried out against it. The weight of everything pressing down on his chest was suffocating the rage that was growing inside of him. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The scene at the memorial service for the students who died was solemn, filled with sorrow and the weight of UA's loss. It was held in a spacious outdoor courtyard that had been turned into a memorial area. At the front of the crowd, surrounded by black velvet draperies, were 4 enormous portraits of the students. Mashirao Ojiro, Rikido Sato, Hiryu Rin, and Nirengeki Shoda. As though in mourning with the university, the UA flag fluttered softly in the breeze and flew at half-mast behind them. White lilies, a customary symbol of purity and mourning, were placed on either side of each portrait, with smaller flower arrangements placed at the base by both faculty and students. The sky was cloudy, a perfect setting for the group's grief, as though the heavens themselves had lowered in reverence. Teachers and students sat in silence in rows of chairs that filled the courtyard. There were almost all of UA's students present to pay their respects. Class 1A and 1B were seated together at the front, their expressions displaying a range of emotions, including shock, sadness, and silent reflection. The hero course's typically lively atmosphere was subdued. Everyone was too distraught to do anything but sit in silence. This was the first instance of UA's walls being breached in this manner. Lives had been lost for the first time. This new reality is something that practically all hero academies have in common. Still wearing bandages, Katsuki Bakugo stood off to the side, but his face was unreadable. Even though he wasn't one for blatant emotional outbursts, he knew better than to act out in such a setting. He had some respect for what had happened, but he didn't care much for the dead, not the way others seemed to. This actually happened. Both students and heroes could perish. They had made that clear. Don't be offensive. Today, no bluster. Nothing but quiet. His classmates displayed more emotion than he ever would have. One of the worst off was Pony Tsunodori from 1B, who had red eyes from crying. She had witnessed the deaths of Ojiro and Sato while in the landslide zone. Her hands clasped, she stood close to Ojiro's portrait, whispering something Katsuki couldn't hear, but her expression made it obvious that she was having difficulty maintaining her composure. Kirishima, Kaminari, Kendo, and Shiozaki, Katsuki's own group, were also clearly shaken. They were haunted by Rin's death. The way he had just been erased by eclipse. Though no one discussed it, the trauma was evident on their faces, and the memory of it was etched into their minds. As Kirishima gazed at Rin's portrait, his normally firm posture softened and his eyes grew aloof. Standing next to him, Kendo's normally assertive face took on a hollow look. Katsuki was not as indifferent as he would have had everyone believe. Eclipse had taken him by surprise in more ways than one, but he wasn't shaken off for the same reason as them. The cruelty. An unreserved monster. They had not simply been fought by the villains. In their wake, they had left a trail of loss and blood, destroyed them, and crushed their spirits. For people from the flood zone, Shoda's serene, smiling face in the portrait seemed particularly upsetting. Unable to stop the flood of water that had engulfed him, they had watched him drown. Near Shoda's image, Tsuyu, Minoru, Tetsu, Setsuna, and Kuroiro stood together, struggling to stay upright. They were still in shock over how their classmate had been overwhelmed. It had been too much to bear. Then there was Midoriya, of course. Among the pupils in Class 1C, Katsuki saw Deku standing close to the rear, his head bent, his posture more crooked than Katsuki had ever seen. He appeared to have been hit harder than anyone else by the weight of everything, as evidenced by his pale face and sunken eyes. Deku was always overly concerned. Katsuki could feel the resentment still simmering in his gut, but he didn't care for the moment because he wore it like an open wound. Questions could wait until later. It was time to discover the cause of Deku's unexpected quirk. However, Katsuki was too exhausted, something else, to be bothered at the moment. The morning was heavy in the air. All that could be heard were the faint murmurs of people placing flowers or whispering condolences. The only movement in the otherwise still scene was the slight tug of a breeze at the corners of the black velvet drapery surrounding the portraits. Dean Nezu, whose diminutive frame stood out against the solemn ambiance, took his place at the podium. It was his responsibility as UA's leader to say the things that nobody wanted to hear. Everyone was aware that UA's security had failed to prevent the student deaths. Despite Katsuki's disinterest in speeches, he heard Nezu's voice resonating throughout the courtyard in a solemn yet powerful tone. He talked about the students' bravery and the sacrifices they made despite the grave danger. He talked about their heritage, the promising futures they had lost, and the responsibility everyone now had to uphold their memories by becoming stronger. He reminded the students of what it meant to be a hero and urged them not to let fear control them. When the students returned to UA, the atmosphere was noticeably heavier. New security systems had been installed at every possible point of entry, and the gates had been strengthened. At this point, Dean Nezu was not taking any chances. His normally composed manner had changed to one that was more icy and strategic. After the attack, he was out for blood because he was determined to prevent UA from experiencing another tragedy of this nature. The pupils sensed it, too. The atmosphere was different as Class 1A filed back into their classroom. Each of the 18 surviving students, burdened by the memory of their departed classmates, entered in silence. Their normal energy and conversation had been extinguished. The classroom itself seemed different, heavier, quieter, as if it were lamenting the loss of the 2 seats that are currently empty. With his fists stuffed into his pockets and his gaze fixed directly ahead, Katsuki came in last. He looked around and saw how lifeless his classmates appeared. His typical boisterous and upbeat friend, Kirishima, was slouched in his chair, his gaze averted. Shiro and Kaminari hardly spoke to each other. Constantly calm, Yaoyorozu sat with her hands clasped together, her face rigid. Iida, who was always so vivacious and dominant, was unable to express himself and lost his voice. Yorashi, however, appeared the most disoriented. Katsuki heard that Inasa was the one who struggled the least against the liberators in the USJ while trapped in the downpour zone. Naturally, this depressing attitude wasn't caused by a villain who defeated him. After what happened, how can he maintain his ferocious passion when all that was left in his heart was loss? Aizawa entered as the door slid open, appearing more worn out than normal but resolute. Everything seemed to weigh on his shoulders, but he did his best to bear it. He paused at his desk and waited for a moment before continuing in a somber but composed tone. He said, "I'm glad to see you all again," in an unusually gentle tone. "It took a lot of courage for each of you to come back to UA after what happened. I won't sugarcoat it. What we went through was a nightmare. No one would have blamed you if you had decided this wasn't for you anymore. If you had chosen to drop out, I would understand." A few students moved uneasily, but the room was still quiet. Even though Bakugo had never considered quitting, he tensed at the thought. He wasn't frail. Aizawa went on, his tone firm but steady. "That said, UA is taking extra measures to ensure your well-being. You're all going to be assigned mandatory therapy sessions with Hound Dog. That's non-negotiable. I don't care how tough you think you are. You will attend these sessions. Failure to comply won't be tolerated." Bakugo gripped his pockets tightly. Therapy. As though that would accomplish anything. He clenched his jaw, his annoyance seething beneath the surface, but he remained silent. Aizawa looked around the room, focusing on each student one by one. He paused, seemingly preparing them for what was about to happen, and said, "There's one more thing. The UA Sports Festival." When the event was mentioned, a number of students became noticeably tense. Every student looked forward to the festival, which is supposed to be one of the highlights of their time at UA and have the potential to make them famous and attract the attention of pro heroes. "Will be cancelled this year." The room echoed with silent astonishment, but nobody said a word. Normally, people would have protested or groaned in disappointment at such an announcement, but not today. The losses still weighed too heavily. Furthermore, as Aizawa had stated, the sports festival was not appropriate at this time. With a weary sigh, Aizawa said, "The Hero Public Safety Commission was pushing to keep it going, but, right now, it's not appropriate. The world is in turmoil, and hosting a joyous event like that would be an insult to those we've lost. To what we've all been through." He was not mistaken. The idea of celebrating as the world continued to fall apart around them had already caused outrage among the populace. Despite the festival's personal meaning, even the students had to concur. However, the question persisted: how would they now attract the interest of pro heroes? As usual, Aizawa had a response. Without the festival, UA will be hosting an alternative event. A private one meant only to test your worth to your teachers, and to yourselves. The internship trials. This will be your chance to demonstrate your abilities. The event will take place away from public eyes, but key pro heroes, including Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Crust, and Ingenium, have volunteered to watch in person. They'll not only observe but also guard the event. When the pro heroes were mentioned, a few of the students became animated. Make an effort, Hawks, Top Jeanist. Their careers could be made or broken by these individuals. Footage from the event will be sent to other heroes for review, so they can judge your worth from afar, Aizawa said. UA will not stop training you to be the best heroes you can be. That means you'll need to earn internships with these pros. The event will be difficult, but it will be your chance to prove yourselves. This caused Bakugo's mind to race. A private gathering, it would do, but it wasn't as dazzling as the sports festival. He could still demonstrate his abilities and establish his superiority. The prospect of a chance to shine helped to temper his simmering frustration. Aizawa then revealed the last shocking revelation. Aizawa looked around the room, briefly focusing on Bakugo before continuing. There is also the obvious. Students from all courses will be able to participate in the internship trials. There are many in the general course who want to be heroes but failed the entrance exam. If anyone from another course performs well enough, they will be considered for transfer to the hero course. With 4 spots now open, that's not just a possibility, but something that has to happen. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't give it your all and reach the top. Bakugo's heart ceased beating. No, he clenched his teeth so tightly that he was afraid they might break. "Deku, I may enroll in the hero course." He could not allow that to occur. He refused. He had no intention of allowing Deku to occupy one of those positions. Mina held up her hand uneasily. She had a tense expression, as though she had been suppressing something ever since they got back to UA. Aizawa-sensei, Mina began in an unsure tone. "About the green-haired man who saved us from the liberators in the USJ. Who is he?" Her question caused the other students to become more attentive. All of them had noticed the enigmatic man, who stood out in the confusion with his green hair and composed manner. He had fought with them, defeating the villains with such skill that they were compared to amateurs. He was nowhere in the hero course, though. They had no idea who he was. For a moment, Aizawa gazed at Mina, seemingly considering how much to divulge. Then he let out a sigh. "His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's a student in Class 1C of the general course." Mina frowned in agreement with many others. "Why's he in the general course? He should have been in the hero course from the start. He handled the villains better than all of us, and 1B combined." With a serious expression, Aizawa crossed his arms. Midoriya claims he had to skip the practical portion of the entrance exam due to a family issue. According to him, it was something he couldn't ignore. That's why he wasn't considered for the hero course. Although he spoke in a neutral tone, there was a glint of doubt in his eyes that was not missed. Mina exchanged bewildered glances with the others. Bakugo tightened his jaw. A family problem. What a bunch of bullshit. No one knew Deku's family as well as he did. His father, a former aerospace welder who worked abroad, has returned to Japan to work at a less exciting job. His mother resides in the Musutafu sanctum in comfort. At least there wasn't a significant enough family crisis to prevent Deku from taking the entrance exam. He's telling lies. Mina, who had been observing Bakugo's expression, appeared to notice his rage. A light-hearted smile appeared on her face. "Hey, Bakugo, isn't that your stalker? He came to save you after all." To everyone's surprise, Bakugo remained silent despite the fact that his jaw was visibly tightened as several heads turned to face him. The urge to strike out at Mina was so strong that his hands clenched into fists beneath his desk. Once more, Raccoon Eyes was making him feel uncomfortable. How could she be disrespectful to him? Despite the blood rushing to his face, he managed to control his rage and refused to give her the satisfaction she wanted. Tsuyu Asui raised her voice before the tension could worsen. She said softly, "I know Midoriya, too," to deflect attention from Bakugo. "We both live in the sanctum. He does a lot of community service there, helps with the elementary school students sometimes, including my younger siblings." Tsuyu's composed manner stood in stark contrast to the erratic feelings circulating the space. As she went on, her big eyes blinked slowly. "One time, my younger sister, Satsuki, got lost in the mall. Midoriya found her and brought her back to us." A number of pupils blinked in shock. That was not what they had anticipated hearing about the enigmatic boy. A completely different picture of him was presented by the reference to community service and working with younger children. With a little more vigor than before, Toru exclaimed, "And let's not forget what he did for me," drawing everyone's attention to her exposed face. "We finally found a way for me to stay like this whenever I want, and my first real costume is ready to go." As everyone came to terms with these realizations, the classroom fell silent once more. Izuku Midoriya was a mysterious man who appeared to be everywhere, helping with children, supporting nurses, and doing community service. Until now, none of them had really noticed him. "Guy gets around," thought Kyoka. Aizawa spoke again after a brief period of silence in the room. "There's more to Midoriya than any of you know. Even before the USJ attack, the staff had their eyes on him. He's shown exceptional intelligence, particularly when it comes to strategy and analyzing quirks. His skills will be put to the test in ways that benefit you all." The ramifications were obvious. Midoriya wasn't merely a general course nobody. He was someone they had to be aware of. Bakugo's thoughts were racing. This was all illogical. Deku had never had any peculiarities and was always frail. How did he get so strong so quickly? How had he rescued them all? And for what reason was he being hailed as a hero by everyone? Beneath the desk, his fists tightened and his knuckles whitened. Bakugo was going to discover what Deku was concealing and lying about. Deku did not deserve to be a hero in any way. Not him. Never him. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Long shadows were cast in the alleyway as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. As the day came to an end, UA University students went home with thoughts of the previous week's events and the prospect of more robust security. The majority were reassured and believed that UA would keep them safe. Bakugo, however, was thinking of something else. Something that rotted at the bottom. He also located his target. Izuku Midoriya, who was probably returning to the sanctum, walked down the alley in the last of the light, his body a little stooped as he headed for the train station. It was a lonely, peaceful path. One that would guarantee they were not bothered. Exactly what Bakugo had been waiting for, a confrontation. He made an effort to act like an adult. Repeatedly reminded himself that everything pertaining to Deku was pointless and that he shouldn't worry about anything he does in life, whether or not he turns into a hero, as Katsuki knew he would never be able to compete with him. Nevertheless, he is once more wasting his life on someone who was never worth a damn and going through the same old routine. Even though Katsuki repeatedly failed to stop himself, he still wants to look in the mirror and blame his quirk for the years of foolishness he endured. He was unable to let Deku become a hero. Why? He never really had a clear response, aside from not wanting to let Deku look down on him, but now that he thinks about it, that logical reasoning seems illogical, empty. His distaste for Deku's very existence wasn't hollow, it will always feel right. Katsuki felt superior to everyone, even before he acquired his quirk. Everyone flocked to his whims as he exuded dominance, and his greatness was cemented when his quirk appeared. He was destined to be the strongest of all heroes, and everyone knew it. The next All Might. He was already stronger than everyone, so he didn't need to mature yet. People also let him get away with what he wanted because they knew that he was always right. In spite of this indisputable fact, Deku was always in his way. At one point, Katsuki might have thought of him as a friend or at the very least as a decent but unimpressive sidekick worth keeping around. Katsuki was not at all surprised that Deku was born quirkless. It only took one glance to realize that he was as weak as a human could be, but he at least believed that he was somewhat intelligent, But that was only Katsuki's wishful thinking. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the same bullshit was there. They were always following him around, even though they were never really friends. He was muttering to himself almost all day, constantly talking about being a hero but never taking any concrete action to achieve it. There was no exercise regimen, no push-ups or sit-ups, just babbling about being a hero as if it were the simplest thing to do when people died while performing this kind of work. Like he was superior to everyone else. How he would put his mother under so much stress that he would gain weight and develop health problems, but he was not even willing to assist her. As well as those fucking notebooks in which he disgustingly sketches and writes about heroes. Who can blame him for wanting to be reminded of his position? Deku, however, continued to get back up after being beaten down, hit with Katsuki's nitroglycerin sweat on his face, blown up, had his belongings broken, and made a laughing stock in front of their schools or any other kind of crowd. Instead of taking action with his life, he continued to ramble on about being a hero just by dreaming about it. Katsuki's heart was filled with anger and hatred, but he also felt something else that he was unable to explain, so he completely disregarded the third emotion. In order for his overworked mother to finally regain her life, Katsuki wanted him to vanish, to do the world a favor and take a swan dive so that no one would have to deal with him again. Since he had last heard of the loser prior to graduating from Aldera Middle School, it appeared as though God or some other higher power concurred with him. He feels like throwing up just thinking about his former school of suck-ups. He went to a more interesting and tranquil high school. When his mother received frightening news, which Katsuki thought was good, about an incident that sent the nerd to the hospital, that was the last time he heard about the damn nerd. His parents stayed with the nerd's mother to support her during those difficult times, but Katsuki was too preoccupied with his role as the king of Boomtown to notice anything else. Katsuki was unconcerned. His classmates from middle school threw a party to celebrate the freak's departure from their lives, and he was at last at peace. In addition to the fact that it was obviously in bad taste, Katsuki never went because, once more, Deku was a waste of time. However, a villain showed up, robbed everyone, killed most of them, and abducted 3 of the most attractive girls, so he probably should have gone to the party. A month later, those girls were saved. One of the 3 took their own life a week after becoming pregnant. So, yeah. Even though it was a particularly gloomy period, Katsuki's mother didn't believe it. Mitsuki boasted without apology that those little devils deserved it for ridiculing Deku's mishap. That should come as no surprise. Deku was always preferred by his mother over her own son. Katsuki was never bothered by it. He made an effort, at least, to ignore it. But at this point, none of it matters. What's going to happen right now is what counts. Bakugo screamed, "Hey, Deku!" as his voice broke the silence in the small room. With his fists clenched at his sides, he charged toward Izuku, his footsteps resounding loudly. "Stop moving." But Izuku didn't stop, not right away. Rather than run away or retreat, he slowed and then turned to Bakugo, his face unreadable. In stark contrast to the raging storm that was building inside Bakugo, his green eyes were serene and focused. The silent altercation dangled in the air like a tense thread, about to break. Bakugo's mind briefly deceived him by remembering the Izuku he used to know. The weak, useless, oddball Deku who had been a constant source of irritation. Bakugo had once found his very existence repulsive. A pitiful waste of room. However, now. This individual in front of him now felt unfamiliar. The power emanating from Izuku was strange. He had a different stance. Nothing remained of the Izuku he had tortured for years, save for the familiar green hair and freckles. Was this individual the same? When Izuku's voice cut through Bakugo's jumbled thoughts, that thought was shattered. "I guess there's no avoiding this, is there? Hello, Bakugo." It was the same voice. Bakugo felt sick, and the voice he recognized dragged him back into a vicious cycle of hatred. That voice, Deku's voice, was the same, even though Izuku's look and manner had changed. It was the voice of the one Bakugo hated above all. He became enraged. It could not be mistaken. It was Deku, his Deku. Bakugo yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing at UA?" in a venomous voice. He stepped forward menacingly. "This place is meant for the chosen. You don't belong there, Deku," he said, his frustration and insecurity reverberating through the alley. He knew in his heart that he was talking about himself. He was the one selected. But Izuku did not recoil. His expression stayed calm, but Bakugo couldn't see the depth of emotion in his eyes. His voice was firm but gentle when he answered. UA isn't just a farm for heroes, Bakugo. It's a place where anyone with the drive to learn is welcome. Bakugo became even more irate at the serenity in his voice. He thought Izuku was making fun of him, making him feel foolish. Bakugo spat in a sarcastic tone. You think this is some kind of institute for everyone? The hero course is all that matters at UA. The other departments are just for show, for people who want to pretend they matter. It's all just a publicity stunt, trying to make everyone think we're equal. Izuku remained silent. Actually, he couldn't. Bakugo wasn't totally incorrect. The hero course was undoubtedly given top priority by the instructors and the general public, particularly during the sports festival. However, he maintained a composed expression despite Bakugo's tirade. Their relationship grew more tense. Bakugo was thinking incoherently. He was unable to let it go. He would be consumed by it even if he chose to ignore it. He finally let out the question that had been bothering him ever since the USJ attack. Bakugo growled, "Your quirk," and took a step forward. "How long have you had it? Did you lie to me all those years? Were you just pretending to be quirkless, you lying bastard?" Something flickered across Izuku's face for the first time. Even though he maintained his composure, Bakugo couldn't help but notice the glint in his eyes. A chilly amusement or disappointment, perhaps. It was absurd to imply that Izuku had been deceiving him about being quirkless. Silently, Izuku said, "I always thought you were brilliant," in a steady voice. "But me lying about being quirkless? Letting myself go through all of that? I guess something happened to you as well in the 3 years we were apart for you to be so moronic." Bakugo felt the subtle jab make his blood boil. He was on the verge of retaliating when he saw something that totally confused him. Izuku had referred to him as Bakugo rather than Kachan. He couldn't find that dumb nickname that had always annoyed him somewhere. It took a moment to register completely. Deku had stopped referring to him as Kachan. Izuku seemed to have moved past him for the first time, no longer acting like the helpless child trying to win Bakugo's favor. Bakugo almost smiled at the thought. He detested that name because it made him sound like a pet, which he always detested, Deku's pet. But now he couldn't concentrate on that. He needed a way to vent his anger because words weren't helping him. Bakugo snarled and sprang forward, bringing them closer together. He raised his right hand to strike at Izuku's face, and it crackled with explosive energy. "Answer me, Deku." Izuku's left palm, however, shot up before his explosion could reach its target. A surge of power, not from Bakugo's explosion, erupted between them as soon as their hands touched. Bakugo's attack was quickly overpowered and rendered useless by Izuku's quirk, which rushed forward. Only the force of their palms meeting remained after the explosion subsided. It would have appeared to anyone watching that Bakugo had attempted to slap Izuku. Izuku did not even bat an eye. "Public quirk usage is prohibited, Bakugo," he said in a cool, almost reprimanding tone. Bakugo, however, hardly heard him. His heart was thumping and his mind was racing. The power that had made him feel unstoppable and made everyone around him see him as the ultimate hero, his quirk, had let him down. And, of all people, against Deku. Unfazed, Izuku stood there. Quiet, as motionless as a stone. For the first time, Bakugo's world started to fall apart. They still held hands. To an outsider, it might have appeared to be a rare display of friendship between longtime friends. A moment of reconciliation. However, this relationship was anything but fraternal for Bakugo and Midoriya. The silence was then broken by Izuku. Izuku started off by saying, "I barely remember, you know," in a quiet but distinct voice that reverberated off the alley's narrow walls. Bakugo was brought back to the present by his words, which pierced the fog in his mind. "What our lives were like when we were kids." Izuku's tone was one of odd detachment, as though he were thinking back on some far-off, half-forgotten memory, but there was no malice in it. His laugh was feeble, almost self-deprecating, and Bakugo's chest constricted in a mixture of confusion and frustration. Izuku's smile was thin and humorless, but he added, maybe I fried my brain a few too many times while trying to get the hang of controlling the unnatural amount of electrons coursing through me and finding the limits of what I can do, but it was more than that." Bakugo's furrowed brow revealed his underlying anger. What on earth was Deku discussing? Izuku said, "I tried to remember the good times between us," his eyes meeting Bakugo's with a sort of dejected determination. "Tried to find anything that would make me think we had something. That there were moments of friendship before we went our separate ways." As Izuku's words lingered, Bakugo briefly remembered the boy he used to know. The boy who had always gazed at him with wide, appreciative eyes. Izuku, however, had changed something. That respect was gone. Izuku said, and then it clicked. his voice becoming almost inaudible. There never were any good times. Nothing real, anyway. I don't remember the pain, not exactly. But I know, there was only sorrow. Only misery whenever you were involved. Bakugo's chest tightened painfully as his breath caught. He felt the urge to strike out, to refuse to listen to Izuku, to put the green-haired boy back in the box he had always kept him in, weak, useless, oddball Deku. However, the words refused to come. As Izuku's hand moved away from Bakugo's, their bond was severed. Everyone wanted to be your friend, Izuku added, taking a step back with a gentle yet unreadable expression. Because you were the cool kid. The one that always won. And it's human nature, right? For the weak to serve the strong. To crave their approval. But I was always the odd one out. The weird one for wanting what everyone else wanted. Bakugo's jaw tightened as his fists clenched at his sides. His body felt immobile, but he wanted to yell at Izuku to stop talking. The weight of the truth Izuku was exposing paralyzed them. Izuku said, I tried to compensate by being smarter than the rest, in a softer tone, and I was. I was the smartest, but no one noticed. No one cared. Because all that mattered was how easily you could blow something up. How strong your quirk was. Izuku's tone stayed calm, but his eyes narrowed a little. But now, I don't need anyone's approval. Not yours, not Yue's, not anyone's. I have nothing to prove anymore. Bakugo's thoughts were a jumbled mess, and his heart was thumping in his chest. What did Deku say? From where did this originate? Softly, Izuku said, I don't need to live for anyone else's expectations, as his tone became more firm. My life is my own now, and I'm going to live it however I wish. As a true hero. Bakugo started to respond, but Izuku's last statement struck him like a kick to the stomach, causing the words to fall out of his throat. Izuku said, You were never a hero, Bakugo, with pity in his eyes that made Bakugo's stomach turn. Ua is full of fools if they think your prowess alone is enough to make up for your black heart. You're a demon. And if you cross the line, and you will cross it, I'll be there to stop you. Permanently. Just like I will do to All Might's killer. Each word pierced Bakugo's mind more deeply than the one before it. Never a hero. A heart that is black. The dark, hazy villain also said that about him. Izuku then turned away. Bakugo was left stunned and unable to speak as he watched Izuku leave the alley, his legs feeling like lead. He was immobile and unable to comprehend what had just transpired. In his mind, the encounter had gone so differently. He was meant to have prevailed, to have demonstrated something. However, Bakugo was now left with nothing but the icy emptiness of his own defeat as Izuku vanished from view. Izuku's final words echoed in his mind, growing louder until they overpowered all other sounds. Bakugo's fists shook at his sides as his heart thumped in his chest. All he could do was stand there, paralyzed by the truth, wishing he could scream and rip something apart. Bakugo was also unsure of his next course of action. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The days that followed Bakugo's run-in with Midoriya were a blur, a never-ending haze of routine that made him feel cut off from the world around him. He still wore his familiar mask to the others, cocky, brazen, and ready to lash out at anyone who dared to question him. On the inside, however, Deku's words from that alley kept coming back to him, gnawing at him. You were never a hero. He should have been incensed at Deku's utter insolence in saying it. Deku, of all people. Nevertheless, Bakugo was unable to summon the customary fire. The more he tried to suppress it, the more he became dazed by the hollowness of the anger he so heavily depended on. The change was also apparent to the teachers. Something was wrong, even though he had survived Eclipse's severe beating at the USJ incident. His written tests remained strong, and his grades had not decreased. Even though Tsutsumi's training sessions were rigorous, they were doable, if not effortless. However, Bakugo would become absorbed in his thoughts when he was by himself, unable to get rid of the doubt that was slowly but surely infiltrating his thoughts. How on earth am I doing this? Every time he remembered that alley and how Deku had stopped him cold with a mere flick of his hand, the question came unbidden, again and again. Bakugo then stepped back even further. His angry outbursts at his classmates dwindled, giving way to sarcastic remarks and icy dismissals. Mina, Kirishima, and anybody else who attempted to approach him were all avoided. More than that, he was trying to avoid contact with anyone in the general course, particularly Deku in Class 1C. He almost seemed to be frightened. Bakugo, however, would not accept that. He did not entertain the idea of fear. Not for Deku. Not for anybody. But as the days went by, his thoughts continued to be confused, which brought him to the current situation, the stadium for the internship trials. There, encircled by the well-known UA Sports Festival arena, he stood with his classmates. This time, however, there were no cheers to welcome them as they got ready to demonstrate their abilities to the world, no roaring crowds, and no buzzing excitement from the media. The stands were almost deserted. The seats were dotted with UA staff, a few dozen business representatives from the support industry, and a small group of pro heroes. With his arms folded, Endeavor loomed over the others like a menacing giant, visible to Bakugo. Sitting close by, Ingenium appeared more at ease despite having intensely focused eyes. The students in the support course were giddy with anticipation. They saw this as a chance to attract the interest of possible investors, and they were obviously overjoyed. For the hero course students, however, the occasion felt meaningless. Bakugo's hands at his sides clenched into fists. He detested this. He detested the way everything seemed more constrained, quieter, and smaller than it ought to be. It was intended that the sports festival would serve as a grand testing ground. The internship trials, a safer, more regulated event intended to restore the students' damaged confidence following the tragedy at USJ, were instead reduced to this pathetic imitation. As always, Dean Nezu spoke calmly and measuredly as he addressed the students and faculty gathered. The feeling of emptiness that was eating away at Bakugo's heart was not much lessened by his words. Nezu said, "Welcome, students," as he looked at the youthful faces in front of him with beady eyes. "I want to thank you all for your patience as we continue to navigate these challenging times. I know this stadium feels emptier than it should, and I know the lack of a proper audience might leave some of you feeling that your efforts today may go unnoticed. But rest assured, we, your teachers, the pro heroes in attendance are here to witness your growth and determination." The words hardly registered in Bakugo's mind. He stared at Class 1C standing at the far end of the stadium. Deku was somewhere among those general course students. Nezu went on, "The internship trials will follow the structure of the sports festival," his voice becoming increasingly animated. "There will be 3 events. The first, a free-for-all designed to whittle down the competition. The second, a team event where cooperation and unity will be key. And finally, a one-on-one tournament, where the top 16 students will fight to claim the ultimate victory." Bakugo felt a glimmer of interest in spite of himself. A competition. An opportunity to demonstrate his superior strength once more. But the nagging doubt that had been bothering him all week swiftly overshadowed the thought. Nezu's voice changed, growing grave. "I want to remind all of you that UA is safer now. We've taken every measure possible to ensure that nothing like the USJ incident happens again. For how long we can guarantee that, I cannot say. But today, in this stadium, you will perform without fear." Bakugo's nails dug into his palms as he clenched his fists more tightly, fearlessly. However, there was no fear of another villain attack. He was the one who was afraid. The fear that he had already been overtaken by Deku. The worry that everything he had fought for and based his identity on was beginning to fall apart. Nezu said, "This is your moment. A chance to show the heroes before you what you are capable of. Give it everything you've got." The free-for-all, the first event, was about to start. Bakugo could feel the adrenaline beginning to race through his veins and the familiar heat rising in his chest. However, his thoughts strayed back to that alley and the words that had followed him ever since as he got ready to move forward with the rest of his class. The first trial, the obstacle race, was designed to test everyone's limits from the very beginning. All 11 classes of first-year students stood prepared at the starting line, facing a 4-kilometer course that was long and twisting and full of hazards. As the students positioned themselves in front of the stadium's narrow exit corridor, the air was charged with excitement. The always endearing R-rated hero, Midnight, lifted her whip and gave the anxious faces below a cheeky smile. "All right, kiddos. This is your moment. You've got a long race ahead, so remember, your quirks are fair game, but don't leave the course, or it's an automatic disqualification." Over the speakers, her voice purred, boosting the adrenaline that had been building in each student. Bakugo stood amidst them, his typical arrogant smile covering the raging storm inside his head. Anxiety made his muscles tense, but something didn't feel right. Even though he made an effort to ignore it, the memory of his encounter with Deku hung over him like an unwanted shadow. "This is it," he thought as he prepared. "I'll show them all." The stadium reverberated with a loud countdown as the students waited for the starting signal. 3, 2, 1, go. In a frantic rush, the students rushed forward and squeezed through the small door. Everyone was immediately crammed together by the bottleneck, bodies colliding and vying for space. As students fought to escape the crowds, quirks were used in spades. While others attempted to squeeze through the cracks in the chaos, Shoto suddenly unleashed a wave of ice that froze the ground and propelled him ahead of the pack. Already accustomed to fierce competition, the hero course students pushed through and pushed their way to the front. The support, business, and general courses trailed closely behind, with some employing their own strategies to stay competitive. The real challenge started as soon as they exploded out of the stadium and through the doorway. The first obstacle stood in their way. The Robo Inferno, a trio of enormous, hulking executor giants and a group of tall villain bots. These mechanical giants were made to slow down rivals and pose a constant, formidable threat. The pupils were ready to break through the mechanical resistance by using their quirks. However, they came to a halt as they arrived at the field. Nothing remained intact. They had destroyed the Robo Inferno. All around them, the field was littered with the remains of the robots. Broken limbs, ripped wiring, bolts, metal fragments, and scraps arranged like a cemetery of equipment. With their systems fried, some pieces continued to spark with traces of electricity. The air was heavy with the stench of burned circuits. "What the hell?" exclaimed someone. Present Mike's voice boomed over the stadium speakers before anyone could comprehend what they were witnessing. "Hooah, look at this, folks. We've got ourselves a major upset. It looks like none other than Izuku Midoriya has already destroyed the entire Robo Inferno and blasted past the fall and minefield. This kid is on fire." The teachers and pro-heroes in the crowd burst into incredulous whispers. The students fell into a stunned silence. Deku? Katsuki's thoughts froze. According to Present Mike, our advanced footage confirms that Midoriya, clad in a cowl of green electricity, left the stadium at incredible speed. And if you heard that massive explosion just a few moments ago, that was the sound of him setting off the entire minefield with a shockwave caused by his velocity. The kid is moving at supersonic speeds. Bakugo's hands dropped to his sides after reflexively flexing them in preparation for his quirk. Present Mike's words replayed in his ears, tightening his chest and creating a knot in his throat. Deku had made it to the end. Bakugo's mind became a raging tempest. He was unable to hear his classmates' whispers, their cries of shock, or their applause for Midoriya's incredible performance. As his brain struggled to comprehend what had just transpired, his surroundings turned into a muffled blur. Deku had prevailed. The person at the top was supposed to be him. It was supposed to be him who left the others behind, not Deku. It's not that worthless, useless nerd. And yet here he was, standing amid the debris of a demolished battlefield, the stadium reverberating with the sound of Midoriya's triumph. The other pupils were still taking it all in, some in awe, some disappointed. However, none of them experienced the shock as Bakugo did. In an attempt to rekindle the anger that had always driven him, he clenched his fists. However, nothing appeared. No anger, no wrath. A pit, empty and cold. Deku won, like a mantra. The words reverberated in his mind, each time piercing deeper and twisting the knife of realization in his stomach. He made an effort to convince himself that it made no difference and that he could still prove himself in the final tournament, which would be the true test. However, the doubt that had been sown in that alleyway had begun to grow. Bakugo stood motionless as the race went on all around him, with students racing by, some of them quickly destroying the Robo Inferno's wreckage and going on to the next challenge. But he was immobile. He was no longer able to deny it. It wasn't supposed to be this way.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.